Chapter 361. Trail 1. It had been 10 days since Jean acquired the new Bradamanti. Jean hadn't had the chance to properly use it yet. As a knight, he wanted to test the enhanced features of his sword as soon as possible. But there was another matter that concerned him. The Great Ents Plain, where Timar's Orimura tomb is located, and the Schutzeren Kingdom, where Almangonim and his contractor, Jojobi, have been, since Kinzalo came and informed him that other factions are also searching for Timar's tomb. Jean had been thinking about it all the time, and before going to capture Ozdok, he had asked Tychon's comrades to revisit the tombs they had been to before. And today Kashmir brought the news. Suspicious individuals associated with Zippel and Vermont have been seen near the Great Ents Plain and the beaches near the Schutzeren Kingdom. Jean learned of the existence of Timar's tombs in those regions through the instructions left by Soderette as his contractor. In other words, unless you're a contractor, it's practically impossible to trace the tombs. They must have gone to the Great Ents Plain and the Schutzeren Beach because of my actions. Even after becoming a flag-bearer, Jean has always moved incognito when it came to matters related to Timar or other personal matters. When he went to the Great Ents Plain, he deliberately crossed the Ola Mountains to create confusion in case someone was tracking him. At that time, only Joshua was aware of it. And when he went to the Schutzeren Beach, he pretended to be on vacation for a few days. The third tomb was located in the Cat tribe's hideout, and it was impossible to enter without their guide due to its unique characteristic. Nevertheless, the Spectre's core had tracked Jean and found him. My routes are being discovered. Jean wasn't directly followed by a pursuer. If he had, it would be impossible not to notice. Unless it was someone like Yona or the Nameless King. Margiela mentioned that my movements were exposed to the Vermont imperial family. They probably tracked and deduced various important areas from the aliases I used and the revealed movements. That's why they sent people to the Great Ents Plain and the Schutzeren Beach. Of course, the fact that Zippel and Vermont sent people to the Great Ents Plain and the Schutzeren Beach didn't mean they immediately discovered significant information. Investigations in those places had already concluded, and Jean had taken the recording devices. However, the fact that they were following him was important in itself. He had thought that someday it would come to this. Major factions aren't foolish. It was just a bit disappointing that he started getting exposed faster than expected. Being the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle was a position where he couldn't carry out covert actions. Not only the Garden of Swords but also enemies were naturally eager to scrutinize every move Jean made. Furthermore, enemies were also searching for Timar's tombs like Jean. Discovering 3 tombs by himself without any fatal mishaps so far was nothing short of a miracle. Part of it is because I did well, but over time there will be a limit. And I was lucky to encounter the Spectre's core at the 3rd tomb. It could have been a significant setback. Without Kinzalo's sudden intervention and the help of Dyphus and Mary, Jean could have suffered considerable losses. I need more allies. Not only Jean alone. Not even Jin's companions and Tychons together could stand against Vermont and Zippel. Even Runcandle was filled with enemies, and Kinzalo would eventually participate in the tomb search competition. While he was contemplating, someone tapped Jin's shoulder. "Hey, youngster." It was Mary. "Big sister, what are you thinking so deeply about?" "Oh, are you pondering when you'll get a rematch with me?" Mary sat down next to Jean. Jean looked at her, slightly perturbed. If Big Sister Mary is a true ally, she might be genuinely trustworthy. Mary already considered Jean as one of her own. Jean also felt a human fondness for her, akin to brotherly affection. However, Jean hadn't informed her of the existence of Vinbranch and Pecan Minche. It was because Jean considered that, as the 7th flag-bearer, she would most likely utilize them as the clan's blacksmiths. But there was another reason Jean couldn't fully trust her. As long as my second older brother exists, Big Sister Mary can't be entirely on my side. Dyphus Runcandle, the 4th flag-bearer of the clan. To make Mary an ally, Dyphus had to be brought on board. But of course, not only Dyphus, not even Mary had renounced patriarchy. I, the 4th older brother, Big Sister Mary, and Joshua. The 4 of us haven't definitively renounced patriarchy. And then there was one person whose intentions were entirely uncertain, lunch a run candle. If she, too, was aiming for patriarchy, there would be a total of 5 people competing. Therefore, attempting to approach Dyfus to solve the immediate issue was a reckless gamble. Trying to win over both Dyfus and Mary could easily end with just providing information and getting stabbed in the back. Trying to recruit Dyfus and Mary immediately might be an exaggeration, but it's possible to use them. Dyfus and Mary always prioritized options for the clan as flag-bearers, regardless of the matter. Jean inwardly smiled, suddenly recalling that proposition. A rematch, you say? It would be better to conclude this match with your victory, big sister. Why would that be? Since Uncle Tubin barged in, it's only fair to declare it invalid and have a rematch. The match was already decided even before Tubinim arrived. Your big move caused Ozdok to transform. No, do you really think so? Yes. Of course, Mary knew it. That's why she had been thinking about having another match. But when Jean admitted his defeat so easily, it was a completely unexpected turn of events. But this can't be, right? I'd have to wait another 3 months for a rematch with the youngest. Thinking that, Mary let out a sigh. She knew that the youngest was as fiercely competitive as her, so she had anticipated that he would gladly accept the rematch. I don't think that way. Let's fight again. Don't be so stubborn with someone who has admitted defeat. Then I'll use the winner's command. My order is a rematch. There's no problem with that, right? Didn't you bother to read the contract I sent you when we agreed to the match in the first place? In each match, victory or defeat is based on knocking someone out. The first one to fall is the loser, and the loser must obey a command from the winner. Of course, we will ensure that there are no unfortunate events and draft the contract accordingly. That sounds appealing. However, the contract is a bit burdensome. A conversation they had during their first battle. At that time, Jean had drafted a contract and obtained Mary's signature. As she remembered it, Mary tilted her head. I think I've read it. The contract includes clauses about the limits of the winner's command. It states that you cannot demand the loser's suicide, expulsion from the clan, property confiscation, etc. And it also mentions that you cannot order a rematch. Alright, with suicide and expulsion from the family, I guess. But why the rematch? Do you really think I need to explain that? Then let's say I accept my victory. Nullify the entire battle that used that demonic creature and let's talk about a rematch from scratch. I believe the winner was decided from the moment you mentioned the right of command, big sister. Mary had nothing more to say. You cunning little fox. A flattering compliment. Fine. Alright, you win. So I'll really use my command. Hand over that cat. If you're referring to Butterfly Runcandle, you can take her all you want. Butterfly, no. Not Lord Murakan. I mean Shuri, your ruby cat. If you read the contract, there's a clause that says the winner can't give a command the opponent can't fulfill. Shuri is already contracted to me, and I can't release her. This is just unfair. Big sister, please give a more realistic command. It's not that difficult, is it? Mary nearly grabbed Jin's head in frustration. But it wasn't Jin's fault. She was the fool for not reading the contract properly. And she had been trying to take advantage of the youngest once again. So she had no right to feel aggrieved. However, she couldn't help but feel anger welling up within her. Jean looked at Mary, who was pouting. For example, you could order me to bring you a delicious liquor. I don't need those things. Or maybe ask for some limited edition magazines that Murakan has? Right? The last time I checked, he had an even more amazing collection. Ugh, no. Wait, who do you think you're fooling? If you don't like that, you could inquire about the information Kinzalo brought me this time. How many practical commands like this do you have? Mary's pupils suddenly widened. Why had she forgotten about that? Her expression seemed to say. When Kinzalo visited the clan, it was she herself who had prevented Gilly from making a mistake. It's a bit frustrating that it's the youngest who gets it. Well, it's not bad to know. Big Brother Dyfus would also be curious about what was discussed between Mother, Jean, and Kinzalo at that time. Since Kinzalo's visit, Rosa had not disclosed any information about it to the flag bearers. All right then, What information did Kinslow give you? They told me that several factions, including Zippel and Vermont, are tracking the legacy of the first patriarch. What? The legacy of the first patriarch? It's about the tomb of Timar Runcandle. The tomb of the first patriarch. What about it? In the tomb are the long-guarded powers and secrets of the ancient Runcandle. I was searching for the tomb independently of the clan, and Kinslow found out. Mary's eyes widened. You were searching for the tomb of the first patriarch independently of the clan? Are you saying Mother knew and kept quiet about it? Mary's sudden anger wasn't directed at Jean. Rosa Runcandle. Her anger stemmed from the fact that her own mother hadn't revealed such a crucial matter to the flagbearers until now. Surely, you didn't expect Mother Nim to spill the truth about Timar's tomb to the other flagbearers. Jean nodded, concealing his smile. Chapter 362, Trail 2. The reason why Rosa hadn't disclosed information about the tomb of the first patriarch to the flagbearers was evident. Firstly, it was a matter of benefit. She had no intention of sharing any benefits that might arise from Timar's tomb with the other flagbearers. Regardless of the benefits that might emerge, she believed that what she and Joshua would exclusively gain was the true way to serve the Runcandles. Secondly, it was a matter of confusion. The moment information about Timar's tomb became known to the flagbearers, it was natural for flagbearers like Mary and Dyphus, who had not renounced patriarchy, to react even without solid evidence. Rosa's decision to share information about Timar's tomb only with Joshua was a straightforward matter. My brothers have no objections to Mother's favoritism toward Joshua. It wasn't always like this. The times when they all felt that way had long passed. As flagbearers, they, like humans, had moments when they were frustrated by Rosa's favoritism and found it hard to endure. Runcandle. They struggled to find their place in this tough family and survive on their own. There was no room to vent frustration toward loving parents. In their younger days, both Siren and Rosa were even more indulgent toward their children than they are now. Cadets and provisional flagbearers, who were not yet qualified to carry the clan's flag, couldn't even dream of rebelling. Luna was an exception, but that was the story of a monster who deviated from the norms from the moment she was born. She endured injustice, hardships, and a painful growing period and became a flagbearer. Becoming a flagbearer wasn't something that could be achieved simply with age and accomplishments. Only those who were strong both externally and internally were qualified to hoist the Runcandle flag. Therefore, the flagbearers were no longer troubled by favoritism. Rosa's favoritism no longer kindled anger in their hearts. It had become a minor annoyance at best. However, it wasn't because the emotions of the other flagbearers, except for Joshua, had faded or extinguished. It's because they were convinced that Mother's favoritism toward Joshua was undoubtedly the best decision for the Runcandle clan. Joshua wasn't as exceptional as Luna, but the flagbearers also didn't believe that rejecting him was the path for the Runcandle clan. They were convinced that Rosa's favoritism wasn't for her own benefit. That was why the flagbearers respected Rosa's favoritism. However, sharing information about Timar's tomb exclusively with Joshua, in the eyes of the other flagbearers, definitely isn't a decision for the clan. Timar Runcandle. Despite being the clan's founder, he was an unfortunate first patriarch who couldn't be enshrined in the mausoleum. The empty tomb of the first patriarch in the mausoleum was a symbol of misfortune and a reminder of defeat for the Runcandles. Do you know? The first patriarch, Timar Runcandle, wasn't buried here. Yes, and I also know that there's no dedicated tomb for him in the Garden of Swords. The shadow energy you possess. That power is why we can't honor the first patriarch. Show your shadow energy. The conversation between Siren and Jean on the day he became a provisional flagbearer and left the clan. The absence of Timar's tomb in the mausoleum was due to the ancient oath, or rather curse, made between Runcandle and Zippel long ago. 1,000 years ago, the gods of Zippel joined forces to cast a curse upon the Runcandle bloodline. A curse that rendered all Runcandles after Timar incapable of wielding mana. In the current Runcandle clan, there were no tombs to honor Timar. Very few people knew the detailed circumstances. Even within Runcandle, only a handful knew that the gods of Zippel had directly cursed Runkandle 1,000 years ago. But all the high-ranking flag-bearers knew, especially Joshua, who was trying to become a Solderet contractor himself. And the flag-bearers who had competed with him for a long time must have known. Mary was the 7th flag-bearer, though not at the top. Her actual rank as a flag-bearer was among the top 5. Most importantly, she had competed with Joshua for a long time and shared information with Dyfus, unlike other mid to low-ranking flag-bearers. Mary couldn't respect Rosa's decision this time. Darn it! Mary muttered this through clenched teeth. You're smart, so you probably know why I'm so furious. Elder sister. And you probably anticipated this kind of reaction from me. Jean didn't want to deny it, so he refrained from answering. Mary, Runkandle's 7th flag-bearer, was a person who could remain cold and sharp whenever she wanted. She knew well that her dear younger brother wasn't sharing this information just out of affection for her. She knew very well that he had informed her to use it. What was the intention behind this manipulation? Undoubtedly, it was to oppose and thwart both Mother and Joshua, disrupting their plans. That's why the wheels of calculation were spinning rapidly in her mind. Remove the adjective beloved from her dear younger brother and replace it with 12th flag-bearer. That was Mary's calculation. Mary's calculation was nothing more than considering how to act after hearing her younger brother's story to determine what benefits it could bring to the clan and herself. While Mary was lost in thought, Jean began to organize his own. Mother must have thought that I would never share the information about Timar's tomb with my other siblings. She probably thought that if that happened, I would hinder her from monopolizing the tomb's inheritance. But there's no need to worry about obstacles. First of all, unless one is a Solderet contractor, they can't possess the rest of the tomb's inheritance. Mother knew about the tomb's existence from before, but she doesn't know the exact details. Those who aren't shadow contractors can only oppose the guardians when seeking the tomb. Therefore, Rosa was implicitly granting Jean a certain degree of freedom, since she didn't know the exact details about the tomb. And the 1,000-year contractor, she was waiting for Jean to discover everything and acquire it all. And when Jean finally understood everything, she could take everything at once. If there's an obstacle, it's not that she can't monopolize the inheritance and arrangement. It's that no one, including me, can obtain it. Even if one couldn't obtain the inheritance and arrangement unless they were a Solderet contractor. Even if one wasn't a contractor, it was possible to destroy the inheritance and arrangement. That's why Zippel was actively searching for Timar's tomb even after so many centuries. Furthermore, Vermont was searching for Timar's body, not to destroy the inheritance but to acquire it. I don't know how much Vermont knows about the inheritance and arrangement, but they have a strong belief that they can use Timar's body even if they're not contractors. In that case, the worst outcome that Jean and Runkandle could face was this. Jean wouldn't obtain the inheritance. Runkandle wouldn't overcome the shame of 1,000 years ago. Zippel would destroy all the tombs, and Vermont would obtain Timar's body. If I continue searching for Timar's tomb on my own, the likelihood of reaching that point is high. In the end, he would need his clan's help. To protect the inheritance, he needed strength. But among the flag-bearers, the only person he could fully trust was Luna, and she was absent. Therefore, he had to accept the risk. If making the information about Timar's tomb public was more dangerous, or if continuing to investigate the tomb alone was more dangerous, the answer to this question had already been reached. Finally, Mary also made a decision. I will officially raise this issue at the next meeting. Fortunately, she had given the answer Jean desired. Mary judged that this was the path for the Runkandle clan. To reclaim the inheritance of the first patriarch and restore the status of the ancient Runkandle that even Zippel feared. That was what mattered most to the current Runkandle. Furthermore, a thought briefly crossed her mind. Father cannot be unaware of this fact. No way. If that was the case, could Father's obsession with the Black Sea be related to Timar's tomb? Mary nodded at this thought. It must be true. Mary's faith and respect for Rosa had slowly wavered and crumbled completely due to Jin's recent confession. However, her unwavering belief in sirens ultimate goal of reviving the clan's glory and restoring its legitimacy remained solid. That was an unchanging proposition. As for Timar's tomb, how much do you know? The first patriarch was a Sodaret contractor. That's why Murakan was his guardian dragon. In the first patriarch's tomb, along with the first patriarch's inheritance and ancient run candle, there are also things Sodaret left for me. Mary's pupils dilated. Things left by Sodaret for you. Is it because you're a run candle contractor who appeared after 1,000 years? Yes, elder sister. I see. As if relieved, Mary pushed her hair back and continued. Your intention was to take possession of the things Sodaret left behind without the clan's knowledge. However, when Kinzalo suddenly appeared and revealed that other factions were also searching for his tomb, you decided that you couldn't handle it on your own, right? Jean couldn't help but be amazed at Mary's keen observation. That's correct. Bloodlust appeared in Mary's eyes. This time, it was clearly hostility directed at Jean. As the seventh flag-bearer, she was furious that Jean had concealed such an important matter. However, she could understand it to some extent, unlike when she thought about Rosa. In Mary's view, most clan members looked down on Jean. The youngest is 19 years old? If it were me back then, I would never have informed the clan even if I couldn't possess what was in the tomb. I would have kept it hidden from the clan, consumed by revenge and hatred. Mary, who slowly closed her eyes, seemed to be organizing her thoughts. Damn it. It's annoying. Jean didn't bother to add any apologies. There was no need to apologize. He hadn't asked for help while complaining about the burden. Anyway, you thought it through, Jean. If you had continued to hide this fact out of greed, and I found out, I wouldn't have overlooked it like I am now. Chapter 363, Trail 3. Perhaps if I hadn't spoken, you would have never known, elder sister. If that were the case, mother, I would have informed you, because, in the end, it's a matter that concerns the clan. Mary couldn't continue the sentence. If it had been before hearing this story, maybe she wouldn't have known. But now she wasn't entirely convinced that Rosa's decision was solely for the good of the clan. The sandcastle of trust in Rosa had crumbled. Anyway, I unexpectedly heard an extraordinary story. If I were to reveal this content at the next Flagbearers meeting, it would surely bring chaos to the clan. Not only Mary and Dyphus, but from now on, all the Flagbearers would seek and protect Timar's tomb. Not only the Flagbearers, but also prominent figures of the Council of Elders, especially those like Jordan, who still clung to their old ambitions. It was an opportunity to achieve great glory that rarely came along. There were those who stepped forward purely for the clan and those who did it to satisfy their desire for honor. Those who found or protected Timar's tomb would have their names forever engraved in Runcandle. Chaos. Looking back, that was always my role in the clan. That's why the Council of Elders dislikes you so much. Mary's voice softened even more as she said it. Wouldn't it be the same for you, elder sister? Isn't it? Among the elders, there are many people who like me. Shem, after the chaos you caused this time, it would be nice if order were restored. See you at the meeting. However, Jean did not attend the next meeting. Once again, he left the clan using his mission as an excuse. It's lucky I was assigned a mission. No matter what agenda was discussed at the meeting, the central topic would inevitably be Timar's tomb. Jean gained nothing from attending the meeting where Mary would detonate a bomb. I wonder if elder sister Mary is nervous about my absence. Nevertheless, the process of public debate should have continued, so chaos must have already erupted in the meeting room. Although it was regrettable not to witness that scene firsthand, he didn't want to get involved in an unnecessarily exhausting situation. Jean planned to return slowly, until all the right figures for the scenario had finished their preparations and begun their substantial activities. 10 days, perhaps 2 weeks. Returning afterward should be fine. This mission is quite important. Rescuing a royal captive from a maritime fortress isn't so extraordinary for a flag-bearer, is it? Of course, Jean wasn't the one directly handling that substantial mission. Once again, Belop Schmitz was tasked with rescuing royalty on behalf of Jean. Jean felt a little worried about whether that guy would handle it well while he pondered this. Bellup combed through all the maritime fortresses near Vermont, shouting out in frustration. Where the hell was the captive to be rescued? He shouted, surrounded by the merciless swords of the mercenaries. Stay strong, Bellup. There was someone else who needed to stay strong. More precisely, not a person, but a dragon. Jean had come to Tychon to witness the awakening of that dragon. Has Jean Nim arrived? Whoa! It's Sir Jean. You're here. Upon entering the mansion, Kashmir, Enya, and Jet greeted Jean simultaneously. Other comrades also gathered for greetings. Enya, as usual, bared her back and asked for an autograph, while Jean, as if with water, wrote smoothly on her shirt. You're always collecting meaningless autographs. While Murakan messed up Enya's hair and spoke, Elisa giggled. Murakan Nim, don't you also have a hobby of collecting meaningless magazines? Elisa, it's not the same. How can collecting such noble texts be meaningless? Besides this scent, Shem, that Quicantle. She seems to be skilled in making potions. Sniffing and wrinkling his nose, Murakan referred to the smell of Ozdok's core as a potion. After Jean acquired the inner core, Quicantle had been up all night preparing a potion. All with the purpose of awakening the dragon guardian, Kaltor, from Yulian. Although Murakan had clearly told Pecan that he had no interest in potions made from the inner core, just like dragons are dragons, Murakan seemed to have unknowingly regained his appetite for the scent of potions. It seems her skills haven't disappeared yet. Quicantle has been exceptional at making potions for a long time. How is Kaltor? Is there any improvement? Since being rescued, Kaltor had been virtually in a corpse-like state. His energy was barely detectable, and he hardly breathed. The shattered bone joints had no hope of rejoining, and the chest wounds remained unhealed. Anyone who saw that appearance would have thought he was already dead. A dragon with a mortal wound to the heart could never rise again on its own. Even Murakan, recognized as the strongest dragon, had fallen into a 1,000-year slumber after suffering heart injuries. Now he wouldn't have awakened if Jean hadn't found him in the Storm Castle's basement. There are improvements. However, Lady Quicantle mentioned that due to Coulter's weakened state, we should be extremely cautious when administering him potions. Latrie looked worriedly toward the other door. Beyond that door was the room where Misha had once healed Murakan. It seems they need a bit more time. Yes. However, there's nothing preventing him from waking up, so I think you shouldn't worry too much. Worry about what? Although he replied that way, Murakan subtly rolled his eyes toward Yulian, who was sitting in a corner. It was a gesture that showed he cared in his own way. For days, Yulian had been sitting there, refusing food and waiting for Kaltor to wake up. Jean was about to offer words of comfort, but he swallowed them. Whatever he said could probably wait until Kaltor regained consciousness. By the way, I haven't seen Berries around here. Oh, Professor Berries is currently working. There are plans to open a second snack shop for Latrinim soon, and it seems she'll be the head chef there. According to what Latrinim said, she has quite a talent. Enya still referred to Berries as her professor, and Berries had now genuinely given up on deterring her, passing on her magical knowledge. From a fearsome Tamun Marius hound to a cook in a snack shop, instead of ordering her killed as when she was a hound and a genius-altered magician, the everyday task of baking cookies was now more familiar to Berries. Considering that she had been raised as an assassin doll since childhood, I wondered if she would be able to lead a normal life even after losing her mana. It seems she's adapting surprisingly well. Somehow, Jean thought of Yona and Kazan. Kazan Nim went to check on tasks related to the 7-colored peacocks. Oh, there he is. Almost instinctively, everyone's gaze turned to Kazan, who had just entered the hallway. He was carrying a stack of documents in both hands. Upon seeing Jean, he gave a slight nod of greeting before accidentally dropping the entire pile. Thud. Hey man, be a bit more careful. Jet hurriedly helped Kazan pick up the scattered papers. Then, upon seeing Kazan mimic clinking glasses in the air tonight, he let out a chuckle. Surprisingly, the two got along quite well. My lord, I actually intended to get in touch with you. This is perfect timing. A letter has arrived for you. There was only one letter that had reached Tychon for Jean. Valeria. Crack. Jean opened the letter as soon as he received it. I have discovered traces of the cat tribe. It is a forest called Wantaramo, to the west of the Empire's feudal state, Tychon. If this is you, you probably know that the place is no ordinary forest. We will discuss the details in person. Come to the largest inn in the southwest of Tychon before September 19th. Besides, I've run out of cosmetics. Bring me some. It was a contact she had been waiting for 3 whole months, and Valeria had kept her promise to search for the cat tribe. So far, even the 7-colored peacocks had deployed their maximum available personnel to search for the cat tribe, but they hadn't been able to find even the slightest clue. That's how difficult it was to locate the cat tribe. Took 3 months for the record. Magician to finally find something. By the way, Wantaramo? I've never heard that name before. And what do you mean it's not an ordinary forest? Valeria must have thought that Jean would know, but even digging into the memories of his past life, the name Wantaramo Forest still didn't ring a bell. What's up, kid? Did you find the cat tribe? She hasn't completely found them, but it seems that he has discovered some traces. It is a forest called Wantaramo in the Empire's feudal state, Tychon. Do you know anything about that place? Wantaramo? Does such a forest exist? While everyone acted like they didn't know, one person, Kashmir, clapped as if he remembered something. When I was a prince, I remember my father and advisors talking about a forest called Wantaramo. I was so young then that I had forgotten, but hearing the name brings back memories. I think I was about 7 or 8 years old. Oh, insect. Right, you were a prince. It's imperial territory, so you must have heard of it. It's not an ordinary forest. Excluding Moroccan, the companions carefully examined the excerpt from the letter that Jean had exposed. The Emperor and the Empire's advisors wouldn't have casual conversations about a forest that most people in the world don't even know about. There must be something in that forest. Jean nodded at Kashmir's words. If the Emperor and the advisors had conversations about that place, then it wasn't an ordinary forest by any means. Sir Kashmir, do you recall anything else? I don't think there is. Oh, back then, the advisors mentioned that negotiations with the Wantaramo had failed. Now that I think about it again, it's strange. The Empire's advisors were negotiating with an imperial forest. There was no such thing as negotiations between the Empire and an imperial forest. Extraterritorial jurisdiction. Although the Wantaramo forest belonged to Vermont's territory, it was land that wasn't subject to its dominion. Kid, once you go there, Arya Owlheart will probably tell you what kind of place it is. Why do you think about such complicated things? Moroccan's words were on point. The other party will think I know everything about it, and I'm afraid of embarrassing myself if I don't know anything. Jean shrugged and smiled. Chapter 364, Trail 4. On September 19, 1799, at the Toad Inn in the southwest of the feudal state of the Empire, Tychon, Valeria sat in the lobby with her hair dyed black, wearing light leather armor and sipping on beer. Her staff was propped against the wall, wrapped in cloth to look like a spear, giving her the appearance of a novice adventurer engrossed in her task. She had been staring at a flyer hanging on the inn's wall for a while. Jean Runcandle said, "Beauty, that's your other name. Surrender to the stunning performance of the Pung clan's makeup." Setting aside the embarrassing advertising slogan, though the Pung clan's advertising slogan garnered significant attention, it was remarkable that even in a small town like this, there were flyers hanging around. Not many mercenaries would order a beer in broad daylight and stare at an advertising flyer with such a cold expression. I recommend changing things up a bit. Order lots of food. Put a mercenary magazine in front of you, that would be nice. Jean took a seat across from her, shrugging. Did you really say that? That your other name part? No way. Even though Jean himself was right in front of the consecutive advertising flyers, no one recognized him. Jean opened the menu and, naturally, called the innkeeper. He then proceeded to order a variety of dishes. Beef stew with lots of chili and onions and ox intestine stew. Add plenty of pepper to the latter. And Jean stopped when he saw Valeria's expression. I accidentally mentioned the dishes we used to eat often during our time together in our past lives. Since I got used to eating according to my master's preferences, my taste has changed a bit. Fortunately, Valeria didn't react any differently. Well, the dishes available at any inn are common foods. There shouldn't be anything unusual. But Valeria thought differently. Lots of chili, onions, and plenty of pepper. How can he be so accurate? It's not extremely unusual. Some people eat like that from time to time. Valeria's palate had been cultivated during her time with the Grey Owl mercenaries. Thinking suddenly of them, Valeria wore a bitter smile. Oddly enough, sometimes, it feels like Jean Runcandle knows me well. It had been a long time since Valeria ate these dishes with others. But she thought it wasn't a bad feeling. Not exactly great, just acceptable. They ate to their heart's content while pretending to be the typical mercenary duo and discussed their future as freelancers. Good job, Arya Alhart. Impressive. You managed to find the cat tribe in just 3 months. As they left the inn and walked along the quiet path to Wantaramo, Jean began to speak. I haven't found them completely yet. As I wrote in the letter, I only found traces. They lead to the Wantaramo forest. Jean nodded. Actually, I don't know if the Wantaramo forest is an ordinary forest. This time, I heard the name for the first time. Just as Jean was about to say that, Valeria continued. Moreover, if the cat tribe hadn't intentionally left traces, I wouldn't have found even those. It's not me who's impressive. It's them. The cat tribe intentionally left traces? Yes, they know I'm looking for them. I think they realized a month ago, and since then, they've been subtly sending messages, almost like posing riddles. The cat tribe was leading Valeria to the Wantaramo forest. If they could leave messages to pursuers, at least they weren't all wiped out. When she recalled the moment when she left them, alone with the cave barrier in the third tomb and departed, even now, a part of her heart felt heavy as if it were laden with metal. The cat tribe's barrier is quite interesting. There are more troublesome things than you think. The words that the Spectre Corps had uttered when they broke through the cat tribe's barrier and entered the cave. Even after hearing those words, Jean never asked the Spectre Corps what they had done with the cat tribe. Perhaps it was because he couldn't afford to reveal unnecessary weaknesses or engage in psychological warfare with them. Later, when Barak appeared and met other specters upon leaving the forest, Jean couldn't shake the fact that he hadn't asked the specters about the cat tribe. I was planning to contact you when I had the chance to meet them in person, but since it's the Wantaramo forest, it was necessary to bring someone they knew. I thought they might have considered me a threat and decided to eliminate me. Eliminate you? Jean asked, and Valeria smiled in satisfaction. Seriously? You don't know what the Wantaramo forest is? I don't. Then why did you pretend to know? When did I? You just did. No, I was actually about to give an honest answer before. You just didn't give me a chance to speak. Valeria let out a light chuckle. I was actually testing you. I was curious about the information-gathering ability of Runcandle's flag-bearers. It seems that information about the Wantaramo forest isn't given to lower-ranked flag-bearers. It wasn't that big a deal, but it felt like a blow to the back of his head. If you feel bad about it, then I apologize. It's okay. So, what is that forest anyway? Although you don't know the Wantaramo forest, you must have heard of the royal melodic drink, right? I've tried it before. My father gave it to me. Most people in the world probably think of you as the least favored younger son, but you were a very beloved child. And to think that even Siren Runcandle granted you the royal melodic drink. The Wantaramo forest is the land where the royal melodic drink is brewed. It was then that Jean finally understood why, when Kashmir was young, the Emperor and Vermont's associates negotiated with the Wantaramo forest. Royal melodic drink. A special drink crafted for a special day at a special moment for a special person. Only one race in the world could make the royal melodic drink. Descendants of the fairy tribe. In the Wantaramo forest lived the descendants of the fairy tribe. Very few knew this fact. Even most dragons who had lived for thousands of years didn't know, let alone the 12th flag bearer. literally at the pinnacle of the world or near it, those in power and their close associates, or those with the special ability to uncover the many secrets of the world, were the only ones who knew Wantaramo's true nature. And those who knew Wantaramo were always cautious about approaching it. The Wantaramo forest was common property of the giant forces. If rumors about Wantaramo spread to unnecessary individuals and caused trouble in the forest, everyone would suffer the consequences together. Jean Runcandle. Yes. Last time, when I took a look at your records, I learned that the fairy tribe has a close connection to my clan. Within Soderet's record device that Jean Runcandle confirmed, the ancient fairies had the duty to keep records 1,000 years ago. All the ancient fairies were faithful, they had a deep connection with humans. Bearing the name Hister, during the investigation to restore the recording device and the search for the cat tribe, those phrases within the records had been Valeria's main focus. Also, you mentioned that you saw the ancient fairy in the third tomb using abilities similar to Hister's magical records. Yes, that's right. So, while I was searching for the cat tribe, I realized that the royal melodic drink, crafted by the descendants of the fairy tribe, might also be a form of record. It's strange that I'm realizing this now. Are you implying there might be some connection between the descendants of the fairy tribe and your clan? Exactly. In that case, there's also the possibility that the cat tribe might have some knowledge of your true identity. That could explain why they intentionally led you to the Wantaramo forest. That's the reason I called you. From what I know, the race known as descendants of the fairy tribe deviates considerably from the universal image people have. The royal melodic drink is a beverage with the ability to convey stories. By its own right, it's incredibly romantic, inspiring numerous poets to compose songs about the descendants of the fairy tribe. As a result, when people hear descendants of the fairy tribe, they often conjure up images of small and adorable figures and, for some reason, enigmatic and beautiful forests. Although their appearance and landscape quite fit the common imagination, their actual personalities don't. The descendants of the fairy tribe are extremely exclusive and brutally harsh to outsiders. If an ignorant person stumbles upon the Wantaramo forest and crosses paths with them, they will kill without hesitation. This is the first time I've heard of something like that. They don't just kill without pain. They play with their target like a toy and finish them off when they get bored. Valeria's perspective was completely different from Jin's. She had no trust in the cat tribe at all. So it wasn't unreasonable for her to believe that the cat tribe had intentionally left traces and lured her into the Wantaramo forest with the intent to kill her. Maybe the cat tribe had a favorable impression of me and was trying to call me here by leaving traces, but they must have informed me that Wantaramo is a dangerous place. Well, even I would probably do something like that if a tracker suddenly started chasing me, so I don't really hold any ill feelings toward the cat tribe. If the descendants of the fairy tribe are really as cruel as you say, it might even be possible that the cat tribe sent out a distress signal. That possibility can't be ruled out. When they reached the entrance to the Wantaramo forest, it was nighttime. Amidst the cold wind, the distant howls of beasts echoed, and the forest seemed to indicate its sparse human presence by not even having a path at the entrance. Wooah! When Valeria activated her recording magic, bright blue markings appeared on the ground. To allow pursuers to find, Lulu of the cat tribe left traces here. Such a phrase was written on a semi-transparent window that appeared before Valeria. The blue markings were all footprints left by Lulu. Following the glowing footprints, after about 30 minutes of venturing deep into the forest, the two could sense the landscape suddenly changing. The nearby, densely clustered trees began to twist. The forest moved as if it were a massive entity, and the trees clung to each other and unraveled, emitting a thunderous sound. Jin's pupils dilated as he saw the inside of a twisted tree, and then he felt a surge of murderous intent. It was because Lulu, covered in blood, was bound inside a tree. Chapter 365. Trail 5. Jin's gaze, delving into the depths of the forest, quickly turned cold. As you say, the descendants of the fairy tribe seem to be malicious. Shahak dash. As Jin spoke, he wielded his sword, slicing through the tree. The blade moved smoothly, cutting through the wood. Lulu, who was inside the tree, was also cut, but that wasn't the real Lulu. It was just a malicious illusion. When Lulu's illusion disappeared, a trap in the form of a magic circle was revealed. If the two had approached carelessly, the trap would have been activated. Kick, 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 kick dash. From deep within the forest, a sinister laughter echoed. Jean and Valeria stood with expressionless faces, silently waiting for the figure to appear. Weren't you fooled? Ting, ting, ting. From the darkness beyond the forest emerged a sparkling figure, accompanied by cheerful sounds. It was the sound of a descendant of the fairy tribe flapping its wings. The fairy that revealed itself had a beautiful appearance that contrasted completely with the unpleasant laughter it had been emitting. Tiny, radiant, adorable wings, a face so cute you'd want to reach out and touch it, an adorable expression brimming with mischief. Of course, Jean and Valeria's looks at the newly appeared descendant of the fairy tribe were filled with nothing but a chilling aura. Hello? You weren't bothered by the prank? Were you? The fairy descendant scratched her head as she spoke. Where are the members of the cat tribe? Why the hurry? Shouldn't we introduce ourselves first? Hello again. I'm Mila, the younger sister of the queen of the fairy tribe. Jean and Valeria stared at Mila without responding. Aren't you glad to see me? Humans who stumble into this forest and encounter me usually shout in excitement at having found something mystical. The members of the cat tribe, where are they? Jean asked again in a low voice, to which Mila chuckled. The cat tribe is well protected by me and mine. They were in such a pitiful state when they arrived in the Wantaramo forest, all wounded. I couldn't just leave them, Mila continued, looking at Jean. But, Siren Runcandle's youngest son, Jean Runcandle, don't you think you lack manners? I revealed my name first, and yet your neck is high to the end. Should I bend it for you? Including that human by your side. You make jokes like that and still expect me to be polite. Well, so what? I really didn't harm Lulu. Those kids are too naive. Despite that, I treated them. Mila pouted her lips. Then, apparently disappointed by the lack of reaction to her cute gestures, she tilted her head. She even made some more charming movements, but Jean and Valeria could only think that they would have attacked that annoying fairy immediately if not for the cat tribe. Fine, I get it. It seems like I would get hit if I played another prank on you. I'll introduce you to the cat tribe. Follow me. Mila started flying back into the forest, leading the way. Interestingly, every time Mila moved, the forest transformed. Objects like trees and rocks moved organically, as if they were living beings, following Mila's path. As they walked, Jean and Valeria couldn't help but be nervous. It was natural, given their lack of trust in Mila. They thought traps could suddenly appear, or an attack could start at any moment. Humph, don't worry. I won't play any more pranks. It's the first time I've seen humans as boring as you. Getting no response to that remark, Mila remained silent until they reached their destination. The three of them walked in silence deep into the forest for about an hour. Fortunately, there were no more traps. We've arrived. They reached a place where thousands of trees twisted and intertwined strangely, forming a massive cave. Come out, children. As Mila spoke, a sudden, dazzling light emerged from inside the cave. It was the light generated by thousands of descendants of the fairy tribe pouring out of the cave simultaneously. Despite their mischievous nature, it was a magnificent sight. Swish, swish. In an instant, the entire area was filled with descendants of the fairy tribe, laughing as they surrounded Jean and Valeria. The last to come out of the cave were the members of the cat tribe and a descendant of the fairy tribe with wings twice as large as the others. Lulu, Jean Runcandle, Lulu and Miru. In the cat tribe's cave, the twins who had guarded the barrier against the specters to the end. Seeing them, Jean felt a weight lift off his shoulders, but at the same time, a sense of unease crept over him. Where is Narration? Lulu smiled when she saw Jean concerned about weather. Naru had died while defending the barrier to the end. Naru led the rest of the tribe and hid elsewhere. Miru and I entrusted ourselves to the fairy tribe. At that time, everyone was pretty injured, but fortunately, no one died. Only then did Jean smile. Everyone had managed to escape safely from the cave. I'm glad everyone survived. Jean bowed and took Lulu and Miru's hands. Oh, what a touching reunion. I really can't bear to watch it without tears. Don't you agree, Your Majesty? Mila said as she sat next to Lulu, Miru, and the descendant of the fairy tribe with the larger wings. She was the queen of the descendants of the fairy tribe and, unlike Mila, exuded an air of sophistication. I am Jean Runcandle. You can call me Sheila. Sheila was Mila's older sister and the queen of the fairy tribe. I'm sure Mila must have played some annoying pranks on the way here, so please accept my apologies on her behalf. Apologies? Why apologize? In fact, strictly speaking, they are intruders. To be honest, there would be no problem if we killed them. They came to rescue the cat tribe, right, Mila? Besides, the cat tribe asked for my permission and left traces. Although they didn't inform us that the one who can read those traces might be a magician with record magic abilities. Mila's mocking voice made Valeria's eyes shift slightly to the left. The fairy tribe and the cat tribe had not noticed this behavior from Valeria, who was becoming increasingly anxious due to her presence. But Jean noticed. And Jean himself, like Valeria, was a little puzzled. How did Mila recognize that Valeria is a magician with record magic? Did she see it when Valeria used record magic at the forest entrance? Moreover, I never informed Lulu and Miru about Valeria's existence. Swish, swish. Jean could see that the gathered descendants of the fairy tribe nearby were discussing something after hearing Mila. But Jean was unable to understand the language. Jean. Yes, Lulu Nim. As we entrusted ourselves to the land of the descendants of the fairy tribe, we left 2 types of traces, so that they could find us. The 2 types of traces they left were intended to be found by both those with record magic abilities and those without them. Valeria's tracking speed was excessively fast. The usual traces they left couldn't even be touched by the 7-colored peacock, so Valeria's tracking speed clearly exceeded the ordinary range. According to Lulu and Miru's thinking, Valeria couldn't have found them so quickly without possessing record magic. Therefore, they assumed that Valeria was a magician with record magic abilities and attempted to confirm one thing: whether the pursuer was an ally of Jean or not. As Valeria had initially assumed, in the latter case, they had plans to use the power of the descendants of the fairy tribe to eliminate the tracker. When Lulu explained this, Jean nodded, and Valeria seemed lost in thought. If I'm not an ally of Jean, what could be the reason you wanted to kill me? This is because there may be information that a magician not related to the Soderette contractor shouldn't verify here. Sheila, the queen of the fairy tribe descendants, spoke in place of Lulu. Using his intuition, Jean could guess what Sheila meant. The 4th tomb of Timar is here. Lulu and Miru naturally led me to the 4th tomb during their escape, unlike other members of the cat tribe, and fled to the Wantaramo forest. It was the correct assumption. The descendants of the fairy tribe knew the way to the 4th tomb of Timar. There was a moment of silence. Mila wore a slightly displeased expression, as if she didn't like how easily Sheila was revealing such information. Human. What is your relationship with Jean Runcandle? When Valeria was about to answer Sheila's sudden question, Jean spoke up. She's my companion, someone I trust more than anyone else in the world. In that case, I, Sheila, the queen of the fairy tribe descendants, will uphold our age-old promise with Soderette. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude to Lulu and Miru of the cat tribe, longtime friends who have helped me keep that promise. Whoosh! Sheila's wings emitted an even brighter light. It was a symbol of the utmost authority in the Wantaramo forest, and all the other descendants of the fairy tribe, including Mila, descended to the ground and respectfully lowered their heads toward Sheila. Indeed, it was a scene that depicted the majestic presence befitting the queen of the fairy tribe descendants. Jean Runcandle and his accompanying magician, and my friends, follow me. The tomb is inside the cave. Finally, after 1,000 years, we can lay down the heavy burden we've carried. Sheila began to flutter her wings toward the cave formed by twisted, intertwined trees. Jean and his companions followed her into the cave. Until everyone had entered the cave, The descendants of the fairy tribe outside didn't dare to raise their heads. Of course, Jean assumed that Sheila's authority as the queen of the fairy tribe descendants would be absolute, given the respect they showed her. But in reality, it wasn't. Lulu, Miru, you two probably noticed during your time here. Crack. Suddenly, the trees twisted and intertwined, blocking the entrance to the cave. When Jean turned around, he saw Mila smiling through the narrowing gap. Mila betrayed me a long time ago. The entrance to the cave was not blocked by Sheila. In title, she remained the queen, but real power and control over the Wantaramo forest had already been transferred to Mila and the other descendants of the fairy tribe. Yes, I was sensing it. Sheila. Mila has no intention of keeping her promise with Soderette. That's why she planned to trap me when she had the chance. Although I didn't expect her to go so far as to also trap the 1,000-year contractor. Faced with the abrupt change in circumstances, Jean and Valeria remained unfazed. Given Mila's behavior and attitude, it was something they could have easily foreseen. Soon, the humans in contact with Mila will come to Wantaramo, I suppose. Who are they? The Zippel clan. There is no other force besides them that can satisfy Mila's inflated ambitions. Sheila smiled weakly. Her wings, which shone brightly in the darkness, seemed somewhat helpless. Shilanim, it seems you have a plan, allowing Mila to deliberately keep us trapped even after discovering her betrayal. Chapter 366, Trail 6. I don't have plans. I only have a purpose. The purpose Sheila was talking about was to help Jean, Soderette's 1,000-year contractor, safely reach the fourth tomb of Timar. It seems that Mila, along with other children, didn't like the idea of fulfilling the promise with Soderette. They think that all the descendants of the fairy tribe are making unnecessary sacrifices. Or they think I harbor senseless hopes. So, are they practically dethroning you and allowing Mila to take control of the forest? Yes, waiting for you was too uncertain, and the rewards were unclear. However, there were those willing to provide everything we wanted with just a little information. In a way, betrayal was a natural course of action. What do the descendants of the fairy tribe want? To regain our original forms. Sheila continued with a melancholic voice. We will talk more about this later when there is an opportunity. For now, it's essential to overcome this situation and guide you to the fourth tomb of Timar. Preying. Glistening particles spread from Sheila's wings. The view became brighter, revealing the surface of tangled trees. The dim interior of the cave looked like the inside of a colossal beast. Lulu, Miru. Yes, the fourth tomb of Timar doesn't exist in this cave. Sheila had anticipated Mila and the other fairies' betrayal for a long time. That's why she hadn't revealed the true location of the fourth tomb to anyone. All the descendants of the fairy tribe, except Sheila, believed that Timar's tomb existed at the end of this cave. So where? The Red Lake. It is the water source in the Wantaramo forest. The Red Lake is the largest water source in the Wantaramo forest, connecting to the outer Yelpi River. All life in the forest, including the descendants of the fairy tribe, relies on the Red Lake to survive. We have to get there as soon as possible. The contractor must reach the tomb of Timar before the trackers arrive. Summon the Ruby Cat, Jean Runcandle. Sheila had learned that Jean was Shuri's contractor from the cat tribe. Whoosh! Nya! After being summoned, Shuri carried the group on her back and began to run. They had to reach the end of the cave first to avoid being detected and then head to the Red Lake. The cave was much deeper than Jean and Valeria had imagined. They had been riding Shuri at maximum speed for over 30 minutes. When they reached the end, they could see a massive magic-made door. It's similar to the door to the secret library under the Storm Castle. Like that door, this one required activation words to open, but this door would be destroyed without fairy language. It was even more potent than the door of the secret library under the Storm Castle. When Sheila spoke the activation words in the language of the fairies, the door opened, revealing the interior. Mila believes that beyond this door lies my crown, the fourth tomb of Timar, and the incredible legacy left by our ancestors. However, beyond the door was simply an empty space. Bare rocks replaced the walls, and only a faint breeze whispered from an unknown source, welcoming the group. There's nothing here. Someday, when Mila became an adult, I thought of showing her this empty landscape. I hoped she would come to understand why we became such an empty race. Swoosh! The door closed. Oh! I got lost in my thoughts for a moment. Keep moving forward. From here on, Lulu and Miru, your dimensional abilities might be needed. Sheila was referring to the unique dimensional abilities of the cat tribe. We need to create a passage leading to the Red Lake, right? Yes. If time allows, it would be great to create a way to confuse the pursuers. How much time do we have left? Upon hearing those words, Jean and Valeria thought the same thing. Where is the nearest magic tower to Kaiken? Where was Zippel's nearest magic tower? Third magic tower. They arrived at the same conclusion. The third magic tower was on Racon Island, located between the Ludero-Magical Federation and the Vermont Sea Territory. If Zippel received the signal and deployed their forces, it undoubtedly came from there. About 3 hours. Probably about 3 hours. Assuming Mila can inform Zippel in 1 hour. Jean and Valeria responded simultaneously, looking at each other. Both of you are quicker at calculating than I am. It's been a long time since I left Kaiken, so I got confused. We can definitely create a labyrinth in 3 hours. As Lulu and Miru said this confidently, Sheila shook her head. But there's one thing both of you overlooked. Do you know about Zippel's Master Magic Tower Staff? The Master Magic Tower Staffs had special runic symbols inscribed on them. The troublesome runic symbol that Valeria had experienced so much in her previous life and her current one. Did Zippel inscribe runic symbols to summon magic tower magicians in the Wantaramo forest? Most likely. In the past, when Kellyark came to request the royal melodic drink, he gave Mila a staff. I suspected that the staff would have runic symbols similar to those of the Master Magic Tower Masters. Mila's betrayal had already occurred decades ago. Naturally, they must have had a means of immediate summons. 2 hours. That's how much time we have left. Lulu, Miru, do you think you can do it? We'll try. Lulu and Miru took an object that looked like a claw from their pockets. Jean Runcandle, you must be very good to us from now on. Lulu grinned mischievously. However, Jean could read the sorrow hidden behind that smile. A divine artifact. As Jean said that, it was a long time ago when the god of the cat tribe gave them their divine claws. Yes, I used this divine artifact to protect you and the little beastmen even inside the cave. Fortunately, 2 of them are still left. One was with Neru, and the other was with Lulu and Miru. Divine artifacts were the only means through which the cat tribe could communicate with their previous gods. The cat tribe mostly used them for Jean and the little beastmen. Shilanim. Is it impossible to force our way through? Jean spoke with frustration. The cave was mostly formed by trees. It seemed impossible for him not to be able to break through with his strength. If we rush to open the cave, we will lose our way due to the rampaging trees. Since Mila has control over the Wantaramo forest, if the trees inside the cave start going wild, even I might lose my sense of direction. I'm sorry. Every time situations like this occurred, Jean hated hearing those words. He didn't understand why people who had sacrificed themselves for 1,000 years apologized to him. However, he knew that venting his anger or showing unnecessary anger would only distress the people who had made such great sacrifices for him. So he suppressed what bothered him in his heart and adopted a calm attitude. His intention was to show them results worthy of their sacrifices without making them feel pity. Valeria looked at Jean and thought, in our first encounter, he disappointed me quite a bit, but the more I see him, the more he seems like a human with a somewhat profound side. When facing me, he doesn't seem to have intentions of just using me. Valeria moved alongside Lulu and Miru. I will help too. In creating a subspace and forming a dimensional portal. Yes. Although I appreciate it, it's a task too complex for humans. Even though the spatial abilities of the cat tribe border on omnipotence, parts of it still contain mana, right? I'll just read the mana flow and assist wherever magic is needed. Well, I guess it's better to wait in silence. But how did you know our abilities involve mana? Because I can sense the scent of mana from you. People who don't use mana often can't have it so strong. Mana has a scent? Just let me know if I become a hindrance. I'll withdraw quietly. Or are you worried I might uncover the secret of the cat tribe's abilities? No, it's not that. Valeria sat down, and as soon as she did, Lulu and Miru looked at her alternately and then shrugged. It was clear that she could become a hindrance. That was the look they had. It was as if they were sending Jean a look that said, "Stop her." However, as Jean was not in a position to order anything, he simply shook his head helplessly. I guess it can't be helped. Okay, but if we say you're being a hindrance, you have to leave immediately. We don't have time to waste. Understood. Lulu and Miru cautiously touched the divine claw of the cat god and muttered in an unknown language. Then, just like when Neru had opened the third tomb, a mystical purple energy began to spread in all directions. It was clear that, as Valeria had said, there was mixed mana. Could she have instantly recognized that the cat tribe also uses mana? Something I had no idea about? Indeed, Valeria was a person who could be called a master. Furthermore, does she say she can help by observing the flow of mana that she has never seen before? This time, not even Jean could avoid doubting Valeria. It was something that seemed totally impossible even for him, a genius among geniuses. However, Valeria seemed to dismiss those doubts with a laugh and was effortlessly reading the mana flow that the cat tribe was deploying. Inside, she was already infusing her own mana, speeding up the formation of the dimensional portal and subspace. Is this possible? Who the heck are you? Lulu and Miru looked at Valeria in astonishment. I told you it would be possible. Valeria replied calmly, but was sweating as if it were raining. She was giving her all to read the mana flow. Valeria's robe was quickly soaking wet, and the heat radiating from her body was so intense that it was melting the dye from her hair. Finally, Valeria's red hair became visible. Sheila couldn't take her eyes off Valeria's hair and had a thoughtful expression on her face. Chapter 367. Trail 7. A long time had passed, and the heat continued to emanate from Valeria. There was no trace of dye left in her hair. A hot torrent surged from her sweaty robe, and her red hair, fluttering in the mana, looked like a bundle of flames. Descendant of Hister, huh? Where did you meet that girl? I met her in the lawless city of Mummet. Jean didn't share more details because Sheila didn't seem too curious. Sheila's pupils sank. Luckily, she's a strong girl who doesn't need your protection. However, not only humans but all living beings ultimately need to protect each other. There is no life that can exist alone. It was a sudden conversation, but Jean nodded in agreement. He didn't mind Sheila's words. While my friends and your ally suffer, we must consider the variables. Are there other matters you're considering apart from Zippel's magicians? This is the land of Vermont. Among my relatives, some might be collaborating with them. Well, it's unlikely that the split fragments of their absolute power ended up in a single person like Mila. Vermont, it's very possible. Also, there might be something connected to your run candle. I hope that's not the case. Dealing with both Zippel and Vermont together is headache enough. For now, it's best to assume that we'll definitely only encounter Zippel and Vermont. Vermont is searching for Timar's body, Jean thought, keeping that fact in mind. There's almost a 100% chance that among the descendants of the fairy tribe, someone is colluding with Vermont. Jean recalled what Kashmir had accidentally overheard as a child about the ancient emperors and counselors. Perhaps their negotiations with the Wantaramo forest were related to information about the infiltrator. Maybe Vermont started searching for Timar's body because a descendant of the fairy tribe had leaked information about his tomb from the beginning. If not, Vermont wouldn't be searching for Timar's tomb, which even Runcandle might not know about, except for Siren, Rosa, and some key elders. This was just a conjecture. Vermont might send the Special Forces or the Imperial Guards. Large-scale troop movements would only announce that there's something in the Wantaramo forest. I might come face to face with familiar faces. Jean thought and shrugged. Special Forces and Imperial Guards. Are they stronger than you? Jean could answer without hesitation. The commanders might be stronger than me. However, I can easily subdue those below that rank. Jean came to this conclusion based on his encounters with the Special Forces commander, Rats, and with Elisa, the former commander, during his days as a provisional flag-bearer. There are 4 of them. They won't all gather at once. Commander and sub-commander of the Imperial Guard and the Special Forces. If all 4 of them came at once, even Luna would find it overwhelming, let alone Jean. Shilanim, how much fighting strength do you have? Asking such a question to the descendant of the ruler of the fairy tribe felt a bit odd. However, it was something that needed to be known. Understanding the strength of allies was only natural. Not only Zippel and Vermont, but I might also have to fight the guardian of the 4th tomb. The guardian, Zippel, Vermont. Regardless of which side they fought against first, Jean needed to conserve enough energy to face the final opponent. Of course, if there were no guardians like in the case of the 3rd tomb, it would be the best scenario, but worst-case scenarios had to be considered. Well, I haven't experienced fighting in a long time, so I'm not sure. I just know that I'm not very weak. Can you give me a more specific answer? At that, Sheila seemed thoughtful, crossed her arms and closed her eyes. I really don't know. I rarely use strength, even when my people kill intruders. Understood. It seemed he would have to fight without relying on Sheila's strength. Jean felt a little regretful for not bringing Murakan. There were 2 reasons why Jean hadn't brought him. First, it was to assist in Belop's undercover mission. If it were revealed that Belop was carrying out Jin's missions, it could become a significant problem. Secondly, because Valeria hadn't met Murakan yet. Although their cooperative relationship had improved since then, Jean still felt a little uncomfortable facing Valeria with a powerful ally. This could cause Valeria to become more cautious, which she had already loosened a bit. If the situation becomes desperate, maybe I'll have to create a 3-front battle formation. Jean had a rough plan, but there were too many variables. He didn't know which enemies they would encounter first, whether they should prioritize facing them or directly finding the tomb, and what would happen if they had to retreat after the enemy discovered their location. While Jean was pondering, Sheila spoke. Jean Runcandle. Yes. There's one thing I want to tell you. Battles must be conducted in a way that doesn't damage the forest to the point where it can't regenerate. The Wantaramo forest was public property of beings at the pinnacle of power. All of them were consumers of the royal melodic drink. The fact that Jean and his allies hadn't known about the forest until now wasn't due to ignorance, but because powerful beings concealed it to prevent problems from arising within. If the forest were to be damaged, those beings of unimaginable power would undoubtedly scrutinize the situation and demand proper compensation from the one most responsible. Jean smiled contentedly. Then, whether fighting individually or in a 3-front battle formation, I'll have an overwhelming advantage. Close combat battles without harming the environment. Given the nature of the power called shadow energy, there probably wasn't any disposition in which Jean could be more effective than that. I understand. In fact, that might be better. In that case, good luck to us. Even after 1,000 years, the influence of your ancestor still shakes the world. It seems you know my ancestor well. I don't remember many details. You've looked into the tombs of the past, so you must know that the Runcandles of that era have been nearly forgotten. However, I clearly remember that Timar's actions at that time had a significant impact on the world. Sheila looked Jean in the eyes. Now you'll have to replace his shadow, or project a new shadow called Jean Runcandle onto the world. By then, the members of the Cat tribe and Valeria had finished their work. Woohoo! We're done. 1 hour and 30 minutes. The Cat tribe members found it hard to believe they had created passages leading to the Red Lake and trap routes to confuse Zippel, all in such a short time. 14 purple entrances they had made shown on the cave walls. Among them, only one was the true passage to the Red Lake. The others were false, leading to the center of the forest. The entrances change randomly each time they are used. Unless the Zippel magicians have incredible luck or are very clever, they won't be able to guess the right one on their first attempt. With 14 entrances to choose from, splitting up and entering was the obvious choice. As Lulu had said, Unless they were an astonishingly intelligent group, it was unlikely they would get it right on their first try. Slam! Jean handed a canteen to Valeria. She received it with a dry throat and immediately began gulping it down. Jean Runcandle, give me a moment to tune my mana before we depart. It seems we have enough time to spare. Seeing Valeria stabilizing her mana while sitting cross-legged, Lulu and Miru smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Thanks to her, we saved our artifact. We were able to save half of it. Lulu and Miru displayed the divine claw of the Felic god, of which only half remained, and smiled. Valeria, swaying a little, got up, and when she staggered, Jean supported her. Are you okay? I just got a little dizzy. She didn't add that she had exerted more effort than expected to protect half of the artifact. It was an action that not even Valeria herself could understand. Initially, she had offered to help the cat tribe members for efficiency reasons, but using more energy than necessary for the sake of the cat tribe had been an impulsive decision. You can rest for another 10 minutes. It's not necessary. I know my body. Just keep the promise you made on the way here. Unlike when she initially offered to help the cat tribe, her tone now sounded somewhat assertive. Valeria had been feeling like she was acting strangely since meeting Jean. The last time you said you had obtained the recording device from the cat tribe's hideout, was it actually the tomb of the first Runcandle patriarch? The tomb of the first patriarch was in the cat tribe's hideout. You're playing with words. We're in the stage of getting to know each other, right? You must have many things you haven't told me as well. No, you're probably hiding much more than me. Since I told you about Timar's tomb, my secrets are almost exhausted. Fine. I won't think you deceived me. After hearing your explanation about Timar's tomb, I can imagine how surprised you must have been when you obtained the Shadow Energy Pearl from Halurum in Joshua Runcandle's mansion. It was more surprising when you examined that Shadow Energy Pearl, and it was misinterpreted. Anyway, we need to get clues about the fourth tomb of Timar from the cat tribe. When we discover the fourth tomb, let me take a look too. Can you make that happen? I will. It's a promise. Valeria recalled her conversation with Jean when they arrived at the Wantaramo forest. The promise he mentioned referred to entering the tomb together with Jean. It's only been a few hours since I had that conversation with Jean Runcandle, and yet I didn't expect to find the fourth tomb so quickly. I thought it would take at least a few months to save the cat tribe and get clues from them about the tomb. Could she confirm new traces left by her ancestors in that tomb? Alone, without assistance. Tracking the messages left by her ancestors. Retrieving Hister's magic. These were unspeakably lonely tasks. At some point, she hadn't realized how lonely it was. Her life had consisted of practicing magic, finding her ancestors' messages and legacy, and wandering the world since she opened her eyes. However, now so easily, if she anticipated a new discovery about Hister thanks to someone other than herself, and if she found her ancestors' footsteps by someone else's hand, then, were the dark and bitter times of the past a futile struggle? Was because of such thoughts that her tone had sharpened without her realizing. I was a bit touchy. It must have been tough. I didn't feel bad, so you don't need to apologize. Valeria's brow twitched slightly. Now we have to enter the passage. It would be fine if I supported you until we reach the Red Lake. If you're not comfortable, let me know, Jean said as he took Valeria's canteen. Chapter 368, Trail 8. Help me with the hair dye. Valeria extended the hair dye she had received from Jean earlier. I don't want to show this hair when I meet the people from Vermont or Zippel. Jean shrugged. Then he turned around and applied some of the dye to Valeria's red hair. A shine emanated from the hair that was turning black. Jin's fingers gently ran through it, spreading the dye. Somehow, the members of the cat tribe opened their mouths wide and stared with sparkling eyes. Their atmosphere is strange, isn't it? They get along really well, don't they? Contrary to what the cat tribe members thought, the two of them didn't feel anything special about each other's physical contact. Valeria was momentarily dizzy, busy sorting her thoughts, and Jean was only concerned about whether her body had truly recovered to a decent level. It's done. Jean wiped the dye off his hands with a cloth. After briefly examining her newly dyed hair in a hand mirror, Valeria nodded in satisfaction. The red color was perfectly concealed. Let's go! They followed Lulu and Miru into the passageway. The interior of the passageway was misty like fog, and their vision wavered as if they were underwater. But strangely, they didn't feel any fatigue as they walked. It felt more like they were wandering in a pleasant dream. They emerged from the passageway before taking 100 steps. Originally, the distance would have required a considerable amount of time, even for a trained martial artist, but the passages of the cat tribe were nothing less than teleportation gates. They've just arrived, Lulu. Your skills are as impressive as ever. Still, since we had time to create the passage, I'm not sure if we can evade their pursuit. Outside the passageway, the area was filled with strangely bent trees. Despite their curved appearance, they were tall and thick enough to be compared to the central pillar of a castle. The densely blooming leaves prevented even a hint of moonlight from entering. As a result, the vast lake that stretched below looked like black oil. Is Timar's tomb hidden in there? Jean remembered Almango, who had sealed the second tomb in the depths of the sea. Sheila had also hidden a medium that linked to a tomb beneath the lake. La, Sheila began to sing. Her voice was incredibly pleasant. Seemed as if sugar crystals were causing delightful vibrations in the ears. Even Valeria couldn't help but smile involuntarily at Sheila's singing. Tiny particles, like crystal dust, emanated from Sheila's small mouth. The particles floated toward the lake, and the ripples changed with them. Soft swirls. That was the only way to describe the phenomenon. Small and gentle whirlpools danced on the lake's surface in response to the song. Several minutes passed this way. Finally, something exceptionally bright emerged from the lake's surface, like a rising star. It was a slender bottle. Royal melodic wine. The reason why the powerful beings hadn't harmed this forest. The significance of Wantaramo's existence. The slender bottle floated slowly to Sheila's side. The moment she embraced the bottle with her small body, the light particles that illuminated the lake disappeared, and the forest darkened again. Take it, Jean Runcandle. He courteously accepted the royal melodic wine. Royal melodic wine Shield Damaro. The royal melodic wine bore the name of the person who seemed to have crafted the alcohol, not the manufacturer or recipient. That's why when they crafted the royal melodic wine over Shuri, it wasn't attached to the name of a fairy, or Luna, but to Siren's name. Shield Damaro, an individual with the same name as Luth Damaro Yull from the records of the Third Tomb. A blood relative, perhaps. Shield Damaro was also a name Jean had seen in the record of the Third Tomb. March 3rd, 797. Runcandle records the manipulation of Zippel's history related to the fairy tribe. March 4th, 797. Among the fairy tribe, 5 individuals, including Shield Damaro, Bika Titchk, Mulia's Morn, Tricatretos, and Zen Mainu, are forgotten. In the recording device in the Third Tomb, I saw the name Luth Damaro Yull. It seems to have been a request from that person's lineage to craft the alcohol. Luth Damaro Yull? Do you know the name? Sheila closed her eyes as if trying to remember something. I don't remember. However, the name Yull is only reserved for the ruler of the fairy tribe, so that person must have been the noblest existence among the fairies. Mila described herself as a fairy, but Sheila had always distinguished between fairies and descendants of the fairy tribe. Drink. As Jean was about to pour the wine, he looked at Sheila. How long will it take? What are you talking about? They had been gone for 2 days when I entered and exited the Third Tomb. I want to know how long it will take if I drink this royal melodic wine. I can't know that. The pursuers will arrive soon. If it takes too long, it will depend on Sheila, Lulu, and Miranim to face them alone. You're worrying for nothing. No, it's not an unfounded concern. Lulu and Miranim have just exhausted their energy creating the passage, and Sheilanim, you mentioned not knowing your own fighting ability. This is my forest. You said you lost control over the power that controls the forest. Even if that's the case, do you think I can't handle a few humans like you? If Jean had to judge whether Sheila was strong or not, he could easily choose the latter. It was clear she had the dignity of a queen, and yet she emitted none of the dangerous aura characteristic of the strong. If the members of the cat tribe weren't tired, Jean would have trusted in their abilities and comfortably drunk the royal melodic wine. If you're so worried, can't you leave that girl here and go? That's not possible. I made a promise. Are you saying you'll wait for the pursuers? If the royal melodic wine is damaged, it will be a big problem. You could inadvertently reveal the location of the royal melodic wine to the enemies and might have to withdraw. Taking the royal melodic wine outside at all and drinking it is impossible, right? As soon as the royal melodic wine leaves the forest, the stories contained in the wine disappear. If that were possible, would I have told you to drink it immediately? Jean nodded. That's what I thought. Still, I believe it would be more reassuring in many ways to deal with the enemies and then leave. In the worst case, it would be difficult for us even to save our lives. No, it's impossible. Why are you so sure? Didn't you say just now? The fight should only take place without causing irreparable damage to the forest. It will be an overwhelmingly advantageous fight for me. I can hide quite well with the cat tribe. Look at this. At first, you definitely said you could easily handle a few humans like me, but now you're talking about hiding. Shilanim, you don't have the strength to face them. Even if they capture me, they won't kill me immediately. In that case, if Shilanim and the cat tribe members are captured, I'll be caught in a hostage situation. Is that really a good outcome for me? He no longer wanted to sacrifice the cat tribe members or Sheila, and he had the confidence that, except for the commanders, he could suppress anyone who came, whether they were Imperial Guards or Special Forces. Even if a commander comes with my master, it's a battle worth trying. No, it will definitely flow as an overwhelmingly favorable battle. Sheila had nothing more to say. Lulu, Miru. Try to convince him. While Lulu and Miru thought about what to say, they felt a presence from the other side of the lake. It seems my judgment was correct after all. Swoosh. Jean calmly drew Bradamanti and spoke. Valeria also tightly gripped her staff, scanning behind the lake. Have the pursuers arrived yet? It would still be some time before Zippel's expected arrival. As Sheila had foreseen, the traitor was not just Mila. Vermont had arrived even before them. Naturally, the Wantaramo forest was Vermont territory, so it was to be expected. In any case, things are in order on this side. It's better to eliminate them all and enter the tomb before any additional support arrives. If they didn't take out all of the pursuers and entered, they would be too distracted inside the tomb to concentrate. Step back. Sheila, it's best to heed Jin's words. Since things have come to this point, we should act in a way that causes minimal burden. Sheila let out a sigh. Understood. Jean handed the royal melodic wine back to Sheila, making sure not to damage it during the battle. Open armor. Uttering the activation words, shadow energy emanated from Bradamanti, enveloping Jin's body. He removed his cloak and handed it to Sheila and the cat tribe members. A function P10 had added for moments like this. Be careful. Don't worry. As Sheila and the cat tribe members stepped back, the light that had been illuminating them disappeared. The spot where the group had stood returned to darkness. Everything was silent. Not a single sound could be heard, only the whisper of the cool breeze among the bushes. However, amidst all of this, Jean and the enemies sensed faint traces of each other's energy. With their senses sharpened to the extreme, Jean came to a conclusion. There are no commanders. At that moment, the greatest concern vanished. A smile formed on Jin's lips, and the fierce shadow energy surrounding his body and sword began to flicker aggressively. However, due to the darkness of the forest, the visual effect wasn't apparent. Arya, Jean whispered, calling Valeria. What? Don't step forward. Refine your mana even further. It seemed better for her to conserve her strength for the battle against Zippel. Valeria nodded. The distance between Jean and the enemies was gradually decreasing. The Vermonts believed they had not yet entered each other's attack range. Since they had already learned of the presence of Jean Runcandle in the forest through the traitor descendant of the fairy tribe, the Vermouths believed that the Jean Runcandle they knew wouldn't be able to launch effective attacks from this distance. But that was a significant mistake. 6 of them. Arg! Blood suddenly spurted among the Vermont Imperial Guards. The sound of a black sword imbued with shadow force cutting through throats and the air, and even the sound of Jin's footsteps, were absent. All that could be heard was the chilling sound of a head hitting the cold ground. Now 5. As the Imperial Guards instinctively dispersed, their aura-infused swords gleamed, and Jin stood behind his second target, driving Bradamanti into the throat. Chapter 369. The reason why they visit Timar's tomb. 1. Thanks to the shadow energy armor, it's much easier to erase my presence. Once again, the warriors were slow to react to Jin's movements, partly because of Jin's incredible speed, but reading the presence weakened by shadow energy was as challenging as perceiving a shadow at one's back. Shock! Amidst Vermont martial artists' aura-imbued swords, illuminating the surroundings, blood once again gushed forth. Droplets of blood mixed with shadow energy particles, creating a murky color. It was shallow. Unlike the first time, Jin couldn't kill with a single strike. Bradamanti left a long, dark streak in the air, grazing the martial artist's neck veins. However, that streak lacked any element that could be called flow or sound. In other words, there was no sense of the weight naturally extending when swinging a heavy object, nor the sharp sound that rang out when a sword cut through the air. There was only faint energy around the wound, like a passing ghost. In reality, the warriors mistook the entity attacking them for a ghost. The overwhelming speed of the assault, combined with the fact that they couldn't even see the sword movements, prevented them from confirming Jin's appearance amid their chaos. Even in the current bright environment, due to shadow energy, they couldn't perceive Jin's presence, which wasn't an unreasonable feeling. Where is he? Where has he hidden? The same thought echoed in the minds of the Vermont martial artists. At the same time, they all felt their pride as martial artists crumbling. Being attacked, losing a member in a single strike, almost losing another in the immediate follow-up attack. The fact that they couldn't immediately identify the attacker's position caused them a feeling of self-loathing. What is this? It's not Jean Runcandle but the best nameless assassin. No. Does this mean it's the Nameless King? To them, an attack of this level was something only the Nameless King could do. The problem was that it wasn't the Nameless King but Jean, who had minimized his presence using shadow force. Stay together in pairs. One of the Vermont martial artists shouted loudly, gripping his lower abdomen tightly. He was the leader of the warriors gathered here. Following the leader's order, everyone quickly paired up, watching both directions. Although they were struck down with a single blow, they were still among Vermont's best. A formidable force. There the Imperial Guard under the command of the Imperial family. Jean observed their attire, hidden in the darkness of the forest. The golden insignias on their shoulders gleamed as symbols of the Imperial Guard. Their blood-stained pristine capes and Jin's shadow energy armor contrasted with each other. The leader stood among the guards and scanned the forest's darkness. He was looking for Jean. Cold sweat was already dripping from his chin. The leader was on the verge of panting due to extreme tension and senses sharpened to the limit. Indeed, he was a figure worthy of the title of leader of the Imperial Guard Division. Come out! The leader pointed his sword at the darkness where Jean was hiding. His subordinates had no idea of Jin's presence on the other side. In the darkness, Jean deliberately moved his steps. The Imperial Guard members who caught sight of his figure couldn't help but be astonished. With the Myalta rune, the Shadow Force armor, and the darkness, Jean truly seemed like a form shaped by the very shadows themselves. I am Rick Helter, commander of the 5th Division of the Imperial Guard of the Grand Vermont Empire. State your name. It seems you're scared, judging by your need to declare my affiliation. We are here under the command of His Majesty the Emperor to carry out our mission. Whoever you are, I advise you not to foolishly interfere with the Imperial Guard, as you would put the entire Empire against you. Are you kidding? We have come to meet Jean Runcandle. Internally, Jean couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time since the fact that I'm the shadow contractor was revealed to the world, but it seems the Empire's main intelligence unit, which also serves as the Imperial Guard, still didn't know. Rick's and his subordinates' pupils dilated. Due to the extreme tension, they hadn't been able to recognize what kind of power covered the sword swinging between them and the man in front of them. They had only thought the assassin had painted the sword black to blend in with the shadows. A period of silence followed. During this time, Rick Helter's and his subordinates' fearful gazes transformed into murderous intent. There was no trembling from shame or fear, no signs of their swords wavering, only a thirst for blood. They were also part of the Imperial Guard. Although they had just shown confusion and lack of skill, when the target became clear, they were humans who never backed down. When they were first attacked by Jean, they didn't fear the unknown enemy itself. They only feared the possibility of being defeated by a third party and not carrying out the Emperor's orders. What was your plan in meeting with me? Did you plan to kill me? Or were you going to propose a negotiation? If they encountered Jean Runcandle, the top priority of the Imperial Guard was to capture him alive. And Rick realized it immediately. It was simply impossible to capture him alive with only these 6 members, let alone with 60 members of the Imperial Guard. No, even if there were 60 members of the Imperial Guard, it would still be impossible to capture him. With a growl, Rick gritted his teeth. Disperse! His subordinates quickly surrounded Jean. Rick advanced with all his might, wielding his scimitar, and simultaneously, the encirclement tightened as swords flew in all directions. Naturally, the Imperial Guard expected Jean to dodge the attacks. They assumed he would dodge some and deflect a couple while launching a counterattack. However, Jean stood firm, not evading their swords. Tang, tang. There were no openings in the shadow energy armor. Nevertheless, Rick and his subordinates instinctively struck at points where normal armor might have openings, but what they got was the futile sound of swords bouncing off. Jean even grabbed with his hand a blade that had come from the left. Crunch, the sword trying to escape, scratched the gauntlet. Jean brought it closer, and the Imperial Guard member, who hadn't released his weapon in time, was helplessly dragged. Slash! Bradamanti pierced his chest. For where Rick's scimitar hit the shadow energy armor, it left a mark. The part of Rick's scimitar that made contact had cut deep, barely grazing the flesh. However, like the super-fast regeneration of high-level demon creatures, the wounded areas healed quickly. The shadow energy emanating from Jean was restoring the armor. Although their determination hadn't wavered, it was undeniable that as members of the Imperial Guard, they were growing increasingly tired. Arg! Ugh! The Imperial Guard members closed their eyes and let out groans of pain. Flash cannon. Senmi's ancient light magic had an even more dramatic effect in the darkness, especially at a time like this, when they were overwhelming the opponent. Swish! Once again, blood sprayed through the air. The brief moment, often described as in the blink of an eye, was an opening sufficient to determine victory and defeat among warriors who had reached the highest peaks. Thus, after closing their eyes, either an extraordinary stroke of luck or considerable skill was required to survive against Jean. This time, 2 were struck down simultaneously. Those facing the flash cannon were the ones who suffered. 2. Rick and his sole subordinate. They were the only ones left now. They kept their distance from Jean, desperately racking their brains to find a way to turn the situation around. Reaching a conclusion wasn't difficult. However, accepting this reality wasn't easy. It wasn't easy to admit that they were utterly powerless, incapable of doing anything, and that they had to forfeit their lives as human beings. It's not that the Imperial Guard was weak. They were individuals who could easily be called the strongest in the world of warriors. However, the misfortune of the Imperial Guard was that Jean had started to exist on a completely different plane than ordinary strong individuals. Even if they had initially unleashed the destructive sword techniques of the Imperial Guard without regard for the damage to the forest, it might have led to a fight that seemed less futile. But now they had no other option. Escape was impossible, victory in battle was impossible. They had never been trained to beg for their lives like dogs, and Jean and they had met with the intention of killing each other from the beginning. If there was something just for everyone in the world of warriors, it was the attitude of accepting defeat and death. Suddenly, Rick and his subordinate turned around. even though the situation didn't allow them to expose their backs. Your Majesty, please forgive the unworthy ones who did not complete their mission and chose to embrace death first. As a final act, they had turned toward Emperor Vermont. When Rick and his subordinate had turned their backs, Jean had considered the possibility of killing them instead of sparing them. It would have been easier to finish them off than even bothering to sneeze. If possible after death, I would like to continue serving your Majesty and enjoy the honor. However, he had decided to show them respect. It wasn't difficult. To show that level of mercy to an opponent he held no personal grudges against. Is Emperor Vermont's leadership remarkable? Or is the brainwashing ability of the imperial family exceptional? They are truly loyal. Rick and his subordinate turned back again and straightened their postures. Thank you, Jean Runcandle. Thanks to you, I've been able to bid farewell to your Majesty as a member of the Imperial Guard. Is it over? Rick nodded. He even smirked in disgust. But Jean paid him no mind and aimed Bradamanti at him. Slash. Jin's and the Imperial Guard's swords clashed. While Rick's only remaining subordinate faced a relentless barrage of 12 strikes. He couldn't even graze Jin's armor and met his end. Rick, though certainly wielding sword skill superior to his subordinates, was no match for Jean. Ugh! Ugh! After the 12th strike, Rick was left panting, covered in wounds all over his body. Many of those wounds were mortal, and he bled profusely, on the brink of succumbing to death just by staying still. Tap. In the end, Rick fell to one knee. With his body already filled with wounds, he gasped heavily. He couldn't continue fighting. Jean looked at him with indifferent eyes. There are no more words to say, I suppose. Rick didn't respond, trembling. Jean couldn't discern whether Rick's tremor was due to feeling cold from the hemorrhage or to a newfound fear of death as it drew nearer. Swish. Instead, just as Jean was about to finish Rick's life by bending down, he realized why Rick had been trembling. Something sinister was starting to happen within Rick's body. The blood is forming a magic circle. The blood flowing from Rick was forming a peculiar magic circle on the ground. Upon closer inspection, not only Rick but also the blood of the fallen Imperial Guard members was drawing identical magic circles on the ground. Jean, this? Valeria, who felt something strange, ran to Jin's side and spoke. Although I'm not entirely sure, it's some kind of magic circle that transforms the body. Chapter 370. The reason they visit Timar's tomb, 2. The blood spilled by Rick and his subordinates spread on the ground like a snake. It didn't happen before he died. Jean raised his head in surprise. Body transformation? Something like a biological golem. Similar but slightly different. Ancient dark magicians called it demonification. You really seem to know everything. Jean shrugged and replied. She never transmitted it to me, but my master was undoubtedly capable of using significant levels of dark magic. I don't know if she can still use it. In his past life, Valeria had acquired dark magic at the successional temple of Hister. However, due to its danger and the terrible catalysts required, she never used it herself and didn't share it even with her only disciple. She believed that dark magic should disappear from the world. First, the biological golems of the legends, and now this demon man. What a nuisance. I'm always getting involved with these kinds of things. Rick Helter. I thought he was a decent guy in his own way, but it seems he's capable of betraying us like this. It was curious that Jean showed mercy so Rick could say his final words to his emperor. Jean thought, naturally, that he would possess the pride and self-esteem of a warrior. Anyone would. It was the view of maintaining determination and loyalty even in the face of overwhelming opponents who couldn't be easily handled. It's an honor to be able to serve even after death. I knew it would end like this, Rick Helter. Looking back, the first time Jean encountered an opponent who transformed out of nowhere was during his cadet days. Starting with the guards who turned into biological golems when he went on a mission to seize relics in Cologne, Jean had often faced victims sacrificed in magical experiments. The magic circle isn't perfect. Jean nodded at Valeria's words. I see it that way too. Activation is slow, and at first glance, it seems unnecessarily complex and messy. It's the complexity that usually shows when trying to force magic that shouldn't work to actually work. As both of them spoke, the magic circle formed by the blood of the Imperial Guard was incomplete. In other words, it was still in the experimental phase. Using the Imperial Guard as test subjects means the Imperial family has a certain level of confidence. In this magic circle, setting aside ethical questions, the members of the Imperial Guard were undoubtedly the highest-level personnel within Vermont. They wouldn't have used them merely as test subjects. Jean judged that Vermont had reached the final stage of the magic called demonification. Moreover, unlike the transformed humans or warriors he had encountered before, Rick and his subordinates couldn't be considered victims. They were simply repugnant humans who participated in the experiment under the pretext of loyalty to the Imperial family. Amidst the raging fury, there was a part of him that found it somewhat satisfying. I've gained unexpected information. Kinslow is also creating golems from the cat tribe, and Zippel continues experimenting with biological golems. So it's safe to assume that Vermont is also preparing something. Suddenly, a fact crossed his mind. Vermont is looking for Timar's body. The reason the Imperial Guard came to the Wantaramo forest, searching for Timar's body, are they planning to do something with his body? Do they intend to demonify it? Use Timar's body to create a demon man. Clang. Jin's teeth ground together. If that were true, it was a matter he, as a run candle, couldn't simply ignore, even if it meant destroying the Imperial family. Of course, it was a conjecture. At least, Jean didn't know of any magic that used the body of the deceased as material. However, ancient dark magic was still an unknown realm to Jean, so it might be something possible. Would my family also know about Vermont's demon men? Well, it didn't matter. Even if the family had information about the demon men, they wouldn't have shared it with him. It was evident that Rosa, Joshua, and their subordinates might have continued to disregard him, waiting for the moment when they could use him in the way that benefited them the most. Therefore, whether the family had information about the demon men or not wasn't important. I'll just use this information before my family does. Jean had already calculated how to make use of the information about Vermont's demon men. Whether they planned to complete the demonification using Timar's body or for any other reason, from the moment they began secretly searching for the body, they were already committing a crime against Runcandle. I will make them pay for it. Thud. Jean struck the ground with his fist, the vision of the earth mercilessly cracking. Beneath his anger-filled fist continued. He attempted to break the magic circle. Do you think you can break a magic circle with your fist? In reality, he didn't expect to destroy the magic circle by punching it. He was just testing it, as it was the first time Jean and Valeria encountered such a magic circle. Well, it's an unstable magic circle in the first place, so I thought I'd give it a try just in case. As I thought, it doesn't work. Although the ground was completely disturbed, the ominous magic circle continued to form. They looked like writhing insects. We need to gather evidence. Arya Owlheart. Why is someone who just tried to break the magic circle now trying to collect evidence? I thought I'd cut off the magic and collect the corpses. I thought any talented magician could easily discover the use of dark body transformation magic in the members of the Imperial Guard. But, well, this is unexpected. Jean stopped talking as he turned his head. Chuck. It was because he heard the strange sound of the flesh and bones of the dead Imperial Guards writhing. It seems it will be difficult to deal with intact corpses. Jean stepped forward to Valeria and spoke. The corpses of the Imperial Guards were swelling and shrinking at a rapid pace. The gruesome scene could make even someone with a strong stomach nauseous. Moreover, the decapitated bodies picked up their own heads and reattached them. Even the severed heads were grotesquely swollen, to the point where Jean and Valeria felt disgusted. There was no need to continue watching that spectacle. Swish! Jean lunged forward like an arrow and severed the neck of a corpse that was reattaching its head. The corpse lost its head and hands again and slumped forward. Now that the opponent was no longer human, he proceeded to ensure death. With a swift motion, as the body was about to fall to the ground again, Bradamanti traced a path and scattered the remains, sweeping away the corpse. The reddened flesh and bones were thrown off with a dull thud. Not even a first-level demon creature with superspeed regeneration would be able to breathe again once cut into pieces. However, Jean didn't seem to have the intention of finishing it off, as he used his mana to set fire to the shattered remains. The charred remains began to burn fiercely. In no time, the 3 corpses were reduced to ashes. Valeria also unleashed her magic, helping Jean eliminate the remnants. In an instant, they ordered the 3 bodies that had tried to revive themselves. However, the other 3 were already nearing the end of their transformations. Moreover, the first of them to complete the transformation was already raising his sword to strike at Jean. Clank! Jean spun his body and deflected the sword aimed at him. The impact transmitted through his wrist was quite powerful. It was noticeably stronger than the Imperial Guard he had just faced. It was a natural progression that they would become stronger now that their transformations were complete. Although the force transmitted through a single blow had increased, Jean didn't consider it necessary to tense up. It was likely that they hadn't controlled their strength with rationality. Among the transformed corpses, Vermont's distinctive curved swords immediately caught Jin's attention. He immediately recognized the sword belonging to Rick Helter, and upon confirming the face, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Doesn't it have a face? Moreover, this appearance. When he saw the bodies forming and shrinking repeatedly within the completed magic circle, Jean had naturally expected the Imperial Guard to transform into grotesque forms, just like the biological golems and the golems inspired by the cat tribe. However, it was not the case. The transformed bodies appeared like human figures carved in marble. However, they had completely smooth and peculiar faces, devoid of hair and facial features. They looked like dolls with skeletons covered in cotton. It seems you don't even have consciousness. The transformed Rick, now a demon man, didn't reply. As he had no mouth or any kind of organ, he couldn't produce sound either. Although he also lacked eyes, whether he moved through senses or there existed some unique method, it seemed he had some form of vision. Rick distanced himself calmly. Meanwhile, the other 2 also completed their transformations and began to position themselves near Rick. Even though they lack consciousness, they don't seem like simple beasts. The Imperial Guard displayed calm behavior in battle, even more so than before their transformation. It was a completely different sight from the victims of other experiments that Jean had witnessed until now. In other words, these were ready-to-use combat units. Despite being unfinished, Vermont's demon men were not inferior to Zippel's biological golems or the legend tribe golems from Kinselo. The shadow energy imbued in Bradamanti became even denser. Jean, what? The 3 demon men you just killed turned into ashes too quickly when you set them on fire. They might have been designed to burn rapidly and erase any information after suffering a certain level of damage. Are you saying one should be captured alive? Only if possible. As you said, it would be wise to gather evidence. If capturing them alive is not possible, give me a signal before killing them. I can preserve parts of their bodies using magic to prevent oxidation. Jean nodded. If it was Valeria's magic, it was possible. The demon men launched an attack, charging at Jean. The forest must not be harmed seemed to be a deeply ingrained principle in their minds. They only used focused sword techniques without causing harm to the forest. Slash! In a single strike, the waist of the demon man who had charged first was cut in 2. The demon man had clearly blocked Jin's Bradamanti's strike accurately. The physical abilities of the demon men were not so lacking that they couldn't deflect Jin's direct sword strikes. However, the reason why the demon man's waist was severed and fell mercilessly to the ground was unknown to the demon men. When facing the Imperial Guard, who were now demon men, Jean had not used the Shadow Blade at all. What had cut their waist and continued was the second movement of the Shadow Blade, Scissors. The moment the demon man blocked Bradamanti, the blade of the Shadow Blade extended from behind the demon man like an afterimage, cutting his waist. And just as Jean was about to attack the next demon man, tying, unexpectedly, several rays of light shot out from the other side of the forest, aiming at Jean, Valeria, and the demon men. While Jean dodged both his own and Valeria's rays and even counterattacked with his sword technique, the demon men barely managed to roll on the ground to avoid the rays. Zippel, It seems the second unwanted guests have arrived. Once again, it was a moment when he couldn't help but think that maybe everything had turned out fine after all, as before entering the tomb, he had planned to eliminate all pursuers. You might have to consider fighting to protect the demon men. If Zippel kills them without warning and they oxidize, we might lose the opportunity to preserve the evidence. I saved your strength for that. Now, Arya, it's time for you to showcase your skills as well. Chapter 371. The Reason They Visit Timar's Tomb. 3. In the dark forest, the magicians revealed themselves. This time there were 20 of them and Mila was among them. Look at this. Haha, I knew it. If it were my sister, she would have hidden the tomb seal somewhere else. But it's obvious. The only place in Wantaramo where she can hide the seal from my eyes is the Red Lake. Mila stepped forward and spoke with a recently recovered voice. She seemed out of breath, perhaps from rushing to get here. The magicians also had sweat-soaked faces. I was a little worried about the specters, but luckily, it seems that only the Magic Tower magicians has come. The third Magic Tower must have come in a hurry, so there wouldn't have been time to bring the specters as well. The Spectre Corps is Zippel's elite secret force and the direct subordinates of Octavia Zippel, so it's a force that the third Magic Tower wouldn't dare to summon. But still, they must have reported that I'm in the Wantaramo forest, so eventually, the Spectre Corps will come. They even sent 5 last time to catch me. The plan was to kill them all before reinforcements arrived, check the tomb, and then leave the forest. When I said we should ally with Zippel for the sake of our people, you ignored me, calling it nonsense. Run Candle? And with that weak kid who isn't even Siren Run Candle? Absurd. Mila's body temporarily swelled as she shouted in anger. It was a phenomenon that occurred when a descendant of the fairy tribe became emotional or displayed power. Is this the path for our people that my sister talked about? No wonder everyone turned their back on you. Where are you? Come out. Come out and say something at least. There was a moment of silence. Mila's resolute breathing grew stronger. Meanwhile, Jean and Valeria calculated Zippel's approximate power, and Vermont's demon men also remained cautious, watching them closely. Haha, I got excited for no reason. Anyway, listen well, sister. I'll give you one last warning as your sister. If you come out now and beg, I'll let you die without suffering. We share the same blood after all. Kya! Suddenly, Mila screamed. It was because her wings were grazed by Valeria's mana bolt. She had hidden the magic in her hand since the magicians appeared. My wings! My wings! Ugh! Screaming, Mila shrank behind the magicians. The magicians showed no particular reaction to Mila's injury. They can't even block this? Kill them all immediately. What are you doing, huh? Shut up. You dare step forward fearlessly and shout. To whom do you dare to blame and give orders? One of the magicians said, looking disdainfully at Mila. Mila fell silent at his icy attitude. Allow me to introduce myself, Jean Runcandle. I am Drew Malaga, the Vice Lord of the Third Magic Tower. Malaga is one of the central families of the Lutero Magical Federation. Before taking charge of the Third Magic Tower, he had been the second in command of the White Knight Magicians Unit. Pleased to meet you, Lunanim. I am Mal Henserk, the second in command of the White Knight. You? It seems the second in command changed without my knowledge. My predecessor Drew Malaga retired. If it were Drew, he would have descended those stairs before greeting me. Jean recalled the conversation Luna and Mal had during the Holy Kingdom incident. I'm glad to see you, Drew Malaga. I heard you retired. Not too long ago I returned as Vice Lord of the Third Magic Tower. It seems the Lutero Magical Federation is short on personnel. Haven't all the former Black Knights of Runcandle retired? But they're still on unofficial missions, aren't they? I have a similar situation. Compared to the former Black Knights, you seem to fall short. Is it overconfidence? Or do you not know shame? That was an inappropriate comment. If it has offended you, I apologize. Drew was not a person who easily succumbed to provocations. Having served as the second in command of the White Knight and then being named Vice Lord of the Third Magic Tower again despite his retirement, there was a reason for his choice. Jean Runcandle. Drew spoke as he stroked his beard. Tell me. I have a proposal. A proposal? Just leave. Superiors are about to send reinforcements, and you can't handle them. I can't afford to lose my subordinates unnecessarily to stop you either. You think you can stop me by losing your subordinates? What do you think of my answer? I can't help it. Just one more question. Who is that magician standing by your side? I heard she uses forgotten magic. Drew knew Valeria was a record magician from what he had heard from Mila on the way here. Ever since Mila used the Tower Master's staff to summon them, they came without any prior information. Drew didn't know from the start that there was a record magician here. But even if I kill all the magicians, it's likely that the information that I accompanied a record magician will reach Zippel. Just as Jean had thought, Drew Malaga had already sent a letter to Zippel's main house informing them of the existence of a record magician as soon as he found out from Mila. Mila's betrayal was an unexpected event, so it couldn't be helped. The instant Jean was about to sigh, Arya unexpectedly stepped forward and spoke. You take care of the demon men, Jean Runcandle. Are you going to face 20 of them alone? Jean didn't bother asking such a question and just nodded. If his master said so, it meant she could handle it on her own. Be careful. As Jean began to unsheath his sword to confront the demon men, Valeria observed the magicians. Listen carefully, Zippel's hounds. Valeria removed her hood, revealing her face. Her mana-infused silver oak staff illuminated her face. I am a magician who will one day erase Zippel's name from this world. A descendant of those trampled and disappeared at the hands of Zippel. A sister to the innocent gray owls who were killed by Zippel. My name is Valeria Hister. As she finished her words, Drew's pupils dilated, and Jean could only feel considerable shock. Had the master just revealed her true name? She hadn't even revealed her real name to Jean yet. While battling the demon men, Jean kept a close eye on Valeria. The reason Valeria had revealed her name was none other than her intent to kill each and every magician before her. There's no way they can leave here alive. She was confident she could do it. Watch out for the ground. The moment Valeria's staff moved, Drew suddenly shouted. In the blink of an eye, without anyone noticing, chains of lightning had spread across the ground beneath them. She had cast the spell while revealing her true identity. It was a shocking spell even for Jean. Not even Jean, who was next to her, noticed that she was channeling mana. It was unlikely that the magicians of the third magic tower had noticed either. Kra! Arg! The magicians who hadn't managed to dodge the lightning chains screamed. Blood was already flowing from their mouths, noses, and ears, and those who barely protected themselves were left with a spine-chilling sensation running down their spines. Ugh! The magicians entangled in the lightning chains writhed, and the 5 of them soon soaked in blood, coughing up foam as they met their end. In an instant, 20% of the magic tower's strength had been annihilated. However, the misfortune of the magicians from the third magic tower did not end there. The lightning chains, even after killing 5 of them, continued to writhe like living entities, attaching themselves to the remaining magicians' protective shields. These chains not only exerted pressure on the shields but also obstructed the magicians' line of sight, maximizing their sense of terror. I'll buy you some time. Stay calm and respond, or we'll be swept away by the mana backlash. Drew truly demonstrated the qualities of the second in command of White Knight. He continued to give excellent orders to prevent his startled subordinates from falling into the backlash. However, Valeria hoped that Drew would be able to handle that level of situation. Therefore, she intended to deal with them in a way that exceeded his expectations. Kagagang. Suddenly, a dimensional portal opened in the air, as if summoning a phoenix. Valeria had completed a summoning spell. However, the portal didn't open near Valeria but above the heads of the magic tower magicians. Crash! What emerged from it were hundreds of sharp icicles. Like the overlapping teeth of sharks, these icicles shattered upon hitting the protective shields but immediately regrew and continued their assault. The magicians whose protective shields had been broken died with gruesome wounds all over their bodies. The fallen flesh and entrails had turned into charred remains that still emitted crackling sounds, consumed by the lightning chains. The magicians from the third magic tower had never expected to be attacked in this manner. Despite having learned magic in Zippel and considering Zippel's library as a repository of all the magic in the world, they were completely unprepared. One thing was certain. The magic Valeria was unleashing was something they had never seen before. In fact, the magic she was using was a variety that had undergone numerous transformations, making it nearly impossible to trace back to its original form. As a result, they were utterly defenseless in response. Although they believed to know nearly all forms of magic in the world, the strange and unfamiliar spells of Valeria made their fellow magicians burn and die impaled. The spectacle was a true embodiment of terror. Amidst this confusion and panic, a faint sound of something being unsheathed could be heard. It wasn't Bradamanti. It was the sound of Valeria's dagger being unsheathed from the sleeve of her robe. Thud. Thud. Valeria began to approach the magicians with deliberate, not particularly fast, steps. Her eyes were tainted with bloodlust. Until Valeria was within close range, the magicians were too preoccupied with surviving the lightning chains and icicles to pay attention. The chains lying on the ground formed a path following Valeria's steps. The icicles sprouting from the portal above their heads also avoided the direction Valeria was walking. From then on, it was a literal massacre. Like a grim reaper, every time she moved her dagger among the magicians, a life extinguished. Thud. Thud. Valeria stabbed the magicians in their throats and hearts with a cold and indifferent expression. Slowly, she made her way towards Drew Malaga, who was shielding his subordinates with his shield. Drew had already accepted defeat and death even before Valeria stood in front of him. Since the initial surprise attack that had killed 5 of his subordinates. Even as Valeria stood right in front of Drew, he had no energy to counterattack or move her aside. Without stabbing Drew, Valeria locked eyes with him for a moment. Among the magicians who massacred the Grey Owl mercenaries, there was someone named Holden Malaga. Is he? It seems they're from the same family. Drew remained silent, avoiding Valeria's gaze. Are you also afraid that your own brothers will die? As Valeria slashed Drew's throat, the lightning chains and icicles finally broke through the protective shield he had been barely holding against them, engulfing Drew's subordinates. In the midst of the chaos of blood and screams, Valeria shot another mana bolt to cut off the wings of Mila, who was attempting to escape. Chapter 372. The reason they visit Timar's tomb. 4. This BTC. My wings, it hurts. Ugh. It feels like my whole body is on fire. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. BTCH. Mila, lying on the ground, screamed and cursed at Valeria in every possible way. The heat from the lightning chains still lingered on the ground, causing Mila unbearable pain throughout her body. Amidst the continuous screams, Valeria confirmed that Mila was in a state from which she couldn't escape, then leaned against a tree and took a breath. Corpses were everywhere. Every magician from the third magic tower who had come to the Wantaramo forest had died, without exception. And it was a girl who had just turned 17 who had done it. No one would believe it. Even Jean, who had personally experienced Valeria's previous life and had witnessed this kind of battle, was stunned. I knew my master was a monster, but I never imagined she'd be this strong at 17. No wonder they never caught her until now. Naturally, Valeria's mana was far from enough to match the 20 magicians of the tower. Drew Malaga and his subordinates were not weak at all. However, the overwhelmingly decisive victory was due to Valeria Hister's overwhelming and unexpected talent. Just as it had happened in Jin's previous life. It felt to Jean as if he were glimpsing a new horizon of magic from his master's hands. When I met Master in my previous life, I wondered what she believed in and acted so arrogantly. It gives me vertigo to think about it now. Suddenly, Jean remembered the moment when Valeria had taught him how to use lightning magic, and he shivered. TK. Valeria took a crushed cigarette from her pocket and lit it. It wasn't for smoking. She expelled the smoke that remained in her mouth when lighting it and placed the cigarette in the midst of the dead magicians. It was a commemorative cigarette from the Grey Owl mercenaries. Valeria stared at it for a while. Valeria, contemplating the gruesome corpses and the desolately burning cigarette, and Mila struggling and cursing, created a scene of confusion. And the demon men sensed that she was in a vulnerable state. Indeed, she had helped the cat tribe members create the passageways and had almost exhausted all her mana due to the recent battle. Splat! The demon men rushed towards Valeria at once. Their aura-stained scimitars were aimed at Valeria. Of course, their strikes never reached Valeria. Although the physical abilities of the demon men had improved significantly compared to when they were human, they weren't as fast as Jean had remembered. When Bradamanti and the two curved swords clashed, sparks flew. Jean tried to use his scissor technique once more, but as if they didn't want to fall victim to the same move again, the demon men defended each other, deflecting the scissors to both sides. Don't disturb the duel. Thud dash. Bradamanti moved in a trajectory and swung a slash at Rick's chest. Although it would have been a mortal wound for a human, the wound quickly healed. Jean used the scissors again and examined where the dead demon man's body had been. As Valeria had explained, the deceased demon man had already rusted, leaving only black residue and disappearing completely. I need to control my strength properly, to leave evidence without any difficulty. Capturing them alive seemed to be a challenge due to the demon men's regenerative abilities. Furthermore, the demon men were weaker compared to Jean, but not weak enough to be bound with ordinary tools. Regeneration, physical enhancement, oxidation to prevent information leakage and sanity. Is it okay for now? Oh, one more thing. Battle power level. Rick Helter. When he was human, he was the leader, which made him much stronger than the other Imperial Guards. However, after becoming a demon man, he showed no difference from the others. Whether an ordinary guard or Rick, they now possessed the same level of battle prowess. The importance of this fact was enormous. It's possible that transformation magic to become a demon man doesn't require elite Imperial Guards, but individuals with a certain level of skill. Or perhaps even common people could become demon men with this level of battle prowess. Considering that she had managed to kill 3 during her transformation, if all 6 had completed their transformation into demon men, Jean wouldn't have been able to deal with them so easily. If transformation magic can be applied to ordinary people, and if Vermont controls more than just a few demon men, the world's balance of power could change completely. Jean had already experienced something similar in his previous life. Using the mirror, Cologne's artifact, Zippel had mass-produced 7-star magicians, solidifying their dominion over world power. Jean had been a direct witness to how they had further consolidated their dominion. I need to collect the body of a demon man as evidence and investigate thoroughly. I have to find out how far the demon man transformation magic has developed. The reason it hasn't been mass-produced yet is probably because it's incomplete. Step. Jean increased his speed, forcing the demon men into a defensive position. Although they had become stronger with the transformation, the initial difference was too great. Despite the element of surprise, even if the demon men's weapons struck Jean, they wouldn't pierce his shadow energy armor and cause him mortal harm. Considering their response to the scissors, it seems they have a learning capability, but it appears they don't retain memories from their time as humans. If the demon men had retained memories from their time as Imperial Guards, they wouldn't have aimed at Jin's throat while sacrificing their bodies. Thunk! The curved sword was deflected by Jin's shadow energy armor and bounced back. Taking advantage of the recoil, Jean wielded Bradamanti and struck the demon man's waist. The blade, enveloped in shadow energy, silently pierced flesh and organs. The dull sensation of a severed spine was transmitted through the blade, and Jean wielded his weapon again, cutting the mine in a cross. Despite being divided into several pieces, the twisting body segments seemed to possess enough regenerative power to recover. However, the demon man preferred oxidation over regeneration. It was a clear indication of the creator's intent. Leave no evidence behind. Now only one remained, the demon man known as Rick Helter. He too was about to fight to the end and then oxidize. Swish! Suddenly, sparks of blue flames flickered around Bradamanti. The power of Tess, blue flames. As that energy accumulated, the demon man's weapon noticeably slowed down. It was the power of heavy pressure, suppressing it to the point where it couldn't move properly. Even when it could exert its full power, it was no match for Jean. All the demon man could do at that moment was oxidize. Although only his arm had been cut, the demon man showed signs of oxidation. He was turning into ashes like other dead demon men. Normally, oxidation occurred very quickly. However, the strong pressure was affecting not only the demon man's movements but also delaying his disintegration. Valeria now! As Jean closed in on him like an arrow, he cut off the demon man's 2 arms and shouted. As Valeria had requested, Jean signaled her before delivering the final blow to the demon man. It was time to act according to her words. Despite the pressure slowing the pace of oxidation, every passing second noticeably shrunk the demon man's body segments. Whoosh dash! A single thread of mana, imbued with the freezing attribute, flew from behind. When the mana touched the demon man's body, it quickly formed a magical ice barrier with a melodic sound. Fortunately, the completion of the magical seal occurred faster than the oxidation process. The seal, which had fallen to the ground, produced a dull sound. It took the shape of a sphere, containing only the demon man's head and chest inside. Jean had already cut off the 2 arms in advance, and the rest of the body had already turned to ashes in the air. If you had been a little late, we might have missed it. Jean wiped his forehead as he looked at the magic seal. Valeria approached him and nodded. If it weren't for the power of the blue flames inside your sword, it would have been much more precarious. I could barely seal half of the head. Anyway, you did well. Now, we just need to visit the grave before more reinforcements arrive. For a moment, the two remained silent, gazing at the seal containing the head and chest of the demon man, Jean Runcandle. Yes, you told the demon men not to disturb my duel. Why did you do that? It's hard to think of anything other than mourning when you're lighting a cigarette that you don't even smoke. Besides, you spoke to Drew about the people trampled by Zippel and your deceased brothers. In reality, Jean knew that Valeria's actions were a tribute to him due to memories from his past life, but responding this way wouldn't be strange either. Is that so? Yes. And you didn't seem particularly surprised that I used a dagger. Among magicians, there are those who train their bodies and martial arts. Your dagger skills were quite impressive. It's a shame you couldn't use aura. It was the first time I revealed my true name, and you casually called me Valeria a while ago. He could barely suppress a start. Is it strange? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Valeria shrugged. Well, it doesn't mean much. I was just curious why you did it. That you revealed your true name when I was listening means I've earned that trust with you. I liked it, so I thought about calling you by it. Valeria stared at Jean. Jean looked at her calmly, waiting for her next words. Cuff. Aya. The sound that came first wasn't Valeria's response, but Mila's screams as she continued to roll on the ground. First, we have to ask the queen of the descendants of the fairy tribe how to deal with that. I agree, Valeria hissed her. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Wantaramo forest, two magicians with perplexed expressions searched for their horses. They were magicians from the third magic tower who had accompanied Drew Malaga into the Wantaramo forest. Originally, their purpose was to locate Jean. However, Drew had ordered them to report to Zippel's main house as soon as possible. The content of the report was about the presence of a magician using record magic within the Wantaramo forest. A record magician. Things are going to be chaotic for a while. Just by reporting this, my promotion is practically guaranteed, and I can raise my access level to the library. Chuck, the magician who was responding suddenly slumped forward. Hey you, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? The other magician couldn't finish his sentence either. A long stinger of unknown origin had pierced his throat. The two magicians didn't even realize that they had been killed until the moment of their death. And behind those two steps, there was a woman humming a tune. The woman cheerfully rummaged through the belongings of the deceased magicians and found a letter with her beloved younger brother's name on it. She smiled broadly as she looked at it. Well, it seems my little brother has a cunning side when you look closely. It was Yona. After picking up the letter, she said, I was thinking about what to do during the holidays. Should I spend the time killing those guys who come looking for our little brother? Chapter 373. The reason they visit Timar's grave. 5. The trees and plants of the Wantaramo forest also groaned in pain. The trees twisted and oozed sap, while the plants shed their leaves and emitted a noxious odor. With Sheila having lost her authority, the Wantaramo forest was now connected to Mila's body. Ah! Jean and Arya frowned at the unpleasant screams that scratched their eardrums, and Sheila, along with the members of the cat-like tribe, emerged from hiding. Sister, cough, please, save me. Without shame or pride, Mila begged for her life as she looked at Sheila. Despite writhing in unbearable pain and lying on the ground, she pleaded as tears streamed down her face. Sheila's two pupils gazed at Mila with a somber gleam. I was your sister, your friend, and your mother. Furthermore, I was also the queen of you and our people. I was wrong. I've always been lenient with you. Even when you decided to betray us, I never held a grudge. After inciting our people to strip me of my authority and become their leader, I never hated you. Sister, sister. At that moment, Mila seemed to glimpse hope in Sheila. Sheila had the appearance of a reliable older sister forgiving her foolish younger sister, as always. I'll return control of the forest to you, sister. Please, forgive me. I will forgive your attempt to harm me. Mila lifted her head, meeting Sheila's gaze, her expression soaked in astonishment as if she were seeing light for the first time. However, Sheila looked at her for a while and then spoke. But endangering the forest and our people is unforgivable. Sister? Goodbye, my dear sister. When Sheila finished speaking, her appearance underwent a rapid transformation. The seductive, shimmering wings vanished like melting snow, and her small fairy body swelled with a red hue. Soon, she took on a human form and emitted a red light. Then, Sheila gently lifted Mila, who writhed on the ground in despair, with both hands. No, please, sister. Mila struggled but couldn't escape Sheila's grip. Who? Sheila blew gently toward Mila, as if scattering dandelion seeds. When the breath touched Mila, her body shattered like a snowflake. Ewa! Mila's final scream cut through the wind, dispersing into the air. The bright red particles that had once formed Mila left traces in all directions. The forest stopped mourning as Sheila's grip emptied. The twisted trees regained their original shapes, and the plants once again emitted their sweet fragrance. The darkened sky cleared as the clouds dissipated, revealing a pale yellow dawn moon. The corpses on the ground were swallowed by the earth, disappearing without a trace in an instant. In less than a minute, the place they had been became an incredibly pristine scene, as if there had never been a battle. For a while, Sheila stared at her empty hands without saying a word. She was glimpsing her past through the late Mila. Jean Runcandle. Sheila turned to look at Jean. Yes, the name written on this royal melodic drink originally belonged to me. Jean accepted the royal melodic drink and looked at the name again. Royal melodic drink Shil Damaro. The name of the person who crafted this liquor to leave behind a story. It was none other than Sheila's ancient name, the queen of the descendants of the fairies. Jean didn't respond and silently contemplated the royal melodic drink. And he recalled a conversation he had had with Sheila before. Mila. Seems she, along with other girls, didn't like the idea of fulfilling the promise with Soderette. They think that all the descendants of the fairy tribe are making unnecessary sacrifices. Or they think I harbor meaningless hope. So, are they practically dethroning you and allowing Mila to take control of the forest, Sheilanim? Yes. Waiting for you was too uncertain, and the rewards were unclear. However, there were those willing to provide us with everything we wanted with just a bit of information. In a way, betrayal was a natural course of action. What do the descendants of the fairy tribe want? To reclaim our original forms. Original forms. The beings of the Wantaramo forest were not originally descendants, but the fairies themselves. I hope there's something in this wine that can help you. Tap. Sheila opened the lid. Then, using the lid as a cup, she filled it with wine and handed it to Jean. Amidst the intoxicating fragrance in the air, the shadow's strength inside the cup began to glow. Jean and Valeria began to drink from the cup alternately. Unlike the royal melodic drink Jean had consumed when he met Shuri, there were no singing voices. Instead of songs, they heard the sound of someone sobbing inconsolably. It was the sound of Sheila crying as she prepared the wine before losing her name. After a while, they could immerse themselves in the story contained in the fourth tomb of Timar, the primordial forest, a mysterious place where fairies lived. After drinking the royal melodic drink, Jean and Valeria could clearly realize that the place they were in was none other than that land. Despite never having been there and not even seeing an image of the primordial forest, the power of the records contained in the royal hymn drink made them feel as if they had known the primordial forest from the beginning. Their footsteps left no trace on the grass-covered ground, and their voices did not reach the individuals present in the records. In a sense, Jean and Valeria observed the forest as spectators. And for some reason, as soon as Valeria entered that place, she felt a longing as if someone were cutting her chest, like when she lost the Grey Owl mercenaries. Unbearable sadness scratched at her heart. As a result, she had no choice but to sit for a while, gasping for breath. Valeria, I'm fine. Valeria got up after a while, and the two resumed their march. Together, as they walked, they felt the information about the primordial forest from the records flowing into their minds. Currently, this forest was ruled by the current queen of the fairies, Luth Damaro Yul. Is that person Luth Damaro Yul? As they ventured into the forest, Valeria spoke, looking at a fairy who was there, red-haired, with a cold and angry expression. Jean and Valeria stood next to her. Jean examined her closely and then shook his head. No, she's not the one I saw in the recording device from the third tomb. She seems to be a different fairy. Before long, the two were able to learn her name. Shil. Another fairy emerged from the deep forest, shouting her name. Luth Damaro Yul. She had come to this place to meet her sister, Shil Damaro, who seemed very angry. My queen. As Shil knelt, Luth lowered her head. No need to be so formal, Shil. After Luth's words, Shil stood up. Elder sister. Speak, dear sister. Luth and Shil silently gazed at each other for a while. Before this encounter, the two had had a major argument for the first time in their lives. Luth seemed to convey an expression of understanding, while Shil's eyes showed disbelief in not being able to understand her elder sister. Do you really plan to get involved in human affairs? In the end, as Shil began to speak, Luth nodded. All right, Shil muttered, biting her lower lip. She couldn't understand her elder sister's decision, and the other fairies who followed Shil thought the same. Do we really have to? As long as we don't intervene, Zippel won't attack us. Shil, Zippel has been attacking us from the moment they began manipulating history. No, that's just your way of thinking, elder sister. Zippel wants us to step back. Let the humans solve their problems. Why are you so sure of that? Shil didn't respond to that question. Elder sister, think it over. Even if we offer help, do you really believe Runcandle can defeat Zippel? Will they be grateful? That's not the important issue. No, there's no more important issue than this. The lives of our entire tribe are at stake. Your misguided judgment could lead to the deaths of our tribe members. While Shil vehemently shouted, Luth closed her eyes. You are putting our tribe in danger, elder sister. More than half of our tribe members oppose this decision. Don't you wonder why? I know. If you know, then change your decision now, please. Shil. Luth opened her eyes again and looked at her younger sister. People can make wrong choices, but a queen must always make the right decision. Elder sister. Someday you will understand when you become queen. Why I have no choice but to make this decision. Shil couldn't accept those words. Honestly, elder sister, I think you've fallen in love with the patriarch of Runcandle. That's why you're risking our entire tribe to help Timar Runcandle and make a good impression on him. Do you really think that? I simply can't trust you anymore. With a sigh, Luth said, So, because you no longer trust me, Shil, You have brought so many members of our tribe here to corner me." When Luth finished speaking, other fairies revealed themselves in the dark corners of the forest. They were fairies who shared Shill's thoughts. They all looked at Luth with hostility and wielded their sharp daggers. "Are you going to kill me and become the new queen? If my elder sister doesn't yield, I can only do that," Shill replied, staring at Luth. Luth's gaze toward her sister remained as serene as at the beginning. Shill believed that her elder sister would eventually step back. She believed that her elder sister would always make the right decision for the fairy tribe. That's why it was so impossible to accept the recent decision made by Luth. "You can't do this. Does that mean you're going to change your decision?" Luth shook her head. "No, if that's how it has to be, then kill me." Luth began to approach Shill. Shill drew a dagger from her chest and pressed it against Luth's throat. However, Luth continued to advance, even with the blade against her neck. Shill gritted her teeth as her mind went blank. "Damn it!" With a metallic sound, Shill ended up dropping the dagger to the ground. Chapter 374. The Fourth Tomb of Timar 1. It was because of belief. The belief that her elder sister Luth would always make the right decision, as Queen made Shill drop the dagger. Shill gritted her teeth as she looked at the fallen dagger. Fresh crimson drops dripped from Luth's neck. The fairies following Shill also reluctantly lowered their weapons, as if they had no other choice. They all seemed very disappointed with Shill. "Shill, my little sister." Shill just stared at the fallen dagger without responding. "For now, it may be difficult for you to accept, no matter how I explain it to you. However, I believe that someday you will understand my decision. Now go back the way you came." Shill turned around and left. As Shill started to leave, the fairies also began to move, seemingly without any other option. Luth let out a sigh as she watched the forest beyond which Shill and her group had departed. It was a sigh mixed with unease and a sense of relief. The relief did not come from the fact that she had not been stabbed by her sister and her family's swords. Fairy culture is really amusing. They unsheathe their weapons, seemingly ready to kill the queen, but with a few words, they turn and leave. Haha. From the darkness of the forest behind Luth, a person revealed themselves and spoke. The individual's face was not clearly visible due to a tightly pulled hood, but they wore a black robe adorned with Runcandle's black sword emblem. Lokia. Luth turned around and spoke the person's name. Lokia Ganesto. She was one of Runcandle's 10 great knights, an unrivaled mage when it came to pure magic. In Runcandle, no, even in the human world, it's unimaginable. Still, I'm glad. If they had really intended to harm you, I would have killed them all without exception. As Lokia spoke and let out a chuckle, Luth's eyes narrowed. "Are you enjoying this situation?" "Yes, it's amusing and cute. It's like watching children playing at war." "Well, Luthnim, you were impressive. You didn't even flinch when you had a dagger at your throat." "No. Was it because you trusted her so much?" "Think what you will. Honestly, if the dagger that touched your neck had gone in even half a nail more, I would have killed her immediately. I had endured it my way, but if I had killed her, I would probably have earned her resentment." Luthnim. Lokia continued to speak with a slight smile. "However, earning Luth's resentment is better than arousing the anger of our patriarch. From now on, do not undertake such reckless actions without consulting the patriarch. If I hadn't taken it upon myself to be your escort, I never asked for an escort. That's the problem. That's why, being a perceptive person, I followed you. Anyway, if I hadn't been your escort and the fairies fleeing had stabbed you, the patriarch would have been furious. It wouldn't have ended with just a few of the rebels dead. Timar is a good person. That was his nature. But can someone remain good even after losing their own people? Runcandle's patriarch would not be so pusillanimous. In my opinion, you really put the entire fairy tribe in danger. Just as your sister said." Luth had nothing to say. Lokia gave her an affectionate pat on the head, as if she found her adorable. "Let's go back. Oh, and from today you are the chief steward of Runcandle. The patriarch has ordered me to inform you about it." After that day, Shil and the fairies who followed her left the primeval forest, and they fell into oblivion. Starting with 5 members of the fairy tribe on March 4, 797, in just a few years the existence of all the fairies in the world had been forgotten. It was because Runcandle had been defeated. Although they had been forgotten, their forms still lingered in the world. However, they weren't truly alive. Their forms were. To others, the forms of the forgotten fairies appeared dark and eerie, like shadows. But no one paid them any attention. Whether walking through bustling cities or traversing forests teeming with all kinds of wildlife, no one noticed them. No one cared about the forgotten fairies turned into ghosts. They were as insignificant as passing wind, completely unnoticed. Even the fact that Shil and the forgotten fairies were lingering around was just instinct. They couldn't even communicate with each other. Hearing, reading, or remembering the words or text of the forgotten beings was impossible. Feeling emotions was the same. The forgotten fairies roamed through time like empty shells, their emotions replaced by a sense of emptiness, like flowing air. Such were the forgotten beings. Existing but not existing, incapable of making any impact on the world, unable to communicate with anyone. There could be no more horrifying punishment than this. The fairies, along with those crushed by Zippel's power, were paying a cruel price. Oh! In the midst of that timeless, immeasurable time, Shil and the fairies heard a voice. A voice, a phenomenon that would have been completely ordinary before being forgotten now caused the 2 eyes of the forgotten fairies to open for the first time. They opened their eyes and saw their transformed, shadowed appearance. As they regained consciousness, they realized the dire situation they were in and trembled with despair. All of this led them to turn their heads in the direction from which the voice had come. Oh! And what appeared before the eyes of Shil and the fairies was a woman even darker and larger than their shadowy forms. Jojo, look at all the little orphans. The woman looked at the fairies with great interest. Although her face was not clearly visible in the darkness, the fairies could sense that she was smiling. And even though they had never seen her before, they were able to discern her name. Hilurum, said Shil. She had learned the name of that which while fulfilling her duties as a fairy before being forgotten. Upon hearing that, Hilurum let out a satisfied laugh. Ha-ha, as her laughter continued. Shil and the fairies clung to hope. There is someone who recognizes us. There is someone who can help us exist again. For the forgotten fairies, harboring that hope was natural. Even if the other party was a legendary who had caused numerous catastrophes in the world. How did you end up like this? Zippel erased our existence from the entire world. Do you feel it's unfair? Yes, it's unfair. Why? We haven't done anything wrong. In responding, Shil felt shame. She couldn't immediately understand why she felt ashamed. So, she pondered for a moment and soon arrived at an answer. She had abandoned her elder sister and distanced herself from those fighting against Zippel. Faced with that fact, she felt stifled. It almost seemed better to have been forgotten, to have felt nothing at all. Hilurum saw through Shil's thoughts. It seemed like she knew the entire story of Shil and the forgotten fairies. What a pathetic response. Even in the face of such a derogatory comment, Shil and the fairies couldn't reply. Moreover, they just wanted to appear decent. They wanted somehow to present themselves well to Hilurum and regain their existence in the world. The shame and self-loathing for betraying the queen and their kin would fade over time if they could exist once more. Do you repent? Shil and the fairies nodded. A while ago, you said you hadn't done anything wrong, but now you speak of repentance. I have a question for you. Tell me. Certainly and inevitably, a similar time will come again. At that time, what kind of decision will bold beings like you make? Hilurum looked Shil in the eyes. Energy and a black aura emanated from her hands. Shadow energy, a power known only to Sodaret and his contractors. Mana and shadow strength intertwined, forming dozens of threads that wrapped around the fairies. Woo-woo! The appearance of the fairies wrapped in threads was changing. Bodies that had become as dark as shadows were regaining their original colors, and the distinctive red hair of the fairy tribe flowed down. Shil and the fairies could only shed tears as they looked at each other. They felt as if they had returned in their complete forms after eons. However, just as tears began to trickle down their cheeks, the fairies had to experience their appearances changing once again. This can't be. It can't be. The fairies' bodies contorted. The red hair ruthlessly fell like the fur of a sick animal, and their harmonious faces grotesquely transformed, appearing monstrous. Their limbs twisted eerily, and a metallic sound echoed in their necks. Their appearance had become so horrific that they looked like rotting corpses, plagued by disease. Then the transformation momentarily stopped. "This is your true form," Hilurum briefly commented and waved her hand once. Then the threads began to move again, and the appearances of the fairies began to change once more. Their bodies shrank to the size of a child's head, and tiny wings sprouted from their backs. Swish, swish. The wings made a cute sound as they moved. It was an appearance that most people would find endearing. However, the fairies felt humiliation. How amusing. You haven't done anything wrong, but you repent. Moreover, you were filled with the desire to exist again, and now you're also experiencing a luxurious emotion like humiliation. What have you done to us? I have given you a chance to exist again in the world. Hilurum grabbed Shil, and on her back, Hilurum attached a pair of especially large wings. From now on, you will be their queen. When a similar moment you've regretted so much happens again, I will watch over the decisions made by bold beings like you. Moments of regret. Moments when she betrayed her own and didn't confront Zippel. If such a situation repeats someday, what decisions will Shil and the fairies make? Hilurum was precisely curious about that. Don't forget this difficult lesson. Hilurum released Shil and continued speaking. Furthermore, as you've become so inferior compared to before, you will have to think diligently to survive. Now, be off. The fairies didn't even dare to look at Hilurum. As soon as Hilurum's words were finished, the fairies turned around and flapped their wings. In this way, they regained their existence and wandered the world once again. Several more years passed until they found a sanctuary called the Wantaramo Forest. By that time, most of the fairies, except for Sheila, had forgotten much of their memories of when they were true fairies. They had regained existence only through Hilurum's power, not their true form. What they had forgotten wasn't just memories of when they were true fairies. Except for Shil, or rather Sheila, most of the fairies were slowly forgetting even the actions and words that Hilurum had bestowed upon them. Because it was boring. Life that continued without purpose, meaning, or hope was a series of boredom. So they found pleasure in killing the humans who ventured into the forest, and that was enough for them. Only Sheila contemplated her future as queen. Sheila's contemplation ended when a human arrived in the Wantaramo forest to deliver Soderet's message. Chapter 375. The messenger was a woman, clearly weakened. However, despite her weakened state, she was by no means an enemy that could be dealt with simply by the petty tricks of the lesser fairies. Some bold fairies even attacked recklessly without recognizing the enemy. All those fairies had their wings torn and their bodies burst when facing death. It was fortunate that there weren't many of them. Who are you? Even in the face of Sheila's question, the woman didn't reveal her name. Only her eyes hidden under the hood shone alone. She seemed like she had just finished a battle because she smelled of blood and ashes. I've come to deliver Soderet's message. The God of Shadows has a message for us? The woman silently looked at Sheila. She gestured for the other fairies to step back. As the fairies stepped back, the woman spoke again. Do not forget your duty, and promise that you will leave behind a story that you must never forget. That was the message Soderet left for Sheila and the fairies who followed her. Is that all? That's all. Why should I follow this message? This is probably the only and last hope. For you to restore your honor and regain your original form. That's what he said. Sheila's pupils widened. Soderet knew everything that had happened to Sheila and the fairies. He even knew how they had become pitiful forms after encountering Hilurum. The woman turned around. After delivering the message, she seemed ready to leave immediately. Where are you going? Sheila asked. Naturally, She felt intense curiosity toward the woman, and for some reason, she could only ask where she was going. The woman halted her steps for a moment. To a place I haven't destroyed. With those words, the woman left the Wantaramo forest. Since then, the descendants of the fairies began to make the royal melodic drink. As if awakening from a deep sleep, Jean and Valeria simultaneously gulped in air and stood up. Both instinctively reached for their weapons and scanned their surroundings as soon as they opened their eyes. An entirely unfamiliar landscape stretched out before them, a subspace made of shadow energy. Jean immediately understood that this was the fourth tomb of Timar. We're inside the tomb. While Jean said that, Valeria lowered her staff. Cold sweat ran down both of them. Inside the tomb? Then everything we've seen so far was just records contained in the royal melodic drink. It seems so. With the records in the royal melodic drink concluded, the seal of the tomb must have been released. A straight path extended in front of Jean and Valeria. After examining it for a moment, the two quickly came to the same conclusion. Someone has attacked this tomb. The previous tombs were the same. Starting with this being the fourth tomb, it means there have been at least 4 interments. It also shows how Zippel persistently sought and desecrated Timar's tombs. It could have been the work of the Vermont imperial family, not Zippel. They began to move again. It was a long path. However, even after walking for a while, they couldn't sense the hostility or the unique presence of the guardian that protected the tomb. It seems there are no guardians. Although Jean felt relieved at the thought of avoiding another tough battle against the guardians, he also felt a bit disappointed. The absence of guardians meant that there probably wasn't anything important left inside the tomb. Thud. Thud. Finally, the two reached the end of the path. There was a massive tombstone where Timar should have been laid to rest. The interior was completely empty, immaculate, without a speck of dust. The lid was shattered, with fragments scattered around. Jean first conjured a shadow energy flower over the tombstone. "There's nothing here," Valeria said as she inspected the inside of the tomb. As she had said, the only thing left in the fourth tomb was the empty tombstone. There was nothing like Soderet's recording device or the legacy of the ancient run candle. A moment of disappointment washed over them. I guess there really is nothing to be gained from this tomb. Even though we've seen the ancient secrets through the royal melodic drink, we gain absolutely nothing. As if something had occurred to him, Jean cut off his own words. "Now that I think about it, you're a record mage, right? This tomb is practically a piece of record in itself. Isn't it?" "That's right." To Valeria, this tomb was a treasure trove of records. In some ways, it was even easier to analyze than a recording device like a shadow energy pearl. "Exactly. Can you check the records right away? I can't read events from 1,000 years ago with my current level of record magic." Valeria pulled out a neatly folded leather bag from her robe. "Instead, let's gather these fragments and go back. When my record magic level has improved, I can investigate them thoroughly. Like an archaeologist discovering an ancient artifact." Valeria carefully placed the fragments in the bag. Jean helped her collect the fragments. No need to gather them all. After all, it was just an object. He collected stone fragments from the tombstone and the hallway, and also carefully picked up a few bloodstains that were beginning to show. He only placed the bloodstains in an empty glass bottle. Bringing you along was a good decision. If he hadn't met Valeria before arriving at the fourth tomb, Jean would have had to return without gaining anything from here. Valeria shrugged. "I think this should be enough. Let's head back now." Jean nodded. However, there was a problem. How would they get out? The other Timar's tombs Jean had visited so far had been different from this fourth tomb. In the first and second tombs, he fought guardians, inspected records and recording devices, and then, naturally, the subspace collapsed and they exited the tomb. Luth guided him to the exit in the third tomb. But what about the fourth tomb? When they opened their eyes after drinking the wine, all they saw was a desolate subspace of shadow energy. There were no guardians or other information. Nothing. As Jean silently pondered, Valeria became concerned and asked, "Jean Runcandle, could it be? You don't know how to return?" "Well, I've never been in a situation like this before. Until now, I had always encountered guardians or, after checking the records, the subspace would automatically collapse and I could exit. There was a moment of silence. Jean felt a bit embarrassed for no reason, but surprisingly, Valeria didn't seem scornful or mocking towards him. Well, it seems that's how things are. This place isn't an ordinary subspace. Let's think about it together. First, they retraced their steps. They had already taken a look before reaching the tombstone. Even then, there was no exit-like structure in sight, and the result was the same after a second inspection. Should we try to break the subspace itself? This time, Jean shook his head at Valeria's words. Perhaps it's best to leave it as a last resort. If the subspace collapses, the fragments we've gathered could be affected and disappear. I can feel that the shadow energy composing the subspace is interconnected with the samples. Oh, that seems quite likely. Let's wait a bit, Valeria. The power that sealed this tomb within the royal melodic drink won't last forever anyway. Once its effects expire, we should naturally be able to return. For Jean, it was a stroke of luck that Yona followed him. Furthermore, it was a strangely peculiar fact that the place where she awaited him was the entrance to the Wantaramo forest, and the forest sky was overcast with heavy rain. Shoo out. Sarrr. Early in the morning with heavy rain and thunder. Time passed differently outside and inside the tomb. 3 more hours had passed outside since Jean entered the 4th tomb of Timar. This meant that the reinforcements from Zippel, the Spectre Corps, had arrived in the Wantaramo forest. A total of 3 specters arrived in the forest. However, they didn't recklessly enter the forest even after receiving the report that there was a pure-blooded run candle inside the forest. It seems like a mistake that only the 3 of us came. The mana response of the magicians from the 3rd magic tower who went to the Wantaramo forest was cut off, and it seems like there's something inside, especially because Yona Runcandle is there. Yona Runcandle. Among the members of the Corps, she had a reputation for being a very dangerous person. This wasn't just within the Spectre Corps, it applied to all high-ranking magicians of Zippel. She was someone who should never be taken lightly. The members of the Spectre Corps hadn't anticipated encountering Yona when they arrived at the Wantaramo forest. Moreover, with the rain pouring down, there's no way the 3 of us can take on that woman. Even for the Spectre Corps, facing the assassin Yona Runcandle under a downpour like this would be suicidal. Even the captain seemed shaken by the name Yona Runcandle. Now that I've faced her directly, I understand the reason. Even though she's just standing there, I feel like her sword is already at my throat. Yona continued to sit where she had killed the magicians from the 3rd magic tower, humming a melody to herself. Although she was an assassin, she didn't bother to hide. She openly watched the entrance like a guardian. However, the members of the Spectre Corps still felt it intuitively. There was no hope of victory unless they burned Yona Runcandle along with the entire Wantaramo forest. It didn't seem like they could kill Yona even if they burned the forest along with her. In the end, if they only ended up burning this sacred forest, Zippel would suffer significant losses dealing with the aftermath. Maybe there's nothing important inside the forest after all. Yona Runcandle might have been rummaging through the forest for fun when Mila called for help, and naturally, there's a possibility that the magicians from the 3 magic towers were killed. If it's Yona Runcandle, she's entirely capable of that. Was there even a report about that woman that didn't include the expression, completely crazy person? So, should we retreat? The members of the Spectre Corps remained fixed on Yona, unsure of what to do. Originally, they should have received information about the presence of Jean Runcandle and the record mage inside the forest. In that case, instead of just 3, the entire alert Spectre Corps would have gathered here. Even if only 3 had come, they would have faced Yona in battle, prepared for a fight to the death. However, the magicians from the 3rd magic tower, who should have relayed the information contained in the letter about this matter, were turned into lifeless corpses by Yona's hand 3 hours ago. As a result, the Spectre Corps was in the dark about what was happening inside the forest, who was there, and what was going on. Damn! It's hard to make a judgment. Amidst the Spectre Corps' hesitation, Yona contemplated to herself. Are they perhaps here to kill my little brother? No, that's not possible. The letter those corpses had didn't reach them. Did they coincidentally run into me as they passed by? I'm not sure. Should I kill them? Or forgive them? Kill them? Forgive them? Yona smiled with satisfaction and turned her gaze toward the trees where the Spectre Corps members were hiding. And at that moment, the Spectre Corps had no choice but to reach a conclusion. Perhaps it would be best to simply withdraw. Chapter 376. Descendant of the Fairies. It seems like the subspace is about to collapse soon, said Jean, sensing the vibrations of the distorted subspace. That's right. I'm glad we didn't have to destroy it, as you suggested. Valeria stood up, casually took off her robe, and continued speaking. It's been a rather intriguing conversation, Jean Runcandle. During the 3 hours they spent inside the subspace, the two shared a considerable amount of stories. Primarily, Jean talked while Valeria listened. As a disciple of a past life and a current companion, he recounted how he had lived. Of course, he wasn't talking about random things. Jean shared valuable information as companions. Since becoming a shadow contractor at an early age, technically right after the regression from the moment of birth, the world secrets he had uncovered since his cadet days, the things he gained as a provisional flag bearer, the experiences he had as a flag bearer, and his future plans, up until he met Valeria. Valeria was genuinely interested in Jin's story. She believed that the density of time accumulated by the human Jean Runcandle was incredibly profound. He's only 19, but he's been through so much. Of course, Jean also knew the events that had unfolded in Valeria's life. But right now, she was nothing more than a 17-year-old girl just entering adulthood. She was very aware that the happiness of her childhood had been short-lived, and she had endured more loneliness than anyone would expect from a young girl. So, just before the subspace was about to collapse completely, Valeria shared an emotional story from her past. Do you remember what I was commemorating earlier? Yes. It was a tribute to the Grey Owl mercenaries and my deceased family. After Zippel massacred them, I vowed never to let others get close to me again. Valeria looked into Jin's eyes. Then she began to say something but stopped herself. What is it? It's nothing. Anyway, after hearing your stories, I have a slightly clearer idea of what we're going to do together in the future. Jean was surprised that she had mentioned the Grey Owl mercenaries first, and he felt he understood the words Valeria had swallowed. FSSSS. The collapse of the subspace was accelerating. Shadow's energy particles fluttered like black pollen, spreading in all directions and disappearing. Although only about 3 hours had passed inside the subspace, the outside world was approaching noon. They're here. They've returned. Shilanim. The cat tribe members Lulu and Miru were the first to approach the two. Both were wrapped in the shadow energy armor that Jean had provided, making them look like large tufts of fur. The heavy rain had stopped, and the clouds parted, allowing the sun to shine down on them. Have you returned? Sheila flew toward them and spoke. She looked tired. Despite the distinctive fairy light flowing from her body, she appeared fragile. Betrayed by her own family and having killed her only sister with her own hands in a single day, it was only natural. I didn't know time would flow like this. In my absence, haven't more pursuers come? Yes. Someone is blocking those who approach the forest. Who? That person introduced themselves as Mr. Green Rose. Yes, Mr. Green Rose. That person said you'd know if we said that. We've never met a human who could find us so easily. And we didn't even notice Mr. Green Rose until he was right beside us. Lulu and Miru spent the entire night hidden, afraid of the pursuers, keeping watch over the forest's entrances. Then, at one point, when they turned their heads, they saw Yona smiling at them. They got very frightened and tried to run away. However, Yona found the cat tribe members incredibly adorable and gave them their new alias. Sister Yona helped me. Jean felt grateful but also got goosebumps at the same time. When did Big Sister start following me? Jean had no way of guessing. It meant that Yona could have killed him at any moment. Of course, Yona would never do that, but still, what's your relationship with Mr. Green Rose? An ally? Or just someone pretending to be an ally? I'm glad we're on very friendly terms. We are allies. Lulu and Miru breathed sighs of relief. They had considered that if Yona turned out to be an enemy, Jean wouldn't be able to handle it. I don't exactly know when my sister started following me, but news of my journey to the Wantaramo forest and that a record magician is with me won't reach Zipple. There was no need to hastily leave the forest. While in the subspace, Jean had worried about not being able to converse with Sheila due to unfavorable external conditions. Jean looked into Sheila's eyes. That you were descendants of the fairy tribe was just a name given to you by people, Sheila Nim. You're not descendants. Nothing more than fairies who lost their honor and were cursed by the witch. Sheila's response was filled with self-reflection. We're terrible beings. We kill powerless humans who approach us, exchange the royal melodic drink with rulers in exchange for protection, and we've withered away in our small world. At that moment, Jean remembered a specific detail from the records of the royal melodic drink. They had regained existence solely thanks to Haluram's power, but not their true form. What they had forgotten weren't just memories of when they were true fairies. Except for Sheila, most of the fairies were slowly forgetting even the actions and words Haluram had bestowed upon them. Because it was boring. Life that continued without purpose, meaning, or hope was a series of boredom. So they found pleasure in killing humans who ventured into the forest, and that was enough for them. Only Sheila was reflecting on her future as their queen. Nevertheless, you kept Soderet's promise. I didn't keep it. It was kept because you came. You are the promised 1,000-year contractor, so I made no effort to keep Soderet's promise. Among humans, there is a saying that the best way to substitute guilt is self-loathing. But, Sheila Nim, you are not human. Jean paused briefly before continuing. So please accept it. Sheila Nim, you made mistakes long ago. You suffered cruel consequences, and that wasn't enough. You were cursed. However, while other fairies completely lost themselves, you haven't forgotten Soderet's message. That should suffice. As Jean concluded his words, Sheila's wings trembled slightly. Thank you. It may have sounded presumptuous. Thank you for listening kindly. Sheila's gaze shifted to Valeria. Come closer. Valeria stepped in front of Sheila. She had an expression as if she sensed something. What did you feel from the records seen through the royal melodic drink? Valeria slowly closed her eyes and then opened them. Strangely, upon entering the primordial forest, a nearly agonizing sense of longing surged within me. It's because your soul originates from there. My clan has existed since the year 1400, and now it's the year 1799. There's a significant time gap between the records of the royal melodic drink and the current era. Yes, the records I left behind are 1,000 years old. However, your soul has its roots in the primordial forest. Why are you so sure of that? For the first time, a human using the name Hister approached me. Valeria's pupils widened. The human's name was Minka Hister, like you and my kin whom I betrayed. She had distinctive red hair that one never forgets once seen. Minka Hister. Valeria also knew that name. She was the ancestor of the Hister, the first person to emerge from a succession temple, and also the first human to use record magic. Hister's unique record magic had originated from Minka. Why did my ancestor come to see you, Sheila Nim? To inform me. About what? About the fairies who fought against Zipple until the bitter end. They were all forgotten, and my old sisters left behind a single spark before being completely forgotten and disappearing forever. Sheila's body reddened. Remorse, sadness, resentment, passionate waves of emotions tore at her heart. That spark finally ignited and became like you. 1,000 years ago, the fairies had been completely forgotten due to Zipple's manipulation of history, but they left behind one last record. A record in the form of souls. The fairies living in. The primordial forest understood the natural order more deeply than any other existence. The only order the fairies understood. The cycle. Whether they were humans, animals, plants, or even ancient eternal steel, everything would eventually break down with time, becoming part of the earth, flowing in rivers, carried by the wind, and ultimately absorbed by the world. They would become nourishment, mingling with seeds, giving birth to life anew. The fairies had thus gathered all their souls and sent them into nature. Someday, with fervent hope that these souls would bloom again somewhere, for 100 years later, finally, the souls of the fairies took the form of a single name. The name was Hister. While Sheila explained these facts, tears continuously streamed down Valeria's cheeks. She breathed heavily, unaware that she was crying. Valeria looked like a precious niece in Sheila's eyes, but she couldn't console Valeria thoughtlessly because she had committed unforgivable sins against her niece. What kind of person was my ancestor? It was a statement brimming with countless questions. She was so beautiful and graceful that I'm ashamed to mention it. Incredibly strong yet seemed lonely. Seeing you makes me wonder what kind of person she was. Minka Hister was the human who disappeared alongside Hister from history when Zippel erased Hister from it. That's why Sheila couldn't recall the fact that Minka had come 400 years ago. She could barely conjure up a faint image, but she had a strong sense of foreboding ever since Valeria arrived in the forest. And now, she had just glimpsed Minka's image from Valeria. Only now did the vivid face of Minka come to her mind. Alongside Minka, she also remembered the face of her older sister, Luech Damaro Yul. Memories of Sheila of the ancient fairies that had been erased were igniting. Can you tell me your name? Valeria. Valeria Hister. You're a descendant of the fairy tribe, not the ghosts of the Wantaramo forest. And you're the only person who will inherit the existence of the fairies. It was the moment when Valeria's long and heavy task had come to an end. Chapter 377. The warning? 1. Valeria couldn't speak as she struggled to sort out the emotions that had been building up for a while. Although she now knew her roots, she still felt lonely. However, it was incomparable to the days when she was alone without knowing the reason. A new good reason had been added to the task of restoring Hister's history, to avenge the ancient fairies, Hister, and the Grey Owls. I'm grateful to have met you, along with keeping Soderet's message. Now, Sheila Nim, what do you plan to do? Sheila closed her eyes at Valeria's question. Although Mila had left, the cursed fairies still remained in the Wantaromo forest. I'll continue to stay in this forest and create royal melodic drinks. It's the last sense left to our cursed existences. An intense light began to emanate from Sheila's two wings. I will make sure no information about you and Jean Runcandle leaks out. I'll eliminate the traitors and restore order in the forest. After Mila's death, no one had control over the forest for a brief period of time. But when Sheila regained her memories through Valeria, power over the forest also returned to her. She became the queen of the cursed fairies once again. She also became stronger. Just a moment, Jean Runcandle. Before leaving the forest, I have a question for you. You'll probably ask about the location of the fifth tomb. That's right. This was the only clue I had. You must find the fifth tomb on your own. From this point on, Jean had to start from scratch and find the tomb. Zippel, Vermont, Kinslow, and others will continue to search for Timar's tomb. And now that Elder Mary has made information about the tomb public, others in Runcandle will surely start searching too. Once the four major factions began moving in earnest, it would be impossible for Jean to secretly search for the tomb, even if he wanted to. Furthermore, compared to the four major factions, Jin's influence was incredibly insignificant. If it weren't for my master, I wouldn't even have been able to compete with the four major factions. Just as he had found the cat tribe, Valeria would now have to search for Timar's tomb alongside Hister's succession temple. So, until Valeria and Runcandle's potential allies found the tomb's location, Jean didn't need to waste his energy unnecessarily. After organizing his thoughts, Jean nodded. Understood. You should leave now. The fact that you found this forest won't be revealed to the outside. And Lulu Miru. Yes, Sheila Nim. Both of you have worked hard. Thank you very much. After all, weren't we all in the same position as Sheila Nim? We had promises for the 1,000-year contractor. It was just part of that. Please convey my greetings to Neru. I won't ask where you're heading. Jean and Valeria exchanged a brief embrace with the members of the cat tribe. Our tribe will always bless you, Jean Runcandle. how are the little beast men doing? It seems the cosmetics business is thriving, but still, they're all safe in the hidden palace. If you have the chance, come and visit us. Of course, when we return, I'll suggest creating a hideout near the hidden palace. Our tribe will need some time to recover. Then Lulu looked at Valeria. I apologize. At first, I had thought you had no connection to Jean, so I had intended to harm you. Don't worry, and I won't forget. We'll meet again someday. And when the time comes, we'll use the remaining artifact for something good for the world. Just as you and Jean Runcandle were born with destinies for the world. Born with destinies for the world. Lulu expressed it that way for a reason. Jean and Valeria. Lulu foresaw that the little sparks left by Soderette and the ancient fairies would eventually ignite Zipple and reset the course of the world's history. It was time to bid farewell. With a firm handshake and a wave, Jean, Valeria, and the little beast men began heading in different directions, leaving the Wantaromo forest. Before disappearing completely from view, Valeria turned once more and made a respectful bow to Sheila. After glimpsing that there's a connection between the fairies and Hister in your records, I never expected to find the answers so quickly. I want to thank you. As Valeria continued her sentence, Jean smiled and handed her a handkerchief. Take it, Valeria Hister. A handkerchief? You still have traces of tears on your face. Ah! Seeing Valeria's nervous expression was quite unusual. Of course, she quickly regained her composure and wiped her face with the handkerchief. We'll soon meet this Mr. Green Rose. It might be awkward if you meet them looking like that. The person who stopped Zipple's reinforcement and... You said it was lucky that person was nearby. Who is it? If it weren't for that person, things could have gone wrong. My older sister. Older sister? Yona. Her dear older sister. Meeting her was always a charming yet worrying event. She wouldn't cause a ruckus wanting to kill the mistress, right? After all, my mistress is also Samuel's benefactor. Hee, what are you saying? Little brother. Crack. Jean clenched his teeth reflexively. He was so startled that he was on the verge of wielding his sword towards where he had heard Yona's voice. It seemed that Valeria had the same reaction. Her eyes suddenly shifted to the left. Yona was behind them, with a wide smile at the corner of her lips. I thought my heart was going to fall out, older sister. Jean was sincere. Jean hadn't felt at all that she was approaching, even though he had been prepared for Yona's arrival with his senses fully sharpened. Jin's martial skill was already approaching 9 stars. That meant that in a state where his senses were fully awake, it wouldn't be easy for even the best assassin in Samuel to find a gap. Certainly an assassin of Sister Yona's caliber in a forest like this is practically akin to the god of death. Or rather, it's Sister Yona, so she could approach like this from the beginning. As Jean grew, Yona had also reached a new level. Yona had become an even better assassin than Jean had imagined. My little brother, is it because of this girl you have by your side? I've been walking behind you for about 30 seconds, and you didn't notice at all. What if I suddenly stab her? Don't make such terrifying jokes casually, older sister. I'm not joking. Little brother, you may not know, but I can stab that one next to you. Step. When Yona approached Valeria with slightly unfocused eyes, Jean was startled and had no choice but to stand between them. Older sister, step aside. She's my companion. You shouldn't. Shudash. Before Jean could finish his sentence, Yona suddenly pulled something from her clothes and threw it toward Valeria's forehead. Swish. If Jin's strength had been even slightly weaker, he wouldn't have been able to deflect Yona's projectiles. It was lucky that he barely managed to do so. He couldn't discern precisely what Yona had thrown. What are you doing? Temporarily blinded, Jean tried to push Yona away, but soon he saw something falling forcefully towards Valeria's head. Ping! Yona threw 2 more projectiles, but they were nothing more than wild grass stems. Wild grass? Are you kidding me? It was the wild grass that gently settled on Valeria's head, as if it had been there all along, which was actually the case, as Yona had meticulously calculated. The 2 wild grass stems looked like rabbit ears on Valeria's head. Long time no see, Riley Hazard. Yona addressed Valeria by one of her aliases, waving her hand cheerfully. You're still the same, Lady Yona. It's been a while. The two women were acquaintances. A moment ago, I felt so envious. I wish my little brother would protect me like this when I'm in danger. Have you been well? How could I not be? It seems like you've been doing well. That's probably because I've been with my little brother. Although it can be tough. Riley, you're clever. So suggest something. Yona wasn't paying any attention to Valeria's words at all, and Valeria simply shrugged indifferently. She had experienced Yona's way of speaking before. Well, I wouldn't actually kill my little brother's friend. I'd hate myself if I did. Riley is also a benefactor of Samuel, after all. Well, there's actually no one I couldn't kill, but since that would upset you. For some reason, it seemed like he could hear such a statement, but Jean pretended not to. I'm so touched I could cry, older sister. Hee, right? Aren't I great? Yes. Then praise me quickly. How? Like giving me an autograph? Suddenly, Jean remembered Enya and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was a bit over the top, but she was a sister he really couldn't hate. I heard you stopped Zippel's reinforcements, older sister. I did well in that too, didn't I? If it weren't for you, I would have almost died. Yeah, that might be true. They were very capable individuals. I let them go because Lord Owl might be in a tricky situation if I killed them. But now that I think about it, I should have killed them. It could have been advantageous for you. No. I'm genuinely moved that you considered Lord Owl's perspective. Older sister, you're taking another step towards becoming a florist owner. Your social skills are improving. Well, I'm improving day by day too. As Jean and Yona continued to banter for a while, Valeria couldn't help but think they were a very likable pair of siblings. Like Yona, Valeria's guard against others had gradually softened since she met Jean. But sister, how did you come to protect me? Are you asking me since when I started following you? Something like that. In response to Jin's question, Yona's eyes sparkled. She seemed eager to explain herself. I was on vacation because I recently disabled a big fish. So I went to see you at the main house, and our family's atmosphere was quite special. Hey, little brother. You caused quite a stir, didn't you? You're talking about Sister Mary. Yes, the Garden of Swords was turned upside down by the information you gave Sister Mary, and she seemed quite infatuated during the meeting, which put her in a tight spot. She got furious, saying she would scold you. I see. You'll have to calm her down. Hee. And because of the circumstances, I ended up protecting you while trying to tell you this information. But do you want to hear something more interesting? Something more interesting? Yona responded with a sly smile, a deep and dark murderous intent mixed within her laughter. Some members of the Elder Council are actually conspiring to kill you, little brother. Chapter 378. The Warning, 2. Some members of the Elder Council want to kill me? And they haven't sent you to kill me, right? If so, then there's no choice for me. It would be suicidal for those old and boring pieces of meat to entrust me with a request. Due to Siren's strict orders, there was currently no one within the family who could use Yona. Even in the past, Joshua had indirectly crossed paths with Yona, and Yona's return to the family was delayed due to dealings between Jean and Owl, while trying to contain Jean. Joshua received a slap in the face and had to return the Black Light Heart. And even if they did, do you think I would kill you? Yes, you're right. You wouldn't kill me, older sister. I'm also a benefactor of Samuel. It was just a joke. I don't like those kinds of jokes. Jean chuckled softly. All right, who are these guys? The fact that some members of the Elder Council were trying to kill him didn't particularly surprise him. After all, he was sure there would be plenty of people who would want to kill him once he became a flag-bearer. Jean had always caused trouble for his family since his cadet days. By the end of his career as a provisional flag-bearer, there was even a 300 million reward just in Runcandle for him. He had constantly violated Runcandle's ancient and humiliating traditions by using magic, so in a way, assassination attempts were natural. Actually, it's quite late. No, it's too late. The corner of Jin's lips curved. At this point, An attack from the Elder Council, even if it were only some of them, no longer frightened him. However, Yona's grave expression bothered him a bit. Who are these guys? I don't exactly know which of the elders they are. If I had known, I would have killed them all. No, the assassins were commissioned by some unknown elder. How do you know? I haven't even mentioned the assassination request yet. It's obvious. The only ones who have the power to unsheathe their swords and kill me directly are the leaders. Among them, there's no one who would benefit from my death right now. Jordan Runcandle of the Black Sword Association, Lynn Milcano of the Law Guard, and Tellot Runcandle of the Civil Guard. Among them, Tellot was a potential ally of Jean, Jordan was a clear enemy, and Lynn was a potential enemy. But even Jordan gained nothing by killing Jean right now. You're clever, but you show a careless appearance in an obvious problem. Isn't it clear? Jordan Runcandle, the council president, and the second flag bearer have a mutually prosperous as well as competitive relationship. You're right about the mutually prosperous part, but I've never heard of the competition. Oh right, well it makes sense. You're different from me and much more so the higher-ranking flag bearer, so it's understandable. Just remember one thing. The council president hasn't given up on his dream of becoming the patriarch. Jean remembered the conversation he had with Tellot Runcandle during their dealings. It's more of a loss for him as he hasn't given up on the patriarch position. The head of the Black Sword Association wants to see Joshua and me continuously restraining and devouring each other, ultimately ruining us both together. Although Lynn Milcano's intentions were still unclear, at first glance, she was affiliated with Jordan. Therefore, it's likely that the elders who want to kill me have entrusted the task to outsiders. It's unlikely to be someone from among the leaders themselves. They are probably not powerful individuals who could confront me in direct confrontation. And older sister, you probably used Samuel's intelligence network to confirm this. Correct. That's absolutely right. You're very clever. Yona ruffled Jin's hair as she continued speaking. I won't tell you who the assassins are. Why not? I'll tell you if you go out with me. Little brother. It's been a long time since we've seen each other like this to have a real conversation. It had been almost 2 years, and it was the first time they had seen each other since he became a flag bearer. Jean smiled at her words. That's true. I've missed you, older sister. I received the letter you left in my room last time, and the rose ring, and I felt really good all day after seeing them as soon as I woke up. Yona showed her pure, white teeth as she smiled. It always seemed strange to think that the world's greatest assassin could smile with such innocence. I'm glad. Before I became a flag bearer, I disappeared without a word, and I'm sorry. I couldn't help it because things weren't going well. I understand. So, what do we do now? Any plans? Let's start by filling our stomachs. We haven't eaten anything in the forest. How about we play hide and seek first? Or maybe throwing knives? Throwing knives. It's when we stand 100 paces apart and take turns throwing knives at each other. Every time you dodge or block, we take a step closer, and the one who gets stabbed first loses. Isn't there another game? All right, how about an axe-throwing game? What's that? We use axes to hit each other's ears. No, I get it now. Older sister, we should have fun like normal people do, you know? Things like shopping, watching plays, having a drink and chatting. Jean. Valeria called out to Jean in a calm voice. At the same time, Yona suddenly turned her head. Oh, you were still here. She had that kind of expression. I'm leaving now. I'll take care of the body of this home demon from the Imperial Guard. So get in touch if you need me. Valeria pointed her finger at the body of an Imperial Guard home demon she had wrapped in her cloak. Where are you going? Whoosh! Suddenly, Yona grabbed Valeria's wrist. You should join the party too. Lady Yona? Valeria's pupils shifted leftward again. It was strangely amusing for Jean to see Valeria getting nervous over and over. Besides, something has been bothering me, Riley. What's going on between you and my little brother? What's going on between us? Don't tell me you two are lovers? What were you doing in the forest? No, we had some matters to attend to. I see tear marks all over your face. Were you having a great time and suddenly had a lover's quarrel? Little brother, when you're in love, don't make your partner cry. And Riley, don't make my little brother cry even more. Seriously, I'll kill you if I find out. It seems there's a misunderstanding, Lady Yona. Is that so? I'll really kill you, even if you're Samuel's benefactor. It seemed futile to provide further explanations. Yona extended her arms and wrapped them around both of them. Let's go. When Jean and Valeria finally came to their senses, they had already left Kaiken and were enjoying good food in another city. Shopping, renting a whole tavern to drink, Valeria just watched, and much more. Hee. Being with little brother is more fun than killing people after all. It enhances the taste of alcohol, right? Throughout the day, Valeria was somewhat absent, listening to Yona's continuous chatter and impulsive actions. But at some point, she seemed to give in and occasionally burst into hollow laughter. But occasionally she also genuinely laughed. In a way, she had spent a normal day like her companions. It was the first time it had happened to her since the Grey Owl mercenaries were annihilated. In her previous life, she had never experienced it until she met Jean, or rather, she had refused to experience it. So when that big shot turned around, I cut off his arm. He didn't scream, but his eyes were so wide it looked like they were going to pop out. Yes, Riley, until next time. When the morning sun rose, Yona explained how she had crippled a big shot on her recent mission and sent Valeria away. Valeria hadn't said she was leaving before Yona said, until next time. But she was quietly packing her things. Watching Valeria, who walked somewhat unsteadily as she guided her exhausted body after being tormented by Yona all night, Jean asked, "Isn't it okay to do this kind of thing once in a while?" Valeria turned around and met Jin's gaze. "Yes, I suppose so. I'm leaving." As Valeria left, Yona's eyes lit up again. "Little brother, we should leave too." "Where all of a sudden? To have some real fun. Just a moment ago, were you pretending to drink and have fun all night? I had no idea." Seeing Yona raise the corner of her lips, Jean felt a chill down his spine. Just follow me. I'll show you many fun things." It wasn't for her feelings. After leaving the tavern, Jean had to endure Yona's various games for 2 whole days. Games like throwing daggers and throwing axes, among other gruesome and terrifying games. I had forgotten what kind of person my older sister is. I should have realized from the moment she suggested we go out. When Jean was a provisional flag bearer, to her, it was just a game to send executioners one by one to kill him when he visited Samuel. So imagine how it would be now that he had become a flag bearer. During the 2 days of revelry with Yona, he narrowly escaped death several times. It was an advantage that he hadn't slept a wink. "It's been fun, little brother. Let's play again if I have some free time." Compared to him, who hadn't closed his eyes, Yona returned to Samuel looking refreshed, as if she had slept all these days. Phew! Jean felt his body heavy as lead. His face darkened, and he experienced constant muscle twitches around his eyes. "It's a bit annoying, but I feel like I've had proper training after a long time. I still get goosebumps on my back even after going through Yona's unique killing intent for 2 days. Jean let out a hollow laugh without realizing it. If it weren't for Yona, no one could reek of such a thick bloodlust until they left. "Welcome to the central transfer gate of Baria. Please state your destination." "Huffister, Kalen. First class. Your identification has been verified. Have a comfortable journey." The fake identification documents used by flagbearers posed no problems anywhere in the world. Jean sat in the first-class seat as if he were buried in it and closed his eyes. He felt like he needed to rest before the boarding gate opened. There wouldn't be time to rest once he returned to the Garden of Swords. But unfortunately, Jean couldn't rest. "I didn't know living in my older sister Yona's killing intent would be so useful." Jean didn't notice as soon as he entered the room. But sitting quietly, he started to feel it. There was an ordinary, different kind of killing intent coursing through his entire body. Jean wouldn't have felt it on a normal day. Not with such an exhausted body. Furthermore, even though it was normal, the killing intent surrounding Jean was extremely refined. Teleportation will begin shortly. You may experience headaches and dizziness due to teleportation side effects, so passengers. Attendant. Yes, sir? Leave. What are you suddenly saying? If I've somehow displeased you, please tell me. It means you should leave if you're not on the same side as the passengers. Those are assassins who have come to kill me from the Malevolent Spirit Fortress. The Malevolent Spirit Fortress, the headquarters of the Malevolent Spirit Base. They were the ones who had received the request from the Elders. Chapter 379. How Runcandle Deals with Assassins. 1. I never expected the assassins from the Malevolent Spirit Base to arrive so quickly. It was because he believed his movements hadn't been discovered. Moments ago, he had been with Yona, and when they were searching in the Wantaromo forest, he had been disguised as Valeria. Especially when Yona was nearby, it was impossible for the assassins to be so close. Did they find me right after older sister Yona left? It hasn't been even 2 hours. How did they manage to track my movements in such a short time? He had no idea. It couldn't be just a coincidence, given the thoroughness of the Ghost Mercenaries' preparations. It seems all the first-class passengers were assassins in disguise. Well, I'll find out how they managed to follow me later, after dealing with the situation. My physical condition isn't very good, but older sister Yona's killing intent could be quite useful in this fight. It would be useful for sensing the difference in ordinary killing intent. If Yona's killing intent was like a blank canvas, then ordinary killing intent was a palette of various colors. This in itself had a kind of filtering effect. No matter from which direction an attack came, he could respond at a level close to prediction, thanks to the killing intent imbued in his sword. Just like how we can distinguish colors on the canvas with our naked eyes. That's why, even though he was quite tired, Jean had confidence. He fought at an advantage to compensate for his disadvantage. Sighing as he looked around, the guide seemed perplexed. Sir, I apologize, but do you happen to have any narcotics or similar substances with you? I need to check for a moment. Please cooperate. The attendant reached out to Jean. At that moment, Jean punched him while still seated. The savage sensation of the attendant's finger bones breaking successively was heard, and before he could scream, Jean cut his throat with his hand. It wasn't a sword. It was just his hand, but the cut on the neck was clean. Jean had also already surpassed the point where he could use his whole body as a sword. Shriek. The aura-stained hand left a bright trail. Blood should have splattered everywhere like a fountain. But no blood was spouting from the cleanly severed neck of the guide. His entrails were nearly empty. There were parts resembling the figure of a human and an animal, but the attendant had a mask, created from materials of both. The familiar sensation when he broke the fingers was due to this. Oh, look at you, being so rough. What would you have done if I were really an attendant? The young woman wearing a mask as a disguise had been the one in the attendant outfit. She had now moved away from the cabin entrance, holding 2 daggers in both hands. At the same time, there was a chilling sound of swords being drawn all around. The assassins disguised as passengers were unsheathing their weapons. Asking first-class passengers about narcotics possession is something only high-level administrators can do. You need to study more. Jean seemed to know who the woman was. Faye Proc, the Proc family. Originally a simple peasant family, they gained notoriety in the world thanks to a man named Smarian Proc. Despite coming from a peasant background, Smarian Proc displayed a talent for assassination from a young age. He first killed his parents and then committed countless murders. Eventually, he wiped out the Siegel family, the family that had ruled the Malevolent Spirit Fortress for centuries, and made the Proc name known to the world. Smarian left behind 2 children before his death. Lotta Proc, the current leader of the Malevolent Spirit Fortress, and his younger sister, Faye Proc. And like Smarian, they were born with the destiny of assassins. In just 1 generation, a peasant family had turned into a group of assassins, and people referred to them as the Proc demons. So, did you recognize me immediately? Well, the infamous 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle. I don't hold a grudge against you, but you'll have to die here today. In response to Faye's words, Jean calmly observed the various colors of killing intent. A total of 10 highly trained assassins, including Faye Proc. Their killing intent was undoubtedly exceptional. But Jean didn't find it impressive. Just 2 hours ago, he had been in the presence of the very killing intent, Yona. If you want that, I suggest you bring more people. Faye nodded, seemingly unfazed by Jin's provocation. That confidence. I hope it continues even when your entire body is paralyzed. Whoosh! As Faye finished speaking, the interior of the cabin began to be enveloped in red smoke. Was a poisonous gas that caused hallucinations and nervous paralysis. The lethality of the poison itself wasn't high, but it could instantly strip even trained warriors of their senses. It was one of the symbols of the malevolent spirit fortress. Ha! Jean took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air, and drew his sword. He then charged towards the cabin entrance where Faye was blocking his way. She smiled beneath her mask as if everything was over. Thud! Faye easily dodged Jin's desperate strike. Furthermore, the other 9 assassins were also closing in on Jean, making it seem impossible for him to escape the cabin. With a face contorted in desperation, Jean sweated profusely as the assassins closed in on him. They hoped the poison would finish him off. Ugh! Jean staggered, feeling dizzy. The assassin's swords were getting closer. Thud! Why you? I demand to make a deal. Finally, Jean fell completely to the ground, barely managing to open his mouth. Faye's eyes turned cold. Where did that audacity go? Faye was very disappointed, or perhaps she had expected this to happen. Faye Proc had witnessed many formidable individuals who initially seemed confident but ended up becoming despicable. To make a deal, kill him, retrieve the body and return. When Faye turned around and gave the order, the assassins simultaneously sprang into action. At that moment, Jean collapsed completely on the ground, barely holding onto his sword. There was no need to be cautious when thrusting a sword into the back of someone who was lying down, defenseless. And Jean had been waiting for that moment when the assassins of the malevolent spirit fortress would lose their caution and lower their guard. They probably took the antidote beforehand, but they wanted to kill me as quickly as possible and get rid of this poison. The 1,000 poison antidote. The antidote that turned the Dringer's body almost immune to various poisons. The assassins didn't have it. That's why when they used extreme poison, they had to suffer some damage themselves. In other words, the assassins of the malevolent spirit fortress used the poisonous mist because they were determined to kill Jean, even if it meant harming their own bodies. So, despite their best efforts to kill him, when Jean displayed a sublime attitude, Faye let her guard down. Thud! Thud! The assassin's swords struck mercilessly. However, the swords weren't aimed at Jean but at the floor where he had fallen. Since Jean was lying down, he couldn't see from which direction the assassin's swords were coming. Even if he was alert, dodging the swords in that state was difficult for Jean, especially considering the exhaustion that had built up in his body. However, what mattered was the killing intent that Jean perceived in them. Even with his eyes closed, Jean felt like he could easily dodge all their swords. Kook! Faye, who was about to leave the room, turned towards Jean at that moment. At the instant her neck was broken, the assassin let out a death scream. Faye's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Could it be that Jean Runcandle had been acting all along until now? She realized instantly, whether he possessed the 1,000 poison antidote or had a venomous body like Kazan, Jean had immunity to poison, and he had used it to act. However, as fast as she had realized, it was already too late. Another assassin's body had been cut horizontally, and in the midst of the severed body, Jean could be seen wielding a sword tainted with dark energy like a demon. Thump dash! Red blood splattered as lifeless bodies fell to the ground, forming a grotesque sound. That's why the assassins of the malevolent spirit fortress are considered worse than the nameless assassins. Poison? Did you really think you could assassinate Runcandle with something like that? Jean, blood dripping from his lips, briefly glanced at Faye. In that fleeting moment, Faye felt intense defeat for the first time in her life. In her 25 years of existence, She had never experienced such a humiliating moment. "Kill him!" Faye charged forward, shouting. 3 assassins were already dead, and yet, with a 7-1 advantage, they believed they could still kill Jean using sheer brute force. Faye and the assassins believed so, up to the moment when Faye, who had caught Jean from behind, thrust her dual blades, hoping that this time the blades would penetrate his body and kill him. Clang! However, Faye's twin blades, which had fallen on Jin's back, produced only an empty sound as if they bounced off metal. Shadow energy armor, the 1000 poison antidote, was not the only thing the assassins of the malevolent spirit fortress were unaware of. They also had no information about Bradamanti's shadow energy armor, which had been completed not long ago. *T. Faye cursed as she realized it. The reason Faye was able to easily position herself behind Jean was thanks to the other assassins who were diverting Jin's attention to the front. 2 out of the 7 were engaged in a perilous battle to create an opening. If Faye's blades had successfully pierced Jin's back, their lifeless heads wouldn't be rolling on the floor right now. However, 2 lifeless heads lay on the ground, tossed there without much care. What remained was Faye and the remaining 5 assassins, who suddenly felt a pressure in their chests. A strange fear gripped their hearts, despite still being superior. But even that sense of superiority wouldn't last long. Faye Proc, you had 2 chances. When you were disguised as an attendant and when I personally told you that you would need more people to kill me. If you had withdrawn then, this wouldn't have been so disappointing. What a shame. Your sarcasm is excellent as rumored. I admit I was careless, but your death is inevitable. If I were you, I would have escaped even now. This is your 3rd chance. Shut up. Faye's and the assassin's swords were now crackling with fierce aura. They were determined to kill the opponent in front of them, even if it meant facing death themselves. Unfortunately, swish, Bradamanti's shadow energy grew even stronger, and it also added the pressure of the legend tribe's suppression. From within the sword, a strong pressure of blue flames erupted. The power of shadow energy, lightning bolt, and the blue flames merged, emitting a deep and sinister aura. Well, now there won't be any more opportunities. Chapter 380. How Runcandle Deals with Assassins. 2. Regardless of who started first, Jin's sword and the assassin's swords began clashing. Sparks flew incessantly as the blades collided, and the entire room vibrated from the aura they emitted. Bam! The thick wooden chairs, interior decorations, and pillars shattered like fragile glass under the shockwaves. The assassins were no longer complacent. The killing intent infused in their swords had become more refined, and their movements had sharpened. Especially the strike from the general-level assassin in the center of the formation was delivering menacing blows with each passing moment. In terms of status, Faye Proc held the highest position, but that was only because she was the sister of the leader of the Spirit Evil Fortress, Lotta Proc. In terms of combat ability, the general-level assassin was far superior. Faye's twin swords were formidable, and she undoubtedly had the potential to be called a genius wherever she went. However, she was just a 25-year-old. No matter how talented she was, to Jean, she was nothing extraordinary. I have to quickly finish off the general-level assassin to end this battle. Having already lost 5 subordinates, he was filled with panic. He moved across the battlefield like a venomous snake, countering smoothly and launching his most challenging and powerful attacks, making for quite an infuriating situation. Jean had started this battle already fatigued. Up until now, he had managed to lull the assassins into complacency with his hidden cards, but the Spirit Evil Fortress was not just any group of assassins. They had their strengths. Your sword seems to be infused with some kind of magic, creating attraction. You adjust your movements accordingly. The general-level assassin immediately recognized the power of Jin's legend's sword. Hearing this, Faye and the assassins regrouped. It seems like there's someone worthy of being assassinated here. What's your name? The general-level assassin didn't respond to the question. If you won't speak, then there's nothing I can do. Woom! Shadow energy swirled through Bradamanti, and along with its flow, a black aura spread in all directions. Jean used it once again as a shield to disrupt the assassin's vision. He was out of breath from releasing his techniques so relentlessly. As he pushed his concentration to the limit, he could clearly sense Yona's killing intent in that state. As his perception sharpened, the assassin's killing intentions became easier to read. Jean skillfully slithered between the 7 swords, and it only appeared precarious. To Jean, the passing swords seemed distant and safe, as if they were just grazing his Shadow Force armor. I've heard that there's a level where you can completely control the battle by reading the killing intent. Is this what it feels like? At the pinnacle of his mind's eye, Jean experienced a similar state. Despite the danger of the situation, the corners of his lips involuntarily lifted. Jean always preferred fights like this. Dangerous, but he never felt like he would lose. Although his face was hidden by the Myalta rune, it wasn't visible to the assassins. But the general-level assassin was unmistakably aware of it. He's enjoying this. Even when we're right in front of him, the general assassin couldn't help but feel that Jean was playing with them. Although the assassins objectively had superior power, or at least the battle was intensely competitive, Jean should have shown some sense of urgency. However, it seemed as if he were a predator with a delicious prey in front of him. He was incredibly arrogant. However, as someone who had wielded a sword all his life, he couldn't help but feel a strange reverence. Are you saying we're different, Jean Runcandle? Qua. The general-level assassin unleashed a powerful strike, and Jean was forced to step back. His stance faltered, and the Spirit Evil Fortress assassins didn't miss the opportunity. Faye's twin swords and the other 4 converged on Jean. However, they couldn't perceive any familiar sensation of swords penetrating flesh and bone. Once again, the only thing transmitted through the swords was the hollow sound of metal clashing. Jean wasn't completely unscathed. I'm using too much shadow energy. Even with his shadow energy release of nearly 8 stars, it wasn't enough. Releasing enough energy to overwhelm the assassins and even form an armor was exhausting. The energy of the shadow energy armor had weakened. Normally, Jean would have easily blocked the 6 swords that pierced through his body without suffering any damage, but cracks had formed in his bones and muscles. Creaking, Jean gasped for breath as he felt his ribs and femur tearing. In life, losing something often led to gaining something else. While using the Shadow Force armor to defend himself, Jean executed a precise strike with his second Shadow Sword technique, scissors, cutting the main assassin's wrist. Jean severed the hand holding the assassin's sword. He fell mercilessly to the ground before he could make a sound. Jean, who had lunged at him, impaled him in the chest with Bradamanti. Now there are 5 left. Only Faye and 4 other assassins remained. Jean and the assassins were breathing heavily. Although the battle had been relatively short, everyone had exerted all their strength. Shriek! A sharp buzzing rang in their ears. The one who lost concentration first would lose. Jean tightened his grip on his sword, ignoring the buzzing in his ears. In a brief moment, Jin's and the general-level assassin's gazes met. In his mind, Jean once again imagined the impending sword strikes, and the general assassin made a decision. He regretted it. He shouldn't have missed the 3 opportunities Jean mentioned a while ago. From the general's perspective, this situation was a blow to his pride, but his position was different from Jin's. He had a duty to protect his master's only sister, Faye Proc. My lady, I will buy you some time. Please, escape. Swoosh! The general-level assassin's sword, enveloped in an aura, emitted a somber vibration. It wasn't a run-candle final move, a secret technique of High Ran, or any other martial art from a prestigious family or clan. It was simply the culmination of an individual's constant training, the fruit of a warrior's sword. Jean had a premonition that this would be his final blow. We received the order to kill Jean Runcandle, and I gave the order to kill him. So we shall. But I cannot put your life in danger, Lady Faye. If you put your life on the line, I will put mine on the line too. My lady. Such are the assassins of the Spirit Evil Fortress and the honor of the Proc. If we fail, my brother will seek revenge. The general-level assassin could no longer stop Faye. Jean gathered all his aura once again and tried to muster all the strength he had left to block the final blow from the general assassin. If I can't stop it, there won't be a next time for me. The outcome would be decided with a single strike. If he could unleash the Sword of Legends, the secret sword technique of the magic sword, or Ryal Zippel's legacy, it would be perfect. However, he had no energy left. What Jean could unleash was a strike that contained the essence of the shadow sword, more than anything else. Well, here we go. And the will of the warrior. As if casting a spell, Jean poured his will into the sword. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent, and everything ahead turned as black as coal. Although Jin's vision had become blurred, the shapes of the assassins were barely visible, but it was easier to calibrate distances than when everything was clear. Naturally, the Myalta and the shadow energy armor dissipated. Even the minimal shadow energy for his protection had transformed into a will to cut and merged into Bradamanti. In this way, for about 10 seconds, while Jean and the general-level assassin faced off, Faye and the other assassins couldn't attack Jean, who remained motionless. Because there was a moment when a barrier, invisible to others but visible to those of the same level, formed between Jean and the general-level assassin. Faye and the assassins believed that the general-level assassin would finally finish Jean off this time. Even if he couldn't kill Jean, they hoped he would inflict enough mortal wounds to secure their victory. They're coming. Almost simultaneously, the swords of Jean and the general-level assassin moved. A flash of light and dark energy crossed between them, and their swords, moving as fast as light, pierced each other. Such bright swords weren't limited to those with extraordinary talents. Anyone who devoted their life to the sword could achieve it through unwavering determination. For the general-level assassin, this was the moment. A moment when the flickering ember burned fiercely before extinguishing. It was perilous. He must have suffered a mortal wound. If he had known in advance about Jin's hidden final move, he would have surely inflicted a mortal wound. The general-level assassin's sword grazed Jin's waist. On Jin's back, where the sword had passed, a scorching ember had formed. It was the blue flame contained in Bradamanti. If it weren't for the strong pressure, in the last moment when the swords clashed, the strong pressure of the blue flame suppressed the general-level assassin. In the midst of the fierce battle with the Spirit Evil Fortress assassins, Jean intentionally hadn't used it, and it ultimately decided the outcome. The assassins knew Jean was a magic swordsman and the contractor of the Phoenix Tess. But since Jean hadn't summoned Tess throughout the battle, they had excluded the blue flame from their calculations. They never thought the Phoenix would infuse its power into the contractor's sword. Ku, the general-level assassin, with his chest pierced, exhaled his last breath. At the same time, Faye and the assassins rushed at Jean, but they had lost their center and were no longer able to oppose him. The broken room was now covered in blood and flesh. The remaining 4 assassins didn't take even 3 minutes to meet their deaths. The poison was spreading, and despite taking an antidote beforehand, their bodies weren't as immune to poisons as Jin's. Finally, only Faye Proc remained, shedding tears of blood as she gazed at Jean. During the battle, she had also suffered injuries, and the poison had already started to paralyze her body. Without a doubt, my brother Lotta Proc will kill you. In my name, in Grimmel's name, and in the name of my fallen comrades. That guy was named Grimmel? Jean said as he turned to look at the lifeless body of the general-level assassin, Grimmel. At that moment, Faye, with all her strength, lunged at him, but Jean easily dodged her sword. Faye lost consciousness and collapsed. I will remember that name. Chapter 381. Who is the real Run Candle? 1. Due to the complete collapse of Barya's central transfer gate, Jean could only make his way to Kalen at night with great difficulty. Young Master Jean. Hastily, the first to rush over was Butler Petro. After Mary publicly discussed the contents regarding Timar's tomb at the meeting, Petro had been waiting every day for Jin's return at Huffister's central transfer gate. 10 days had already passed since the meeting. During those 10 days, Petro's concern for Jean had almost given him a heart attack. As expected, I knew you would be the first to come looking for me. While Petro sweated profusely, Jean smiled calmly. However, due to the fact that he had gone through a fierce battle, Jin's appearance seemed quite worn out to Petro. "Why do you look injured? Hey, call the medical team immediately and bring a warm towel." "I don't need the medical team. Young master, what's with that large sack?" "Oh, this." Swoosh. Jean tossed the robe he had been carrying over his shoulder onto the ground like a sack. Petro's face immediately changed upon reflexively checking what was inside the sack. Isn't she Faye? Proc from the Spirit Evil Fortress. Inside the sack was Faye, still unconscious, with her limbs tied up. She's a hostage for negotiation. The reason Jean kept Faye alive was that her value as a hostage was extremely high. Killing her would only increase the Spirit Evil Fortress's resentment, but keeping her alive could prove useful. "The Spirit Evil Fortress assassins attacked you, young master?" Petro clenched his fists and looked at Faye. "Yes, Lotta Proc sent his sister and 10 assassins after me. And as you can see, I captured that woman, Faye, in the process. It's the Council of Elders." Petro immediately deduced the client. At this moment, there were no others besides the Council of Elders who would have commissioned the Spirit Evil Fortress assassins. Jean nodded. Even before Lady Mary revealed the information she received from the young master, "I had a feeling the Council of Elders would do something later. I didn't expect things to escalate so quickly, and I couldn't prepare for it. I apologize." "Are you saying you couldn't prepare? Is Gilly okay?" Petro's expression darkened quickly when Gilly's name was mentioned. "She's currently under arrest." There was a brief flash of killing intent in Jin's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Where is she? She can't be in a dungeon, can she?" If she were, Murakan wouldn't have stayed quiet. When the arrest order came, Murakanim destroyed a part of the Garden of Swords. The Guardian Knights worked hard to contain him. Has any separate action been taken against Murakan? No, Murakanim has not been punished. Despite damaging part of the Garden of Swords and having more information about Jean than anyone else, Murakan had not faced any consequences. It could have been an irreversible situation if Gilly hadn't stopped Murakanim. Being considered the guardian of the family for a long time, the family had its limits when it came to courtesy. If he had crossed that line, even someone like Murakan might not have emerged unscathed. It's a blessing in disguise. And I've heard that Gilly is detained in one of the Council of Elders' secret hideouts. The chief of the Civil Guard has promised humane treatment, so you don't have to worry too much. Gilly was detained due to her involvement with Jean in the search for Timar's tomb. Additionally, as Jin's nanny, she knew more about him than anyone, so it was natural for the Council of Elders to interrogate her. Information about the tomb of Timar was sensitive enough to provoke a significant reaction from Runcandle. It's a relief that Murakan wasn't in the Wantaramo forest. It was a wise decision to leave him behind in the family. With him nearby, no one could have treated Gilly lightly, although it would have been dangerous if he had gone too far. Furthermore, Tellot, chief of the Civil Guard, had taken good care of Gilly. While preventing Gilly's arrest was an exaggeration, he had tried to be as considerate as possible to Jean. "I have a lot of work to do when I get back." Jean wiped the bloodstains from his face with the towel brought by a servant. It was time to get some fresh bloodstains. "Let's go." He traveled to the Garden of Swords in the steel carriage. The other Guardian Knights at the transfer gate quickly headed to the Garden of Swords, reporting Jin's return. Clank! The sound of the gate chain being lifted at the entrance of the Garden of Swords was particularly loud. As expected, the Garden of Swords had an unusual atmosphere from the entrance. Hundreds of Guardian Knights stood threateningly, with members of the Council of Elders and flag-bearers standing tall in front of them. Finally, Jean descended from the carriage. The blades of 4 swords encircled Jin's neck. They were the swords of the Executioner Knights. 12th flag-bearer, drop all your weapons. Jean chuckled softly in response to the Executioner Knight's low voice. It seems I've become a traitor. Do as I said. And if I don't, we'll have no choice but to enforce the law. President of the Council of Elders. Suddenly, Jean shouted with a resonant and thunderous voice that tore through the garden's silence. It was unthinkable. The youngest in the family, the 12th flag-bearer, addressing the president of the Council of Elders with such disrespect. Immediately, a thick vein bulged on Jordan's forehead, and the eyes of the Council of Elders members nearly popped out in astonishment. Wow, this crazy kid. Although he's my younger brother, he's really cool. Among the flag-bearers, only Mary felt satisfaction as she clenched her fists. The other flag-bearers just stared at Jean in disbelief. Even Luncia, who was usually annoyed by everything, blinked in disbelief. You! This is outrageous. How dare! The 12th flag-bearer addressed the president of the Council of Elders with such disrespect. The Council of Elders members, who had come to their senses belatedly, watched Jordan's mood. Jordan seemed quite flustered and kept staring at Jean with a somewhat vacant expression. The executioner knights, with their emotionless faces, still held their swords at Jin's neck. Sir! Cough, cough! Finally, Mary couldn't contain her laughter and let out a suppressed cough. In reality, she had been quite angry with Jean for not showing up at the meeting, but her younger brother always provided her with so much entertainment that she didn't dare to hate him. Since you probably won't kill me right here, how about treating me a little more lightly? What? The family must have a lot to hear from me. How will they find our ancestors' tomb without me? And how will they recreate the family's ancient glory? Jordan's forehead furrowed. He could barely hold onto his sanity and stared at Jean as if he wanted to kill him. Do you believe in that and act so recklessly, 12th flag-bearer? Despite the murderous intent in his eyes, Jordan's tone was rather calm. Yes, you don't seem to value your life. It remains to be seen if the information you gave to the 7th flag-bearer has any value. It seems like the president of the Council of Elders is the one not valuing his honor. Every word Jean spoke grated on Jordan's nerves. The bulging vein on his forehead looked like it would burst at any moment. Do you think you can talk to me about honor? What can't I talk about? In fact, I mentioned honor because I wanted to help the president of the Council of Elders. You even brought the executioner knights from the Black Sword Association to put a sword to my throat. Tak. Jean continued speaking as he tapped the swords of the executioner knights. If you don't cut me down here, what kind of humiliation will you face? It's not like there are just 1 or 2 people watching. It means you won't be able to contain the rumors. Standing next to Jean, Petro felt his life expectancy decreasing with every word Jean spoke. Cold sweat drops ran down Petro's pale face. But Jean was sure. The president of the Council of Elders won't kill me. It wasn't that he couldn't. It was entirely possible that Jordan, unable to contain his anger, would order the executioner knights to kill Jean. But it was only a possibility, and it wouldn't benefit Jordan in any way. On the contrary, he would suffer significant losses. Not only would he lose the means to keep Joshua in check, but if other factions benefited from Timar's tomb in the future, the consequences would be dire. Even if Jordan was determined to kill Jean, it wasn't certain that he could. Even if the president of the Council of Elders orders the executioner knights to kill me, Mother is very likely to stop him. Unless Rosa had more information about Timar's tomb than Jean. From her perspective, Jean shouldn't die yet. There wasn't a 100% chance that Rosa would stop Jordan if he lost his composure. But Jean trusted it. Jean briefly raised his gaze and looked at the main house of the Garden of Swords. He even smiled as he focused on Rosa's office. Silence passed. This unprecedented situation couldn't be described with words. Your arrogance and recklessness have no bounds. To think someone like you could hoist Runcandle's flag, it seems times have truly changed. When Jordan had made the decision to press Jean with the executioner knights, he hadn't expected this outcome. What he had expected was for Jean to realize the gravity of the situation and seek help from others to rectify it. If Jean had proposed a deal, asking for assistance from other flag-bearers or Tellot to alleviate the pressure from the Council of Elders, Jordan planned to use it as a pretext to find out exactly who Jin's potential allies were. He never expected Jean to be this audacious. Just like everyone who had dealt with Jean before. So Jordan had no choice. If he simply let this pass, as Jean suggested, it would undoubtedly lead to a severe loss of honor, just as Jean said. Adapting to change is not an easy task. President of the Council of Elders. True, you're right, but you haven't lowered your weapons yet. Jordan slightly raised his chin and spoke softly. Cut off both his arms. Swish dash. The executioner knights, without hesitation, aimed to sever both of Jin's arms at Jordan's command. Thud. Thud. Then the severed limbs fell to the ground with a dull sound. And Jean didn't even spare a glance at his fallen arms. Step, Jean approached Jordan. Are you done? Chapter 382. Who is the real Runcandle? 2. Drip. Drip. Blood flowed from Jin's severed arms. Puddles of blood quickly formed on the ground, and the law-enforcing knights took a step back, their swords still pointed at Jean. Jean maintained a serene expression, and he never took his gaze off Jordan. For Jordan, that calm look from the rookie couldn't be more unsettling. Even as Jean approached him with severed arms, Jordan felt a chill down his spine, as if a blade were cutting through his back. It's a reflex. Such a thought briefly crossed Jordan's mind. A reflex. What he saw in this insolent boy now was a reflection that reminded him of Siren's youth. Back then, when Jordan competed with Siren as the second flag-bearer, Jordan had received a warning from Siren. A look that said, "If you keep challenging, I will eliminate you." Young Jordan only truly realized the weight of Siren's casual warning after facing him. They were on different levels, lived in different worlds, and were beings of different dimensions. He was nothing more than an ant Siren could crush at any moment. At that time, the Patriarch was already at the pinnacle of the world. He truly was a supreme ruler. But then, why did this 12th flag-bearer with severed arms possess the same aura? A terrifying aura that Jordan had never experienced from anyone since Siren. Blink! He closed his eyes for a moment, and in that instant all those thoughts passed as fast as light. All that déjà vu feeling melted into a fleeting moment in which he barely blinked. "Call the medical team, now!" Someone urgently shouted, and he heard the sound as if it were coming from underwater. Ha! It was only then that Jordan could finally swallow the lump in his throat and break free from the déjà vu. Goosebumps covered Jordan's entire body. "Get the medical team here quickly. Damn it, hurry!" The one shouting was Butler Petro. A mere butler couldn't use such language when elders and flag-bearers were present. But in Petro's mind, there was only one thought. Start treatment before Jin's arms necrotized. Even for high-level healers, completely healing an amputated limb was not an easy task. Reattaching a severed limb might seem simple, but a warrior's arm was different from that of an ordinary person. If it didn't fully regain its original function, a warrior was no different from a bird with broken wings. Even the most renowned healers on the continent couldn't restore an amputated limb if even a moment had passed after amputation. Medical team. Mary also called for the medical team, biting her lower lip. The knights ran to the medical facilities as if possessed. In less than 20 seconds, the knights returned with the medical team. Meanwhile, Dyphus and Mary did their best to stop Jin's bleeding and applied pressure to his arms. "Uncle Jordan, your ending won't be a good one." In the midst of the chaos, Jean suppressed a victorious smile. However, even though Jean hid his smile, everyone present in the central court who had witnessed this scene knew who the winner was between Jean and Jordan. "Make way. Both of you, go get the necessary medicinal herbs. We need emergency treatment first, and then we'll move the 12th flag-bearer to the operating room." The healers of Runcandle shouted as they examined Jin's body. "Is the little brother okay? Can you give him his arm back?" The Tawna brothers, who had been watching with bated breath, rushed over to the medical team to ask. "We can't give a definite answer." The situation was dire. Jean had accumulated fatigue from battling assassins even before returning to the clan, and his bleeding was severe. Although Runcandle's medical team consisted of the best healers, they couldn't be certain they could fully restore his arm. "Make sure to treat him perfectly, no matter what. 7th flag-bearer, don't worry too much about me." Jean gave Mary a faint smile. The healers were working diligently to infuse mana into the amputated limbs. And I apologize for leaving you alone during the meeting. Don't worry. Damn it. I still have to spar with you for a long time. Petro. Yes, young master. Jean nodded toward Faye in the carriage. That's my spoils of war. It meant not to let anyone touch or inspect it during its operation. Originally, it was a difficult order for Petro to fulfill. In such a situation, if the Council of Elders demanded it, Petro and Jean had no choice but to hand over Faye. But with this incident, Jean Runcandle's name within the family had gained a higher status. No one could casually interfere with Jean and his possessions. Even the president of the Council of Elders had pressured Jean with some plausible reasons but ended up with such a disgrace. Now, it had become a matter that required serious determination to touch Jean within the family. Understood. Despite still being concerned for Jean, Petro's chest swelled with pride from the depths. 12th flag-bearer, we will move to the operating room. I'm counting on you. I'll do what I can. The medical team, once they had completed emergency treatment, began to transfer Jean to the operating room. Jordan and the older council members watched in silence for a while. It wasn't the time for the Council of Elders to tell everyone to step back, reprimand the butler for calling the medical team, or for law-enforcing knights to punish the flag-bearers for breaking the law. The elderly council wasn't in the mood for such things. Above all, Jordan had lost some of his fighting spirit. For a moment, Jordan Runcandle, felt fear from that boy just from his aura. Was the fear he felt from Siren in his youth really so tremendous, or had the 12th flag-bearer shown an indescribable will? Jordan couldn't quickly distinguish between the two. One thing's for sure, he's not an opponent to be taken lightly. Indeed, Jordan had recognized Jin's potential long ago. Jean had some exceptional qualities that set him apart from other flag-bearers. Still, Jordan had never judged him as a true opponent, with whom he could truly spar. He had always thought of him as someone he could crush at any moment, just as Siren had done back then. And today, that thought had completely changed due to today's humiliation. For the first time in his life, he felt the bitterness of being defeated despite cutting down his opponent at will. He might be a greater threat to me than the second flag-bearer. No, perhaps. He couldn't turn to see, but Jordan was aware of Rosa's gaze from the main house. He might be even more dangerous than Rosa. There was someone else who shared a similar thought to Jordan's. Joshua Runcandle, the second flag-bearer of the family. He contemplated the pool of blood that Jean had shed with a premonitory feeling. At first glance, it seems reckless, but it's clear it was a calculated move. From the moment Mary made the issue of the first patriarch's tomb public, he was preparing to detonate this bomb within the clan. What had just transpired between Jean and Jordan was only the beginning. Joshua was sure of it. He's definitely not the kind of person who would let himself be pushed around so much. He must have had a well-founded reason for doing this. After Mary had made the information public during the previous meeting, Joshua had been pondering Jin's intentions all along. The legacy. Undoubtedly, Mary had mentioned that Soderette had left legacies in the first patriarch's tomb for Jean. Not just because he found it difficult to search for those legacies on his own. There was something more. What is Jean exactly? Before Jin's operation could conclude, it was crucial to understand his intentions. Undoubtedly, another disturbance would occur within the clan right after the operation. Various scenarios swirled in Joshua's mind. He felt like his head was about to explode, and an inexplicable anxiety weighed on his chest. There has to be something fundamental. All of little brother's actions are ultimately directed at getting what he wants. After much contemplation, Joshua finally arrived at a conclusion. The battle for succession. He wondered why he hadn't thought of it immediately. Why didn't I think that this little brother leaked information about the first patriarch to Mary to gain an advantage in the succession battle? Encouraging other Runcandles to participate in the search for the tomb through Mary, having Mary attend the meeting alone while he stayed on the sidelines, and even undermining Jordan's prestige by losing both arms. All of these actions were aimed at gaining an advantage in the succession battle. Having Mary leak information about the first patriarch's tomb was to gain legitimacy. Having Mary attend the meeting alone was to obtain the last legacy that could be obtained without relying on the clan's power. And weakening the prestige of the elderly council president. A show of presence. Joshua, who had reached this conclusion, glanced around once. What he saw was the agitated run candles. It was undeniable that Jin's actions were having a significant impact on the Run Candle family. At a certain point, Jin had stopped observing the atmosphere of the family, and instead, the family had begun to follow the current created by Jin. This meant that the position of the 12th flagbearer carried considerable weight. It also implied that cracks were forming in his position as the future patriarch, which he had built up. Until now. Howard. Joshua called his butler. Yes, my lord. Starting today, those who seek to determine their own fate as the little brother will begin to appear. Howard was surprised to hear this. No need to be surprised. From the beginning, he was someone our father had an interest in, so it's natural for this to happen. They may be few for now, but a snowball can grow in an instant. How do you plan to approach this? Gather all my knights in the Garden of Swords. Anyone who can arrive before the little brother's surgery ends, without exception. I understand. The reason Joshua was assembling his knights was for this very purpose. When Jin recovered from surgery, or when he detonated any bomb, they needed to show the dignity of the second flag-bearer of the family and the future lord. Chapter 383. Who is the real Run Candle? 3. Murakin, who had learned of the news late, tried once again to cause a disturbance, but Petro desperately stood in his way. These crazy bastards. Do they dare to cut off Soderet's 1,000-year contractor's arm? And I'm the Dragon Guardian. For God's sake, HPMH. It's already frustrating that they locked up Strawberry Pie. But do they really want to tempt fate? Please, Murakanim, calm down. The young master must have a plan. Damn bastards. I'll tear them apart and feed them to the dogs. You must not go out, Murakanim. Please, if you do, it will be... No, the young master will be in even greater trouble. Petro desperately blocked Murakin's path. Stopping Murakin with pure physical force was naturally impossible for him. Instead, Petro emphasized multiple times that if Murakin moved, it would be problematic for Jin. They're cutting the arms off a warrior. If he's not securely held down, he won't be able to wield the sword as before. The room trembled with Murakin's anger. Everyone in the Garden of Swords could feel his energy. Therefore, outside, hundreds of knights waited nervously. I know, but, Murakanim, you're a dragon. Guardian, aren't you? So, in any situation, it's right to make a decision for the young master. Please hold on and wait until the young master's surgery is over. Ha! Even if something goes wrong with the young master, it's not too late to express your anger then. Please, Murakanim. I implore you. Please also think of Gilly. Petro felt like he might suffocate under Murakin's energy. His lips, pale blue, trembled. Aya! Murakin shouted, and Petro barely held his ground beside him. Fortunately, Petro's pleas reached him. Murakin decided to accept Petro's words for the time being. All right, what you're saying makes sense. Calm down, butler. It's not just the kid. Even Strawberry Pie could have trouble if I make a move. You've made the right decision. Let me prepare a drink to cool your head quickly. Murakin walked past Petro. Hey, where are you going? Murakanim. No matter how you look at it, I'm his dragon guardian. I can't just stand still. At the very least, I must give them a warning. And I have to go somewhere. Swayish. As Murakin transformed into his true form and left the hallway, Petro could do nothing but watch once. More. Thud. Crash. The walls and ceiling of the hallway were shattered by Murakin's enormous body, and debris fell. Servants fled in terror, and Murakin soared into the sky, breaking through the roof. The Garden of Swords has been destroyed again. Petro, like everyone else in the family, was experiencing something they had never lived through before. The Garden of Swords had been destroyed twice in such short intervals. Murakin looked toward the Garden of Swords, which covered the moon. The darkness of the night sky deepened, and the knights formed ranks. If the arms of Soderet's contractor, Jean Runcandle, don't return to their original state. Murakan's eyes shone as he continued. Runcandle will start facing its destruction from that day. His voice was audible to all Runcandles, and they knew that the current Murakan alone couldn't bring about Runcandle's destruction. They were just words, but they sounded like an ominous curse. Maybe it was because Runcandle had a tendency to venerate strange superstitions, but the members of the family felt as if his words had weighed on their hearts. In this way, Murakan began to leave the Garden of Swords, flying towards an unknown destination. The operation continued throughout the early morning. Healing the amputation required extreme concentration, and the clan's healers looked like they might faint at any moment. Director, intermittent seizures are occurring in the amputated arm. We can't control them. I have eyes and a brain too, so keep your mouth shut and infuse mana. What we're reattaching isn't an ordinary person's arm. It's the arms of a Runcandle flag-bearer. Although the arms had been reimplanted for a long time, the unknown convulsions persisted. This drove the medical team crazy. If they couldn't perfectly control the seizures, the operation would be a failure. If we can't restore the duodecim flag-bearer's arm perfectly, the entire medical team must be prepared to die together. Damn it, there was no necrosis. What the hell is this damn seizure? Hey, run quickly and bring more resources. Chuck. When the door to the operating room suddenly opened, the head of the medical team stood up and shouted. Who the hell entered the operating room during surgery? Even though this was the Garden of Swords. Inside the surgery room, the head of the medical team was the ultimate authority. Even if the person who entered was Siren, the orders of the head of the medical team were valid. That's how Runcandle treated the medical team, even when they were injured during a mission or in battle. If the medical team couldn't properly support them, they couldn't fight properly. Naturally, the head of the medical team thought that the intruder who had entered the operating room so recklessly was a troublemaker from the Council of Elders. That's why his anger flared even more. Regardless of internal disputes or power struggles taking place within the clan, the authority of the medical team had to be respected. It had been a tradition for the medical team to maintain complete neutrality within the clan for generations. Get out right now. I said get out. The irritated head of the medical team shouted, but he stopped speaking when he saw who had entered. The medical team's eyes nearly popped out in surprise when they saw the face of the intruder who had just removed her hood. It's the Holy King of Vankila. The head of the medical team couldn't help but utter these words. The Holy King, Lani Salome. She had just arrived at the Garden of Swords. She had been brought here by Murakan, who had personally gone to the Holy Kingdom. The only ones who could summon the Holy King for personal matters were Jean and Murakan. I've brought the religious fanatic. No, the Holy King. Why can't you address her properly? Ha! Murakan, who stood behind Lani, growled, causing the members of the medical team to bow their heads. We greet your majesty, the Holy King. We greet your majesty, the Holy King. To the medical team, it felt as if their savior had arrived. I haven't come today as the sovereign of the Holy Kingdom but as Jin's friend, so there's no need to treat me so formally. Lani knelt beside Jean. What's the situation? The reinsertion has been completed, but there's an unidentified cause for the ongoing seizures. Lani nodded as if she understood. I will examine him. Yes. As soon as Lani arrived, the medical team naturally focused their efforts on her treatment. They were considered the best medical team in Huffister, but no medical team in the world could surpass the Holy King in skill. Wuong. As Lani began to radiate her energy, the operating room was instantly bathed in a bright yellow sacred power. Since becoming the Holy King, her holy power had deepened day by day. Ayula will protect my friend. Jean woke up from anesthesia in the morning. When he saw Lani sitting by his side, he smiled as if he had known she would come. You've woken up, Lani. Judging by his expression, there was no need to ask if the operation had been a success. Thank you. You treat me like a personal healer. A few months ago, Lani had come to Tychon to treat Valeria, who had suffered a mana reflux. I saw a black cat by the window early in the morning, so I thought of Murakanim, but I didn't expect it to be really him. At that, Jin's expression turned serious. Isn't the security in the chambers of the Holy King a bit lax? Should I get you a good sword? Well, I'll think about it. I've already received quite a bit of money from you, and I feel a bit guilty about receiving more support. Jin had been consistently sponsoring funds for the Holy Kingdom. Since the success of his cosmetics business, an astronomical amount of money had been flowing into the Holy Kingdom every month. The financial crisis of the Holy Kingdom, which had started due to threats and persuasion from Zippel, was quickly coming to an end thanks to that funding. My arms are worth that much. They feel even better than before they were cut off. Jin felt incredibly light as he moved his arms. The fate of the Holy Kingdom that you and Murakanim saved is worth more than that, Jin. So don't worry too much about it. Religious fanatic. Thank you for your hard work. Murakan, who entered the room with a drink, prepared by Petro, ruffled Lonnie's hair as he spoke. I'd like to spend more time with you than with a drink, but the current situation doesn't allow it. There are many bastards I have to beat to a pulp. Next time, I'll come without any business, so bring some good liquor to your room. Murakan treated Lonnie like a close relative. Murakan, as comfortable as you are with her, how do you dare to drink alcohol in the Holy King's bedroom? I'm fine with it. Bring Jean along too. Don't keep calling me all the time. I'm fine with it too. Why are you the only one making a fuss? Brat. The two laughed heartily for a while. To Lonnie, those two were more precious friends than anyone else. I should leave soon. All right. It will be hard for me to say goodbye. I understand. Especially now. The Garden of Swords, famous for its brutality, is literally infested with bloodlust. Before Jean woke up, Lonnie had already been informed of the situation by Murakan. I hope there won't be another morning when I have to come and treat you, Jean. That won't happen. Our medical team might be a bit busy today, but don't you feel sorry for your arms? They've just been reattached. Lonnie had only wished the best for the exhausted and overworked Run Candle medical team that had worked all night to treat Jean. Even my arms need a chance to shine. Lonnie shook her head sympathetically. You're not planning another rebellion, are you? Do I look that stupid, Lonnie? Actually, you don't, but... Well, I hope I won't be called again for these kinds of matters. Until next time. And take care of your body from time to time. When Lonnie left, Jin's and Murakan's eyes were filled with killing intent. You've held up well, Murakan. I'm still holding up. I'd love to chew up and swallow those Council of Elders idiots right now. Yes, you must have some plan in mind, right? I'll make a statement. A statement? What kind of statement? A statement to restore Runcandle to its status as a family of magic swordsmen. A war to reclaim the throne of the family. In that war, Jean planned to carry out a feat that only he could achieve in Runcandle. Chapter 384. Who is the real Runcandle? 4. Blink. For a moment, Murakan just blinked, as if he had heard something bad. He had a bewildered look, but soon his eyes gleamed with a wicked smile. Ha ha ha! Are you saying you'll bring Runcandle back to how it was before? Are you serious? His voice was excited, like that of a child receiving an unexpected gift. Do you think it's just a joke? Have you found something while investigating the tombs of Timar? Can you lift the curse inflicted by Zippel and its gods? 1,000 years ago, Runcandle suffered the humiliation of Zippel and the curse called the Covenant/the Oath. Never use magic again. Furthermore, do not worship those ancestors who used magic. That was the reason why Runcandle, once a family of magic swordsmen, had been reduced to an ordinary knight clan. As a result of the curse, all Runcandles born from then on had bodies incapable of using magic. No, it's not like that. Then, when I looked into the tombs of Timar, I simply made a decision. At this rate, Runcandle has no future. From the recording devices left in each tomb, Jean glimpsed the majesty of ancient Runcandle. He confirmed secrets as the descendant who inherited their legacy and experienced firsthand the invincibility of the great magic swordsman of Runcandle. Ancient Runcandle was undoubtedly a glorious clan. However, even the glorious Runcandle of that time knelt before the power of Zipple. Even the great magic swordsmen of Runcandle from those times had no choice but to kneel before that dark and colossal power that could manipulate reality and history at will. All they could do was leave a small spark of hope for the future. Their ability to manipulate history is not limited to that time. Just as we are trying to recover the history of ancient Runcandle, Zipple is also trying to recover the power of that time. At that time, Zipple did not emerge unscathed either. Zipple suffered significant losses in breaking ancient Runcandle. If they had ended the war without significant losses, it would have been impossible for Runcandle to exist now. 1,000 years had passed, but both Runcandle and Zipple had not regained their former power. Indeed, just by seeing their attempts to reproduce the origin orb, it's clear they are determined to dominate the world. In my opinion, as things stand, it's more likely that Zipple will regain ancient power faster. So I have to start moving seriously from now on. Until now, he hadn't. Since his return, Gene had almost always concealed his power from his clan. Only when his tenure as a provisional flag-bearer was about to end did he reveal to the world that he was a magic swordsman. Even after becoming a flag-bearer, he had not fully revealed his abilities to the members of his clan. It wasn't because he enjoyed hiding his power. It wasn't because he didn't find it frustrating. It was simply because he needed to, until he had the necessary confidence to withstand the pressure from his clan when his power was revealed. Gene judged that now was the right time. Younger one. Yes, father. Appointing you as flag-bearer would be a significant loss for Runcandle. I will observe whether you are worth the trouble it would cause. I understand. I don't have much time left. The appointment ceremony will begin in an hour, so stay here until then. Gene remembered the conversation he had with his father, Siren. The fact that Siren didn't have much time left meant one thing. There wasn't much time for the world's strongest knight to protect Runcandle. As long as my father is alive, Zipple won't attack Runcandle. Gene had come to that conclusion not long ago. It was well known that, despite Zipple having a clear advantage in power, they avoided direct confrontation with Runcandle because of Siren. However, Jin's conclusion was that even though there were ample reasons and justifications for both sides to engage in a major battle, there would be no total war as long as Siren remained alive. I've already violated the covenant between Runcandle and Zipple. Furthermore, Gene had defeated Zipple's elite forces, including pure-blooded Zipple like Andre, Carl, and Myron, as well as some of the top magicians, the Spectres. He had also destroyed Zipple's flagship, Kozek, the symbol of their power, not once but twice. Especially during the Holy Kingdom incident when Gene was still a provisional flag-bearer, he had humiliated Zipple to the extreme, reducing their prestige to nothing. Recently, he had been scratching the inside of Zipple through his cosmetics business. Although he had tried to avoid leaving traces and had created justifications to prevent issues from escalating, each incident could have easily led to total war. However, Zipple had still not attacked Runcandle. Even though I've caused all these disturbances, and my father is exploring the Black Sea. That was partly because Siren was a formidable presence, but Gene believed that Zipple also realized that Siren didn't have much time left. They must think that if they wait silently, victory will be theirs. I don't have much time left. Gene seemed to understand now why Siren had left him with those words. Now, even if I declare that I'll restore Runcandle to a family of magic swordsmen as you used to be, no one in the Garden of Swords can lightly punish me anymore. My presence has become too significant. Well, look at you, saying embarrassing things with such a serious face. Do you really have the confidence for that? Ha! Both Gene and Murakan chuckled. Instead of punishing me, maybe they'll split into factions, with those advocating for restoring the status of magic swordsman family and those clinging to traditional values. Joshua and you are likely to lead each faction. Likely? Do you think your mother will oppose it? My mother probably won't be a major issue. It's too burdensome to eliminate me at this point, and more importantly, There's a lot she needs to find out about me, especially after I personally mentioned the tombs of Timar. There's a lot to use. Anyway, you're an irritating person. By the way, tell me what you learned from the fourth tomb. I was dying of curiosity while waiting for you. In the fourth tomb, Jean went on to explain the events he had experienced in the Wantaramo forest. Murakan listened attentively with wide-open eyes. So, is that Hister girl a descendant of the fairies? And were the fairies of the Wantaramo forest cursed by Hilurum? That's right. Damn. I barely remember anything about those fairies back then. I don't know if it's because of history manipulation or because I slept too much. Murakan touched his forehead in frustration. He often felt dizzy when confronted with the fact that his memories were incomplete. It stemmed from a deep sense of self-guilt for forgetting his comrades and feeling powerless for having survived alone. You'll gradually recover those memories, Murakan. Don't blame yourself. In response to Jin's words, Murakan gave a faint smile. Yeah, brat. With you around, I'll end up getting it all back. And about that, Valeria. Yes. Maybe she's also one of Soderet's arrangements. That's possible. In fact, Hister is probably the only one who can perfectly counter Zippel's history manipulation. Where is she now? I'd like to have a conversation with her too. Just as she examined your records, maybe she can look at mine to revive some memories. Valeria is probably traveling the world in search of the fifth tomb. I have some contact addresses, so I'll arrange a meeting place soon. Well, she can use record magic, so she'll probably find it much better than us or our enemies. Excellent. When I meet that Hister girl, I should expect some gains from my records. It seems like everything is more or less settled. I should start heading out. While Jean was in surgery, the Garden of Swords had maintained a state of emergency. They were concerned that Murakan might cause a commotion, but everyone knew that once the 12th flag-bearer woke up, he wouldn't let it slide. The Garden of Swords would start to stir. The moment Jean left the room, a new meeting would begin. Very well, let's go. I want to see how the faces of those run-candle brats change. After your declaration. No, if you join, things won't go well. What? I should make the declaration alone and bear the aftermath that follows. In case I have to carry a guardian dragon on my back when one run candle is dealing with other run candles. Well, there's a thing called what if, brat. What if someone like the second flag bearer or those who follow him, or even your mother, try to kill you after hearing your declaration? In response, Jean shrugged. There's no chance of that happening. But even if it were, do you think I would die? Jean was confident he could escape even in the worst circumstances. With the help of a few people who clearly favored him, including Mary, it was possible in any situation. Ha! It feels like yesterday when you were learning to release your shadow energy. You've grown a lot, you little rascal. And you have your own tasks to attend to. What is it? Strawberry pie? No. I mean, you have to bring Gilly. As soon as Gilly's name was mentioned, Murakan's eyebrows furrowed. I'll tell you in advance. If there's even a small scratch on Strawberry Pie, you better be prepared because I'll kill anyone who's directly involved even if you stop me. That goes without saying. First, go to Elder Tellot and find out where Gilly is being held. You'll have to bring her personally for me to feel safe. Once Murakan left the room, Jean took a deep breath. Phew, if he said he wasn't nervous, he would be lying. Amidst the tense anticipation, there was also a sense of excitement. After confirming that Murakan flew out the window, the sunlight seemed unusually bright as Jean opened the door. Young master, Petro approached Jean and bowed his head. Thanks to you, my arms have healed well. I'm very grateful. It's been very moving. It's nothing. Is Mother, the flag-bearers, and the elders in the central meeting room? To Jin's question, Petro shook his head with a heavy expression. They are at the training ground. The training ground? Yes. As soon as you woke up, they asked to take you there. I have a bad feeling. It's too obvious why they've summoned you to the training ground. It meant they were willing to resolve it by force if necessary. While Petro was worried, Jean smiled as if things were going well. I felt a little uncomfortable wrecking the meeting room anyway. This is better. Are you telling me? Bring me something to snack on. Something like a sandwich. As Petro's eyes widened in surprise, Jean continued. You can't wield a sword on an empty stomach, can you? Chapter 385. Who is the real Runcandle? 5. I understand, young master. Step. A little while later, Petro returned holding a sandwich filled with ample meat. Petro couldn't help but wonder if it was appropriate to be looking for a snack in this situation, but Jean had a relaxed expression. Oh, it's perfect. Well done. Young master. Yes. Is this really okay? Well, Gilly and Murakan will return, and we'll have a delicious meal together, so just wait for me. I wish you all the best, young master. Petro's resolute voice was overshadowed as Jean, with a carefree expression, took a bite of the sandwich and continued walking. Nom, nom. The Garden of Swords was so quiet that the sound of Jean chewing the sandwich seemed deafening, and there were sharp gazes watching him. How many guardian knights of the family have been prepared? Rosa and the Council of Elders had stationed knights all along the garden's paths. Although they tried to conceal it as much as possible, most of the knights harbored hostility towards Jean. The disruption caused by Jean within the clan was not well received by the knights. Jean didn't pay much attention to their stares and focused on devouring his sandwich. For others, it must seem like Runcandle is preparing for war. Indeed, that's what was happening. The knights were not only stationed in the Garden of Swords. The city of Kalen had also been cordoned off, and guardian knights were placed everywhere. News had spread worldwide that the gathering of knights in Kalen was not a good sign and needed special attention. Zippel, Vermont, Kinslow, and the other factions were on high alert, wondering if Runcandle was truly preparing for war. It all came down to one person, the 12th flag-bearer, Jean Runcandle, as he strolled casually and enjoyed his sandwich. Finally, when he reached the entrance to the training ground, Jean ignited a small flame in the palm of his hand and burned the wrapping paper. The gatekeepers nearly jumped when they saw him, while it wasn't a secret that the 12th flag-bearer was a magic swordsman. Seeing Runcandle use magic so casually in the Garden of Swords was quite surprising. Open the gate, Jean said as he wiped his mouth. The gatekeepers were also guardian knights. They had undergone extreme training for an ordinary human, and they could feel the energy contained in Jin's voice, so they couldn't help but be amazed. While they weren't surprised by the use of magic, Jin's voice carried an unknown dignity and held profound power. The 12th flag-bearer has arrived. Tang. As the massive iron gate swung open, the first person Jean saw was Rosa, sitting in the highest seat of the arena. The flag-bearers and members of the Council of Elders beneath her turned their heads toward Jean, and the guardian knights behind them shifted their gaze. They were ready to make a move if any orders were given. I apologize for being late, Mother. Thank you for waiting. Even with such a greeting, isn't there too much of a crowd gathered just to intimidate me? Jean didn't make such a sarcastic comment. He just stood there for a moment, facing their gazes head-on, like a beast entering the enemy's lair, and waiting for the enemy to bark first. 12th flag-bearer. When someone stoically uttered his name, Jean inwardly smiled. Yes, I thought you'd be the one to bark first. It was Myo. She had an anxious and expectant look, not hiding her intent to kill. She felt her face tingle at the prospect of witnessing Jin's defeat. She exuded a bloodlust that could send shivers down one's spine. However, Jean knew that this bloodlust did not belong to Myo and alone. It was something felt by all knights with a level higher than 9 stars in this training ground. Is this where you can stand like a statue? Immediately bow before the acting patriarch, the chief flag-bearers, and the members of the Council of Elders with respect. Myo and An's stern and resonant voices echoed throughout the arena. Jean remained silent for a long while. He didn't respond to his sister's voices, behaving as though he couldn't hear their loud and overbearing words. For Myo and An, being ignored alone was humiliating and unbearable. Their faces turned red with anger, and the veins on their necks bulged as if they were about to burst at any moment. This arrogant guy. Jean let out a sigh. Myo and An, who had drawn their swords to their hips, were momentarily taken aback by his action. It was startling to see Jean sighing in apparent frustration. However, Within Myo and Anne's turmoil, there was an unrecognized sense of wonder. Indeed, could I do the same if I were in that situation? Could I be capable of sighing even when I saw them unsheathing a sword at me? Could I stop it with a simple sigh? And why, exactly, was no one getting angry at this insolent behavior they were witnessing? In that incredibly brief moment, several questions crowded into both of their minds. They had lost, or perhaps they couldn't win. The moment they unsheathed their swords, they would embarrass themselves in front of everyone. Myo and Anne's intuition warned them. Yet both sisters had to draw their swords. It was necessary to maintain Runcandle's honor. It's nice to hear a sigh. I've sighed many times because of you. Myo and Anne felt lucky. Mary stepped forward, gently interposing herself between them. It was to help her younger, inexperienced, and weaker sisters avoid making a single mistake that could cost them everything. Myo and Anne felt their hearts race as they gripped their swords tightly. 7th Flagbearer, stand aside. If you're asking the 12th Flagbearer to be polite, then look around as well. Although the acting patriarch hasn't said anything yet, do you think you can act this way? I could strike you right here. Behave yourselves. It's better to be courteous. Mary's defeat of Myo and Anne at her hands was not a disgrace, at least not in the eyes of the public. Everyone in Runcandle was well aware of the clear hierarchy among them from the beginning. It wasn't any different from Mary giving Myo and Anne a chance. It was because she judged that if both of them were killed or maimed by her beloved little brother, it would result in a loss for Runcandle. It's impossible for Mary not to have seen what Myo and Anne had intuitively felt. Indeed, Mary could vividly imagine an excited Myo and Anne pouncing on Jean and being taken down with a single blow. I warn you, do not make annoying sounds like HPMH or TCF towards me. Stay silent as the dead until the situation is over. Myo and Anne managed to regain their composure with great effort. Silence settled in once again. Jean hadn't said a word until that moment. In the midst of the oppressive silence, those gathered in the training ground had various thoughts, but most couldn't help but feel a certain fear toward Jean. Just as Myo and Anne had felt, it was almost inconceivable that someone in that position could display such an attitude. Some members of the Council of Elders even had a sense of apprehension. It reminds me of the first flagbearer. The day the first flagbearer declared she would resign from the position of patriarch was like this too. The first flagbearer, Luna Runcandle. She was the object of Siren's expectations and everyone within the family. When she declared that she would resign from the position of patriarch, she had been as confident and imposing as Jean was now. No one and nothing seemed capable of stopping her. However, there was a vast difference between Luna then and Jean now. Jean had come to this place with the intention of making the exact opposite declaration. 12th flagbearer. Finally, Rosa's voice echoed from the seat of honor. Yes, acting patriarch. Jean looked at Rosa. Your fate here can be decided in a matter of seconds with just a few words from me. Something so weak and trivial. Is that so? Therefore, you must speak only the truth when I ask you. Understood. Why did you leak information about the tomb of the first patriarch to the 7th flagbearer? Because I believed the 7th flagbearer would represent me and discuss it publicly. As you say. So, what is your plan now? I would like to hear the opinions of those gathered here, including the acting patriarch. Jean briefly looked around before continuing. I have felt it while visiting the tombs of the first patriarchs since my days as the provisional flagbearer. Runcandle can never surpass Zippel. How dare you? What are you saying now? Among the Elder Council members, it was Jordan, the head of the Black Sword Association, who reacted first. I said I wanted to hear your opinions, not insignificant outbursts. Council of Elders members, does any of you believe that Runcandle stands a chance when it goes to war against Zippel in the future? What? If you really think that, then go stick your noses in a bowl of water and drown yourselves right now. Swing. The council elders who had shouted drew their swords. You're crossing the line, ignorant brat. Relying on unfounded hopes and dreaming of an uncertain future is the mark of weak and corrupt individuals. Run Candle doesn't need people like that. What do you know? Are you capable of evaluating the outcome of a war between Run Candle and Zipple, let alone speak about its results? Do you think you've contributed as much to this family as you believe? Do you think you've fought against our enemies as much as you claim? Allow me to rephrase the question. It's been a long time since the patriarch became a demigod, and yet, he hasn't engaged in a total war with Zipple. What is the reason? Jean stared at the elders and continued. It's because the patriarch judged that we can't win. Even my father, who can sweep you all here like dust, thinks the same. But dare anyone say we stand a chance against Zipple? The older members of the council did not respond and instead stared at Jean. Jean had directly referred to Siren, leaving them speechless. No, none of you can. None of those gathered here can possess greater power than the patriarch. Furthermore, as Jean continued, the older members of the council drew their swords once again, unable to tolerate it any longer. However, I have a solution. Chapter 386. Who is the true Run Candle? 6. The sin of insulting the patriarch must be paid with death. Two elders from the Black Sword Association lunged at Jean. Although they had retired long ago, they were once high-ranking knights. Their swords, shrouded in a terrifying aura, emitted a sharp clang. Their movements were as formidable as those of young guardian knights. The way their swords cut through the air was precise, and their continuous strikes, unpredictable. However, Jean effortlessly evaded their attacks, twisting his body with ease. Not even the hem of his cloak brushed against their swords. The elders' swords only sliced through the air. In an instant, Jean vanished from their sight, and the elders could feel a chilling aura, as if ice had been placed on their backs. I dare. The elders sharply turned their heads in response to that voice. What they saw were straight fists and the compressed air distorting along the path of those fists. Bam! The elders managed to block the consecutive punches with great effort, but their stances crumbled. Before they could regain their balance, Jean struck them with his fists again. A direct hit from those fists would probably shatter my head completely, leaving no trace. Simultaneously, a thought crossed both elders' minds. There was no avoiding it. All they could do was keep their eyes open to avoid looking pitiful in this futile moment of their demise. Their vision darkened. It was because of the fists that had stopped just in front of them. Like statues, the elders remained motionless, unable to respond to Jin's mercy. Was the patriarch someone you could insult with a few words? Jean turned around after retracting his fists. I won't hold back next time. Return to your positions. Most of the spectators were utterly amazed. I had heard that the 12th flag-bearer was powerful, but he subdued the two elders from the Black Sword Association. He did it without even drawing his sword. Was he really capable of this? Especially Myo and Anne, who had been the first to face Jean, seemed to have completely lost their composure. You should be grateful to me. After all, you probably wouldn't have survived, right? They couldn't deny Mary's whispering voice. Gulp! The Tana siblings involuntarily let out a sigh and quickly covered their mouths. Normally, anyone would have scolded the Tana siblings for such behavior, asking them if they knew where they were showing such unbecoming conduct. However, no one reprimanded the Tana siblings. The shock from the recent incident left them speechless as well. Of course, not everyone present here was unsettled. Stop and return. Do not disgrace yourselves any further. It was Lynn Milcano, the head of the Law Guardians. She had been irritated from the moment the elders raised their voices in response to Jean. And you two are no longer part of the Council of Elders. Tis head of the Law Guardians. That's enough. Or do you really want to end up with your noses in a bowl of water as suggested by the 12th flag-bearer? When Lynn's eyes sharpened, the two elders had no choice but to return to their positions without a word. They knew that speaking unnecessary words at a time like this could cost them their lives. 12th flag-bearer. Yes, head of the Law Guardians. Jean made eye contact with Lynn. It's not a good sight to see someone like a flag-bearer boasting about their strength against the elders. If I had truly boasted about my strength, this place would have disappeared without a trace. Have you always liked to brag? Wasn't what I showed a bit too modest to call it bragging? As he responded this way, Jean silently reevaluated his information about Lynn. Lynn Milcano, the head of the Law Guardians, held significant influence even over the elders of the Black Sword Association. She's someone who has worried me even more than Uncle Jordan. Lynn's expression, which had become calm, made it difficult to read her thoughts. If possible, it would be good to make the head of the Law Guardians my ally. To become patriarch later on, the support of the Council of Elders was an absolute necessity. Of course, there would be no problem if he achieved great success and eliminated opposing elders. But realistically, that was a difficult task unless he reached the Genesis Night Realm before Joshua. For now, the head of the Law Guardians and Uncle Zed are temporary allies, but it's not enough. Who is Lynn Milcano, and what does she want? As this thought briefly crossed Jin's mind, Lynn spoke again. Modest, you say? Well, then it wouldn't hurt to take a good look. Swoosh. Lynn smoothly unsheathed her sword. You mentioned a way to surpass Zipple. That must mean it's related to your qualities as a magic swordsman. Am I correct? Yes. In that case, let's see this display of strength. Are you sure you won't regret it? That depends on what you show me. Very well then. Jean unsheathed Bradamanti as he finished his sentence. I will restore Runcandle's status as a family of magic swordsmen. A heavy silence hung over the arena. However, after the humiliation of the elders, everyone refrained from challenging this arrogant 12th flag-bearer immediately. No one's saying anything, but I hear a lot of noise. What you just said directly challenges the legitimacy of our great family. Legitimacy. Mana power enveloped Bradamanti. Among the Runcandles here, I wonder if there's anyone who can speak of legitimacy before me. 1,000 years ago, Runcandle was originally a family of magic swordsmen. This fact was not known to everyone in the clan. It was a well-kept secret. For those who didn't understand the context, Jin's words seemed like gibberish. After losing to Zipple, our family made a humiliating pact and lost its magic. Whoosh! Then, the mana swirling around Bradamanti turned into flames. The glorious history has been erased and the names and pride of the ancestors who protected Runcandle have been forgotten. The blue flames, the power of Tess, and the darkness, Soderet's shadow energy, dyed the sword. The sound of swords being unsheathed echoed from various places. I am the successor of Runcandle's magic sword, the contractor of the god of sword and shadows, Soderet, and the sole descendant who honors the spirits of our ancestors. I am the continuator of Runcandle's brilliant will from 1,000 years ago. Jin's entire body was now covered in fierce flames, and his eyes gleamed with fire. Lynn could no longer maintain her serene expression and tightly gripped the hilt of her sword. Who dares to speak of legitimacy against me? Who is the true Runcandle? A deep, resonant voice shook the spectators in the training field. It was the ancient Runcandle spirit that had begun to emanate from Jean. This fire belongs to Sarah Runcandle, a great knight of the ancient Runcandle. Runcandle's magic sword's secret technique Hellfire. Sarah Runcandle suddenly. It seemed as if a volcano had erupted in the middle of the arena, the flames spreading across Jin's body, marked with runic characters, rapidly expanded from dots to lines, from lines to surfaces, instantly engulfing the arena. At that moment, the first to perceive the danger among the flag-bearers was Luncia. She, who always seemed drowsy and lethargic, moved faster than anyone and leaped in front of Lynn. Head of the Law Guardians. Third flag-bearer. I apologize for my rudeness. However, please understand that this is by order of the Law Guardians. Guardian Knights form a defensive formation and carry out the check. Whoosh! Following Luncia's command, the Guardian Knights formed a defensive formation. Other flag-bearers did the same. Luncia's swift actions made everyone realize the seriousness of the situation. Whoosh! The hellfire began to erupt. If Luncia had been a little slower to react, there would have already been casualties at this point. Guardian Knights who blocked the explosions with their swords barely managed to avoid greater harm. Screams echoed everywhere, but even those were drowned out by the fire. Relatively powerless individuals were already dozing off, leaving their lives in the hands of their comrades, and several parts of the training field had already exploded and lost their original shape. However, Runcandle's magic sword secret technique was still in its initial phase. Amidst the flames, a sharp sword energy descended. Jean unleashed hellfire as punishment for daring to challenge the legitimacy of magic swordsmen using the name their ancestors protected 1,000 years ago, even after death. The sword energy filled with flames and shadow strength enveloped the Runcandles. If they blocked, their swords melted, and if they dodged, there was a wall of flames. Most Guardian Knights and Elders didn't have the power to break through that wall. If this were a real battlefield, those individuals would have turned into ashes within a dozen seconds. The reason they didn't die and held their ground was because of the other knights who had ascended to superhuman ranks. Flag-bearers, the core members of the Council of Elders, as well as the executing knights. They relentlessly wielded their swords to protect those facing death. There was no time to be amazed by the greatness of the ancient magic sword secret technique unleashed by the 12th flag-bearer. They were too busy desperately fending off the flames, unable to think of anything else. Within the scorching flames, there was overwhelming pressure. The blue flames were suppressing the Runcandles. Amidst the raging flames and swords, Jean shouted once more, "Who is the true Runcandle?" For the Runcandles, his question sounded like the voice of the fire itself. Even screams, like beasts howling in madness, were drowned out. But Jin's question was clearly heard by all. The flames grew denser and more intense. Amidst the flames, a particularly bright glow unmistakably belonged to Jin, and his sword was pointed at Luncia. They had always been curious. Among the flag-bearers, excluding Luna, who was the strongest? And when he extended his sword with all his might at the strongest among them, what result would he obtain? For Bradamanti, died by the fire, fell onto Luncia's forehead. When Luncia repelled it, the flames that had been near her burst into explosions everywhere. Jean and Luncia's gazes clashed. "You're always so annoying." To this, Jean grinned maliciously. "If you don't like it, you'd better cut my throat right now." Chapter 387. Who is the true Runcandle? 7. The arena turned into an infernal landscape, with waves of fire burning fiercely around two individuals in the center. The flames clung persistently to the Runcandles, growing even more intense instead of weakening. The sword energies unleashed by Jin's sword, resembling hellfire, didn't easily dissipate even when they encountered obstacles along the way. Like the flames were wind, they bounced and scattered in all directions. The deluge of sword energies, gushing like a torrent of hellfire, overwhelmed the knights guarding the others. However, these energies didn't reach Luncia, who stood right in front of Jean. Her body radiated an aura, a colossal strength that pushed aside the sword energies. Jean knew very little about his third sister, Luncia Runcandle. In his past life, they rarely crossed paths, and the same was true in his current life. Elder sister Luncia is the only one elder sister Luna finds difficult to deal with. Oddly, despite her indifferent attitude towards most things, many members of the family still had high expectations for Luncia. They believed that she, and not Joshua, was the most suitable to be the next patriarch. Now that I think about it, even in my past life, my parents didn't take Luncia lightly. Luncia, Ran, and Vigo. Yes, mother. Myo and An are responsible for causing this crisis, but as flag-bearers, they cannot evade their responsibility either. Especially you, Luncia. I am deeply disappointed in you. You must take some time to reflect, and both Ran and Vigo must each return one of the swords. During their cadet days, Rosa had scolded the flag-bearers in Jin's presence. At the time, Jean believed that Luncia was being punished with self-reflection, simply due to her position as the third flag-bearer. But it wasn't so. It was undeniable that Luncia possessed something unique compared to her other siblings. Luncia sighed with a furrowed brow. It wasn't a sigh of exasperation at Jin's comment. From the moment the hellfire was unleashed, no one here could underestimate Jin. But Lunsha seemed extremely bothered by the situation itself. Since Jin had left Stormcastle and arrived at the Garden of Swords, everything had been like this. The boy, who was only 10 years old, quickly got under the skin of his siblings. When Jin went on a mission to Mammoth during his cadet days, he had received a self-reflection punishment from Rosa. Jin's mere presence posed a significant threat to the mission, and Lunsha's attitude, which had longed for a life free of trouble, was affected. During his time as a provisional flag-bearer, Jin suddenly broke the rules and caused an uproar upon his return, turning the family upside down. Similarly, during the Holy Kingdom incident, she had to be dispatched due to Jin. Looking back, it was always Jin who stirred up problematic storms. Lunsha could assert one thing with certainty. For nearly a decade, no one had worn her out more than Jin. Those who knew her personality never dared to provoke Lunsha recklessly. In fact, it had been a long time since Lunsha had felt boiling anger deep within her chest. Nothing in the world irritated her more than untimely consequences that disrupted her peaceful world. It doesn't seem like it's going to work, you the youngest. Swish. As soon as she spoke, a sword, imbued with blue flames, once again pierced into Lunsha's chest. There was a contrast between Bradamanti, who had grown immense with flames, and Lunsha's slender sword, Charles. At first glance, it appeared as a thin and fragile sword, ready to break at any moment. However, the next moment, when Lunsha wielded it, it seemed to represent a phenomenon that didn't exist in this world. Could be described as if solid light rushed towards Jin. Swing. Charles's sword tip accurately pierced through Bradamanti's blade. It could even be said that it was miraculous to precisely pierce through a single strand of thread gently descending through the air. Lunsha's thrust undoubtedly went beyond that. It precisely pierced the blade of the sword, which fell at lightning speed. Bradamanti was deflected at a right angle, and Jin could feel the sensation that his wrist was about to break. This is what the third flag-bearer of the family is capable of. That single strike was more than enough to describe Lunsha. Unimaginable speed. A swift sword that you couldn't counter unless you could predict its trajectory. In the scorching heat where the entire arena seemed to melt, Jin felt a shiver down his spine. When he blinked once, the next thrust came. Charles, which had grazed Jin's cheek, was now stained with flames instead of blood. He felt as if a hurricane had suddenly unleashed in front of his eyes. Just like the wind couldn't be seen, neither could Lunsha's thrust. Jin felt the dangerous sensation that something was flying at an incomprehensible speed, relentlessly. Felt familiar. It was an emotion he always felt when facing formidable opponents. Jin had no doubts or fear. All he had to do was stand his ground and fight, and instill the same feeling in the opponent. The flames in Jin's pupils intensified. You are certainly very brutal. Crackle. Charles continued to graze Jin's body, emitting sparks with each contact. But it doesn't seem like it's enough to stop me. It's disappointing, considering you said it wouldn't work. The sword energies, which previously shot out like projectiles, began to converge, guided by Jin's will. It was like the coordinated movement of dozens of snipers, all aiming at once. As these sword energies converged and rained down on Lunsha, her relentless thrusts began to decrease in frequency. Although the sword energies had been deflected, there was no respite for the run candles engulfed in flames. The hellfire, which was already at its zenith, became even more intense. The place that had been called a training ground had almost completely disappeared. The melted and broken roof allowed sunlight to enter, tinting the blue sky red. Beneath it all, Jin's and Lunsha's swords clashed once more. It's strange how fire flows from your wounds instead of blood. Elder sister, unleashing such a deadly sword with a rapier is no small feat. Seriously? What are you trying to achieve with this? I've already told you. I want to restore Run Candle's status as a family of magic swordsmen. Crash. It didn't sound like swords clashing, but rather the sound of a giant beast gnawing on bones. the shockwaves generated by the collision between the two distorted places. At first glance, they seemed equal in offense and defense, but in terms of swordsmanship, Luncia was clearly ahead. That's why Luncia kept thinking the same thing every time Jean showed weakness. It's over. This time it's really over. No, is it over? Certainly. It seemed like they had reached the end several times as their swords pierced each other's bodies. When he thought he had pierced her throat, it turned out he had grazed Jin's ear. And when he felt he had pierced her heart, flames instead sprouted from his shoulder. Why? There were undoubtedly flaws in the youngest's fencing, so why did Charles only yield futile results? It was strange. Despite understanding the youngest's movements perfectly, the battle was not turning in her favor. It was a peculiar phenomenon that her rapier wasn't reaching the youngest. And a premonition gripped her. Didn't something like this happen when I faced elder sister Luna? Something similar happened when she faced Luna. And Luncia didn't take long to find the answer. The reason her sword kept failing to hit the opponent wasn't because of the opponent, but because of herself. I have been avoiding getting injured too much. When facing formidable opponents like Luna, Luncia unconsciously chose to move in a way that minimized injuries. Being wounded was more bothersome than anything in the world, and in such situations, Luncia's desire for the annoying time to pass quickly outweighed her desire to defeat the opponent. That's why her sword had become shorter, her steps narrower. It was easier to accept defeat than to endure wounds. I didn't expect this to happen even when facing the youngest. It's something that hasn't happened to me many times in my life. Although Luncia didn't take Jin's combat prowess lightly, she didn't consider this duel as a life-or-death battle. She needed to reassess her judgment. I'll risk my life as well. Of course, when the battle ended, there was a much higher chance that the result would be survival rather than death. However, there was a significant difference between entering a fight where one's life was at stake and one where it wasn't. Just as the attitude of predators in the open field depended on how big their prey was in front of them. The fact that she unconsciously avoided injuries when facing a challenging opponent was also a kind of test. Luncia Runcandle was a somewhat peculiar human being. No, even throughout her entire life, the fact that there were very few times when she had been injured was a testament in itself. For Luncia, apart from those few occasions, all other fights were almost the same, with a level of danger similar to breathing, eating, and going to bed. But this fight with Jean was different. Luncia sensed that this battle was one where one side would be defeated, lose everything, and disappear. Therefore, every moment was a struggle where her desire for survival and victory outweighed the boredom. It seems you're finally taking this seriously, elder sister. Jean immediately recognized Luncia's change. Luncia's suffocating intimidation suddenly disappeared, which was only natural. Her aura was now as calm as water. You're strong. You've grown well. Luncia adjusted her posture and continued speaking. But you shouldn't have provoked me. With no aura shield, Jin's fire pierced through her. In an instant, Luncia was engulfed in flames, leaving behind only a dark silhouette. She faced the hellfire with her bare body. At that moment, Luncia remembered Luna looking at Jean, and Jean couldn't help but think of his elder sister's image. Luncia's body was known as the best among the blessed bodies of Runcandle. It was even stronger than Luna's transcendent body. Even after turning around the flames, Renisha Luncia approached Jean with determined steps. Even amid the dancing flames, not a single blister could be seen on her body. This is incredible. Jean gathered the flames that had spread everywhere. The flames that had spread like a plague throughout the training ground and even beyond were being absorbed into Bradamanti. I never imagined there would be someone tougher than elder sister Luna among us. Not just Jean, but all his siblings thought the same. Except for Luna, none of them had imagined that there would be such a strong sibling. Because none of the other siblings had ever made Luncia feel threatened even once. I didn't know you would also be willing to fight with all your might, so there's no need for us to feel disappointed in each other. Chapter 388. Who is the real Runcandle? 8. The distance between Jean and Luncia slowly closed. Late screams echoed on the ground that was the training field. Ah! According to estimates, More than 100 guardian knights lay moaning in all directions. The warriors who had protected them had barely taken a breath, but they had the premonition that a new commotion was about to ensue. The third flag-bearer is furious. So far, we had no choice but to save the knights, so we couldn't interfere to stop the 12th flag-bearer. But now, we won't be able to interfere. In particular, those who knew a little about Luncia, mainly the senior members of the Elder Council, judged that it would be difficult to prevent the fight from starting again. They knew how dangerous Luncia was, who had finally made a move, and there was no need to stop her. The family's guardian knights nearly died burned. If this isn't treason, then what is it? Jean had scorched the entire central field of the family, and at worst, over a dozen guardian knights could have turned into ashes. Thanks to the efforts of the flag-bearers and the high-ranking knights, there were no casualties, but it was an incident that could easily be called treason. Moreover, they had witnessed bold statements that not only questioned the legitimacy of the family, but also undermined it from the perspective of the attacked run candles. Of course, Jean had deployed Hellfire under the judgment that the top flag-bearers and the knights could adequately protect the guardian knights, and there was a situation where Lynn Milcano encouraged the situation by speaking of a show of strength. However, that wouldn't serve as a mitigation. Everything has a limit. From now on, what Jean had to demonstrate was nothing other than valor. To prove that the declaration of returning Runcandle to a family of magic swordsmen was not just words. And for that, there was no need to mention that he must win. The moment he was defeated in the battle against Luncia. However impactful the words were, however remarkable the challenge was, however powerful the warning was, however brilliant the truth was, all the words Jean uttered would lose their value. Initially, merely engaging in a decent fight with the third flag-bearer as the 12th flag-bearer would have been a noteworthy achievement, but not now. The responsibility for the weighty words containing 1,000 years of history rested on his shoulders. As an individual of Runcandle, with 10 steps between them, Jean and Luncia silently locked eyes for a moment. The spirit of combat and the intent to kill filled Jin's eyes, while Luncia's held a deep gaze. Bradamanti, the sword that had consumed Hellfire, and Charles, the fine sword infused with aura, vibrated. The two swords emitted sharp resonances, like beasts trying to tear each other apart. There was no signal. However, both swung their swords at each other without the slightest error. It was as if they were wielding a bludgeon, not swords, with no restraint whatsoever. Thus, the first clash between them began. Thump! When the energy contained in the swords was released, a thunderous sound and shockwave occurred. Before the shockwave could escape the arena, the swords clashed once more. Like giant pieces of glass shattering, a rain of flames and aura burst from their swords. Kook! It was as if nails had been driven into their bones and organs. Jin's expression contorted in pain, and Luncia clenched her teeth tightly. Despite being covered in flames, Luncia seemed serene, even managing to resist. The hellfire flowing through Bradamanti. I will kill you. She didn't open her mouth, but it seemed he could hear Luncia's voice. Her intent to kill seemed to take shape and pierce through Jin's mind like an icicle. It's impossible that she hasn't taken any hits, no matter how resilient Luncia was. What Jean had just unleashed was Sarah Runcandle's secret sword technique. It might still be inferior to what Sarah could unleash in her prime, but it was a sword that had pressed all present Runcandles in the arena until now. You can't keep resisting like this, elder sister. That's impossible for anyone in the world, except for our father. Jean having an indifferent attitude didn't mean he wasn't truly shaken. The hellfire intertwined with Bradamanti constantly gnawed at Luncia's body. But Jin's body was breaking down at a much faster rate than Luncia's. Hellfire alone isn't enough. If he had deployed it solely to defeat Luncia from the beginning, the story might have been different. However, over half of the Hellfire's power had been consumed when facing the other Runcandles. Merely igniting the remaining flame wouldn't be enough to contend with Luncia. The elder sister hasn't unleashed her final moves yet. If this continues, I'll surely lose. He had to play his trump card, with a sword that matched or exceeded Hellfire. Jean poured out the last remaining flames from Bradamanti and distanced himself. The flames roared with powerful energy, enveloping Luncia. In that moment, Luncia showed signs of hesitation for the first time. But it was only a moment. In the next instant, while Luncia emitted her aura, the hellfire turned into embers, emitting a faint light. The flames that had surrounded Jean also dissipated. His body, which had burned like fire, returned to its original state. Wook, woofk. Jin's breath became heavy. Blood dripped from his parched lips. Even the wounds that had burned like fire were now oozing blood, and his staggering appearance seemed like he could collapse at any moment. On the other hand, Luncia's movement became light, as the hellfire that had been troubling her had disappeared. Furthermore, she showed no signs of exhaustion like Jean. It's over. It was certainly remarkable, but it's the third flagbearer's victory. Judging by the state of the 12th flagbearer, the match would end in 3 minutes. The third flagbearer wouldn't spare the 12th flagbearer. Even if he lives, she will surely leave him crippled. That's what the spectators thought. It was a fact that Jean, as a magic swordsman, had demonstrated incredible power that they couldn't comprehend. However, from the beginning, the third flagbearer, considered the strongest after Luna, and the 12th flagbearer, now 19 years old, were too different in class. Nevertheless, it was still shocking. Some run candles were on the verge of going mad with remorse, thinking it was a pity for Jean to end up like this. Just 10 minutes ago, they had wanted to strangle the 12th flagbearer after seeing his actions. They were excited about the power of the magic sword that Jean had shown. They felt that Jin's words about the possibility of that power-breaking Zippel had credibility. So they considered other possibilities. If the acting patriarch steps forward, the 12th flagbearer might survive. If the 12th flagbearer dies, it will be harder to find out about the first patriarch's grave. If the acting patriarch intervenes before the third flagbearer kills him, opposite thoughts swirled in the minds of the run candles. However, those wishing for Jin's death and those wishing for his survival shared the same thought. Jin's fate rested in the hands of Rosa Runcandle. Rosa Runcandle, and the seat of honor in the training field where she was sitting, remained unchanged from before the hellfire was deployed. She sat calmly, brushing aside the flames from the hellfire with an indifferent expression. While the flagbearers and senior knights protected the guardian knights, Rosa had watched the battle between Jean and Luncia from beginning to end. Third flagbearer. At Rosa's call, Luncia stopped. If Rosa hadn't called, Luncia would have taken 2 more steps and cut Jin's throat. Yes. Are you going to kill him? Yes. Rosa didn't add more words to Luncia's response. In the silence, Jin's labored breathing sounded especially loud. Even for those unfamiliar with swords, it was clear that his endurance had reached its limit, considering how rapidly he was breathing. After about 15 seconds, Luncia had no choice but to ask, "Is there a problem with killing the 12th flagbearer? I would like to know why you haven't said anything." Upon hearing this, Rosa slowly raised her head. "I had my doubts, so I was thinking." "What doubts?" "I find it curious why everyone thinks the fight is over." At Rosa's words, all the run candles turned their gaze toward Jean. He was still panting and standing as he thrust Bradamanti into the ground. Jean unsheathed a new sword. The blade that emerged from the sheath was as pale as the dawn sky. The Thunder Sword, Sigmund. A divine sword of the Legends tribe that Jean inherited from the battle goddess, Von. Crack. The blade, infused with lightning, emitted a deep and ominous sound. The pupils of the run candles who saw this filled with astonishment. Does he still have the strength to fight? After unleashing that insane flame sword a moment ago, does he still have energy left? No, the acting patriarch must have examined the fact that the 12th flagbearer still had some willpower left. His current endurance would no longer sustain him. Jean no longer had the strength to fight. Even if he did, it would never be enough to change the course of the battle. That's what the run candles believed. Ha! I thought I had completely destroyed everything, but one remains. Finally, when Jean opened his mouth, Luncia felt goosebumps on her skin. She also thought that Rosa's words meant Jean still had some willpower left. It wasn't that, It seems. Today I must completely destroy even the seat of honor where my mother is sitting to make my statement more meaningful. Upon hearing this, the run candles once again felt as if their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer, numbing their senses. Sword of Legends, Battle God's Technique, 10th move, Sword of the Reign of the King of Legends. Initiation. Jin's eyes filled with lightning. The ground twisted and darkened as lightning radiated outward, splitting the scorched earth. A horrifying heat, distinct from the hellfire, quickly spread and engulfed the surroundings. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open. Look carefully. Who is the true run candle and what has run candle been protecting? And what the current run candle has forgotten. Jin looked at the run candles again with his shining eyes and continued to speak. The lightning energy covering his sword blanketed the chaotic, broken ground. Chapter 389. Who is the real run candle? 9. The power of the battle god of legends was reenacting on the melted ground of the training field. The legends, they were the most powerful beings in the world, who had challenged the gods as world conquerors 5,000 years ago. From within the lightning that resembled their souls, Jin examined the eyes of the run candles fixed on him. There was fear in the eyes of those being protected and confusion in the eyes of those protecting. Everyone was biting their lips. Who could have expected someone to display such skill in battle against the entire run candle, and that after unleashing the hellfire? And I will give an order to the family members below the flag bearer. A voice full of resonance, as if dozens of legends were speaking at once. The family members could feel a kind of prestige in that voice. Although they had never seen the battle god of the legends tribe even once, they instinctively felt that Jin exuded his aura. Do your best to protect the guardian knights, so that not a single knight dies by my sword. Crackle. As Jin's body was covered in lightning, blue sparks erupted. The pale light of Sigmund, the sword of the battle god of legends, stood out in hands whose nails were tinged with lightning. It seemed as if death had a color, a pale color, and it added to the heat of the hellfire that had not yet completely subsided. While the hot air, hot enough to make rocks melt and burst, pressed heavily on their chests, the run candles felt strangely overwhelmed by the sensation that their entire body was cooling down, as if they were touching a long-dead corpse. Everyone, get out of here! As soon as the sword began to fall, the first person to shout loudly was none other than Luncia. I let my guard down. I thought I could finish him now, that I could kill the younger one at any moment. But that boy had become a monster that far exceeded her expectations. I should have realized that sooner. She should have known earlier that if she confronted him with such an arrogant attitude, she couldn't win, that she had to stake her life as well. When Luncia's pupils blinked, what she saw was Jin's sword, rushing toward her like lightning. With a speed that seemed like the strike of thunder, the power contained in that single strike was by no means inferior to any sword technique Luncia had experienced before. Her body couldn't react immediately. In that moment, she raised her voice, concerned for the knights behind her, and that was a colossal mistake. Slosh! Blood spurted from the center of Luncia's chest. If she hadn't stepped back, her body might have been split in half. Kook! Fortunately, there were no injuries to her vital organs. However, the wound, which couldn't be considered light at all, once again shook Luncia's concentration. Before she could readjust her posture, Sigmund's lightning bolt was heading her way. Her entire body was engulfed in unbearable pain, as if she were burning. A strong body that surpassed even Luna's. How much pain did he have to endure to develop such a body? After Luna announced that she was giving up becoming the patriarch, Luncia had briefly held the expectations of many as a possible alternative. The reason Luna found it difficult to face Luncia was because she had seen Luncia destroy herself to have such a strong body. That's how she obtained her body. A body obtained by following the unfortunate answer that life is only boredom and pain, without the slightest pleasure, thought, or action. That rigid body was shattering. Flesh tore, bones broke, and blood burst. The excruciating pain that stabbed into the wounds left her breathless. Damn it! Luncia gritted her teeth and cursed. Due to the thick fog caused by the lightning covering the training field, it wasn't easy to locate Jin's exact position. The sharp lightning piercing through her eyes added a constant sense of impending darkness. However, at that moment, what Luncia thought of was not the desire to escape this place without getting hurt or the desire to survive. At this rate, the knights will die. There were her mother, the flag-bearers, the key members of the Elder Council, and the execution knights. As formidable as Jin's power was, surpassing them all was beyond imagination. However, fighting and protecting were clearly distinct things. Could other strong individuals protect the knights facing imminent death in the storm of these lightning bolts? She couldn't be sure. Above all, there was no one protecting the knights who had rushed to stop the hellfire first, because she herself was fighting Jin. Above all, Mother isn't someone who protects the knights. Luncia bit her lip. Rosa still sat in her seat, doing nothing. The reason she was so convinced wasn't that she disliked Rosa. It was her perception that Rosa Runcandle, her mother, was someone who wouldn't bother saving the Guardian Knights being swept away like discarded goods by the 12th Flagbearer's sword technique. Such individuals were considered worthless in Runcandle. Or perhaps she was trying to leave only stronger knights in the Garden of Swords after this incident. That's how Luncia perceived Rosa, and others saw Rosa in the same way. Still, she could be a person who cared about others. There were no screams like before when the hellfire was unleashed. However, Luncia and everyone else were well aware how much agony the Guardian Knights, engulfed in flames and lightning, were enduring, not to mention the screams. A new bright aura enveloped Charles. Luncia had made her decision on how to end this fight. You've shown a glorious sword technique, little brother, so I must respond with a sword technique befitting that. In Luncia's eyes, filled with killing intent and determination, something new was reflected, a new sense of responsibility as a flag-bearer that she had long forgotten. Third secret technique of Runcandle, Golden Ring Eclipse. Note, these characters represent a solar eclipse where the moon covers part of the sun, leaving only a ring of light around the edge, hence the translation of this ability as Golden Ring Eclipse. When Luncia extended Charles, a single circle, no larger than an egg, appeared in the lightning-filled space. The circle emitted a peculiar light, as if it allowed no intrusion. Bang! Jean attempted to strike the circle with Sigmund, but it bounced off. It was unexpected that Sigmund, which had been strengthened by the reign of the King of Legend's sword, would rebound like that. Moreover, the Golden Ring Eclipse was growing, expanding its territory. Although it possessed enough power to repel Sigmund's attack, Jean strangely didn't feel threatened by the annular solar eclipse. A final move? Or maybe a secret technique? Either way, it was an unusual sword technique. A sword with no killing intent. Shortly after, Jean realized that the purpose of this sword was not to kill. The third secret technique, Golden Ring Eclipse, was Runcandle's only sword technique intended to protect others. The sword's firm energy forming the circle acted as a kind of shield. It wasn't difficult for Jean to reach a conclusion. If I can break that, it's over. The blood of the battle god and lightning surged within the light heart. If it didn't crumble with a single blow, he would wield an even more powerful strike. Jean had no intention of ending it with restraint today. He didn't intend to use only the power necessary to avoid killing his opponent. He was determined to finish her off by any means possible. After all, it was a sword that even resisted one of the 10 great knights, Sildare's great sword. As sturdy as Luncia's Golden Ring Eclipse seemed, it couldn't keep blocking Sigmund indefinitely. Bang! When Jean swung Sigmund again, the same result occurred. The blade was deflected by the expanding ring of the Golden Ring Eclipse. However, amidst the fluttering aura and lightning, Jean keenly observed something. He saw that Luncia, who had just repelled the second sword strike, spat out a handful of fresh blood. She had already suffered injuries even before unleashing the Golden Ring Eclipse. It wasn't certain she would have been able to block Sigmund's strike when she was in full health. Having done so while already injured, Luncia's struggle was quite understandable. She had staked her life. However, the meaning of her determination was different from the first time she faced Jean. She didn't intend to kill Jean but to protect her own knights from him. The clash between the sword and the ring created a deafening noise. Although not a single word was exchanged between them amid this battle, Jean could understand Lunch's mindset. After having seen the faces of those trying to rescue people several times, he knew what it was like. "You're not someone to be taken lightly, older sister." Ironically, Jean felt relieved. If Luncha, with all her strength, could block Sigmund, there would be no unnecessary deaths among the knights. Not a single one. But there was no room for mercy in Jin's sword. Jean wielded Sigmund, disregarding Lunch's life. All members of Runcandle watched him. If he showed any sign of weakness, the statement would lose its meaning. "If you survive, I will recognize you as a worthy rival, older sister." Crunch! It looked as if enormous fangs were tearing into their prey. Under the relentless rain of sword strikes, Lunch's bleeding worsened. On the other hand, Sigmund grew fiercer with each passing moment. The lightning, coursing along Sigmund, fell like a torrential rain onto the expanding ring of the golden ring eclipse. The sword energy on Charles's blade, supporting the ring, was trembling. She had been bearing 50% of the power of the sword of the reign of the King of Legends alone, so it was clear that Luncha had reached her limits. Suddenly, the shape of the lightning attacking the ring changed. Battle God's technique. Third sword, condemnation. A punch of condemnation, imbued with the power of the sword of the reign of the King of Legends, exuded overwhelming energy even within the storm of lightning that had spread in all directions. As the 5 punches advanced simultaneously, the ring of the golden ring eclipse finally shattered. Luncha didn't release Charles until the end. However, the sword of the reign of the King of Legends and the energy of condemnation were already sweeping her away, heading for the knights who stood steadfast on the outside. Just as he was about to unleash his lightning energy again, Jean saw Luncha, who had stopped in the same posture as when she had unleashed the golden ring eclipse. There was no need to confirm whether she had lost consciousness or had died. In any case, it didn't matter. Jean advanced confidently. His gaze was fixed on Rosa, who sat in the seat of honor as if she were the true patriarch of the family. It was time to shatter that seat. The moment Jean tried to release his lightning once more, suddenly, something solid and sharp lightly pricked Jin's back. It was Lunch's sword, Charles. Nevertheless, Jean didn't turn around to check on his second sister's appearance. He knew that the simple act of her placing the sword on his back was the last effort she had left. Jean believed that what touched his back was not Charles, but the will that held it. A will he could respect as a member of the family, as a brother. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, as Luncha fell, Jin's and Rose's gazes met. "Will you continue to sit like this?" Chapter 390. Who is the real Runcandle? 10. The momentum of the sword of the reign of the King of Legends was growing stronger by the moment. It seemed as if the world's lightning was converging on the Garden of Swords. Amidst the earth crumbling under the lightning's onslaught, the shattered golden ring eclipse fluttered through the air like flowers. For several seconds, Rosa remained silent, gazing at her younger son. Amid the devastation of the training ground, only Rosa's high and intact seat of honor remained, like a solitary pillar. Neither the hellfire's glow nor the lightning of the sword of the reign of the King of Legends could penetrate her energy. Just meeting Rosa's gaze made Jean feel as if a mountain was crushing him, and his entire body became heavy. "She is truly strong. Stronger than I could have ever imagined." There was no doubt about that. Rosa Runcandle, the Black Panther. She was more formidable than any enemy Jean had ever faced. She possessed a power that far exceeded his expectations. And it was natural. The figure seated in the place of honor was none other than the second in command of the great Runcandle, who had been leading the Garden of Swords in Siren's place for a long time. She was the Empress of the Runcandle and had earned the recognition of the entire family, as well as the admiration of all the world's master swordsmen. In the presence of such an influential figure, if Jean had not felt that overwhelming presence from her, he would have been disappointed. Slowly, Rosa rose from her seat. Rosa's field of vision only increased slightly, but the sense of intimidation had multiplied exponentially compared to when she was sitting. Jean felt his body as heavy as if he were submerged in water. "You might think you've relaxed, but I never imagined you would come this far after defeating Luncia." Rosa's voice lacked all emotion. In Jin's mind, memories of Rosa passed like a landscape. Memories of a past life when he had recognized her not as an enemy but as his mother. After Jin's exile, his mother had cut off communication with the outside world for 2 days. And before his exile, she had even violated the family's rules to transmit certain information to prepare him for when he became a flag bearer. She must have known that Joshua cursed me when I was just a baby, so why? Why had she regarded him with such disdain? Was it her last shred of motherly consciousness? But Rosa Runcandle was not a weak human swayed by something as insignificant as conscience. Jean couldn't know, and he didn't want to know. He would probably never understand the reason. What mattered now was breaking that seat. That was the only representation Rosa was offering of Runcandle, a significant blot on the authority of the second-in-command. Sigmund's lightning grew stronger. "I'm also surprised to have come to this, but I never thought you would still be so relaxed, Mother. Go on. If it were my father, he would undoubtedly have done the same." Rosa smiled slyly. "I must admit, you've achieved impressive growth. Perhaps I can give you a chance." "A chance? Everyone in the family has seen my power. That means Runcandle sees the potential for me to become the future successor." When Rosa's sword was drawn from its sheath, it made a sharp, hissing sound. "In this situation, do you really think the second flag-bearer can become the patriarch? So, do you want me to support you instead of the second flag-bearer?" "No. I don't need your help to ascend to the throne," Jean replied. "Just disappear somewhere at the right moment. When I become patriarch, there won't be a place for you in the Garden of Swords, Mother." Even with such a strong provocation, Rosa remained unfazed. Instead, she seemed subtly satisfied and smiled in secret. Yes, she had that typical Runcandle look. It also meant that she recognized Jean. On the other hand, it was a smile that hinted that Jean was not yet up to her level. "I'll put an end to that arrogant confidence." A bitter taste of blood filled his mouth as Jean clenched his teeth. Using Hellfire and then the sword of the reign of the King of Legends had carried the risk of a backlash. Rosa was aware of it, so she kept her composure. Moreover, she believed that just this incident, going this far, was already Jin's victory. As Jean said, since he had shown such power in front of everyone, there would now be an important and certain variable in the family's succession structure. Perhaps the family would descend into uncontrollable chaos. Rosa had foreseen this day since Jin's return, from the moment Siren forgave him, or perhaps even before. "You've won the game, so you can stop now. But your greed knows no bounds." Rosa raised her sword and spoke. "Come to me, my son." Her favorite sword, Frenzy, shone with a dazzling light, a single sword shining like a beacon in the midst of the blazing lightning storm. As Rosa's energy increased, chunks of the ground rose into the air like bubbles and disintegrated. Finally, Jean began to move slowly, and the moment he took his first step, those gathered there felt an ominous premonition weighing on their shoulders. It was because a sudden earthquake had occurred, and the entire Garden of Swords began to sway slightly with Jin's steps within the intense thunder's noise. Thud! In the midst of the intense thunder noise, a strong vibration arose, growing more pronounced. The earthquake was the messenger of the change brought by the sword of the reign of the King of Legends. It was the battle anthem that only those who inherited Sigmund's power could sing. Sword of Legends. Battle God's combat technique. 10th sword. Second movement. Sword of the reign of the King of Legends. War open, a roar signaling that a person had reached the pinnacle among the kings of light. It was simply a gesture to boost morale before the battle. The second form of the War God of Battle movement displayed the solemn will to annihilate the enemy. Rosa's pupils dilated. Once again, even more powerful. It was a phenomenon that even Rosa couldn't help but be amazed at, witnessing gigantic lightning bolts. "You still have this kind of power," The word that Rosa thought of first was incomprehensible. Living as a warrior for decades, she had never witnessed something like this. Unleashing such overwhelming force, far superior to anything Jean had shown before, even when he could suffer a backlash. But Jean, her younger son, was human. As a human, he couldn't escape the consequences of defying the world order. Rosa immediately understood what Jean had staked on this power. What Jean had wagered to unleash this power was his own life. Is it really worth risking your life just to shatter this symbol, this seat I occupy? After gaining so much, even without destroying Rosa's seat. Today, Jean had gained immeasurable things. Even if he were to fall now, upon waking, he would see countless master swordsmen, offering him their loyalty, but risking his life for this. What the hell? Rosa, who had ridiculed Jean just moments ago, ground her teeth in anger. The judgment she had made with a smile, realizing that Jean knew what a true run candle was. She realized her judgment was wrong and arrogant. This is run candle, mother. Like a person always thirsty for battle, who never backs down when the battle begins, even making clearly stronger enemies doubt and hesitate before their fighting spirit, creating a phenomenon that would deny that the fight was over even when the opponent thought it was. That's what Jean and those who believed in the ancient run candle thought run candle was. Suddenly, as if millions of migratory birds had taken flight, a dark cloud covered the sky. Under that ominous cloud, the only ones who could remain unscathed were the legends and those who ruled over them. Crack! Incredible lightning rained down like an absurd electrical storm. Countless thunders struck the ground without warning. A deluge of lightning ravaged the Garden of Swords. Throughout the Garden of Swords, flagbearers and elders unleashed their final movements. They fought with desperation on their faces, giving it their all as if their lives depended on it. However, even the several dozen final movements that were deployed simultaneously seemed minuscule compared to the thousands, even tens of thousands of lightning bolts falling. Can this be called sword technique? It seemed more like an authority. The master swordsmen defending against the lightning felt as if they were trapped in a long and dark nightmare. They couldn't believe that this horrible nightmare had been initiated by the 12th flagbearer. Rosa, who had maintained her composure until now, also felt overwhelmed by the power she was sensing. With each swing of her sword, the thunder was annihilated, but the cloud continued to unleash even more violent lightning. Amidst this chaos, Jean advanced calmly. He advanced with confidence, as if he were a king reclaiming his territory, heading straight for Rosa. The resonant sound of Sigmund reverberated strongly. Jin's sword was aimed at Rosa's throat. His mother's imposing posture, sitting high and mighty, seemed strangely bitter as she brandished frenzy. Now was the time to decorate the end of the statement. Crack! As Jean raised Sigmund, it seemed almost unbelievable. The lightning ceased. The thunder, which had been roaring as if announcing the end, disappeared. Abruptly, but the lightning hadn't vanished. It was simply converging toward Sigmund's sword at great speed. So much power effortlessly converged into that single sword. Everyone was witnessing something they had never seen before. Everyone knew what was going to happen in the next moment. That sword, that had swallowed everything, was about to fall towards Rosa. The distance between them as they faced each other was short. Jean thrust his sword directly into the center of her. There was no way for Rosa to dodge that sword. As the second in command of Runcandle, her only option was to face it head-on. Quack! When Sigmund clashed with frenzy, the veins in Rosa's eyes burst. Her eyes, which had widened for a moment, narrowed and expanded again, causing spasms. Although there was only one tear of blood, it was the first time someone had seen Rosa cry. The seat she had been sitting on collapsed as if it were nothing more than a toy in the hands of a giant. I, Jean Runcandle, the 12th flagbearer, declare. Before losing consciousness, Jean managed to conclude his words. I will become the patriarch. As Jean collapsed, Rosa vomited a mouthful of blood. The master swordsman couldn't help but feel a strange sense of dismay as they gazed at Rosa's pale face and the unconscious Jean, as if reality were crumbling. Chapter 391. Even if you cover it up, you can't hide it. 1. October 1st, 1799. The depths of the Black Sea. A man ran with his body covered in black blood, monster guts, and flesh. He was the guardian knight Khan. In his arms, he carried a letter he had received from the executor knight who had made it to the beginning of the Black Sea. For more than 10 years, he had been delivering letters to Siren about Jean. However, Khan's face was more serious than ever. He couldn't examine the content of the letter, but he had learned from the executor knight what had happened at the main house. I have to go as soon as possible, before Patriarch Nim enters the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. Territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. Siren and his knights were now planning to enter the land ruled directly by the kings of the Black Sea beyond its depths. Before that, Khan had met the executor knight while doing one last inspection at the beginning of the Black Sea and its surroundings. The cursed land had always been like this, but from the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea, it would be a completely unknown world. Perhaps after entering, they would be completely cut off from the outside world for a while. Today, there were unusually many monsters clinging to him. Each of them was a creature that could become a demonic creature with a core as long as they had the time and opportunity, and Khan had to fight them for another day and a half even after entering the depths. Huff. When Siren's expedition team began to become visible, it was when he could no longer hold on. Fortunately, they had not yet entered the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. Siren and the knights were taking a short break, using the corpses of monsters as fuel for a fire. The foul smell of burning monster meat stung their noses. Patriarch Nim. Khan bowed his head and took a breath. The unpleasant smell of burning monster corpses pierced his nostrils. What's the matter, Khan? Siren, as always, remained seated in the air. The emaciated faces of the knights contrasted with his clean face. I received an urgent letter from the main house. It's about the 12th flag bearer. Siren slowly opened his eyes, full of curiosity. Give it to me. With a courteous gesture, Khan handed him the letter. For the knights, except for Khan, seeing Siren break the seal with intense curiosity was a very unusual sight. Khan felt a strange sense of pride in that fact. It's been a long time since Patriarch Nim showed so much interest, especially after the first flag bearer. I've heard the older Black Knights talk about it a few times, but it seems that the Patriarch has great expectations for the 12th flag bearer. While the Black Knights marveled at the situation, there was a monster that discreetly wondered if it was okay to intervene. Ha ha ha. Oh, it looks like there's good news. It was the legendary monster Ozdok. Of course, Siren didn't respond to Ozdok's flattering comment. Instead, the cold gazes of the Black Knights were directed at Ozdok. That meant he should shut up and sit quietly in a corner. Unfortunately, Ozdok didn't know how to read the room, and even interpreted Siren's lack of response as a positive sign, and continued to cheerfully raise his voice. He did it out of exhaustion. Without a word, the relentless days of killing and fighting had worn down even Ozdok, a demonic creature who had lived for 2,000 years. Ozdok desperately wished to say something, be it a light joke or casual chatter. Anything. Well, if it isn't the 12th flag bearer, isn't that your youngest son, the one who fought with me back then? He took one of my inner cores. Oh, of course, I don't mean it was a waste. He'll surely put it to good use. Your son was an impressive guy. Handsome too. Hick. Please don't hit me. I apologize. Just as the Black Knights were about to intervene and forcibly silence Ozdok, Siren raised his hands slightly to stop them. Leave him be. Yes. As the Black Knights withdrew their raised fists and awkwardly bowed, Ozdok nervously scratched the back of his neck. I apologize. I just thought you might have received good news. I'll go get some tea right away. True to Ozdok's words, a faint smile had already appeared on Siren's lips. He began to read the letter. Patriarch, the 12th flag bearer has caused an incident. Zed. He knew it from the first line. It was his younger brother's handwriting, the only one of his siblings who had survived the battle for hegemony in their youth. He leaked information about the tomb of the first patriarch through the 7th flag bearer. The patriarch probably knew it even before, but that alone caused chaos in the family. Do you know what happened while everyone was waiting to confirm the truth after his return? As soon as he returned, he fought with Jordan, the Elder Council president. Due to this, the Elder Council president cut off both of his arms. But the Holy Queen came and healed him, and he narrowly escaped without wielding the sword as before. Upon hearing those words, Siren's eyebrows furrowed, and Ozdok suddenly knelt and extended a skull. Not a teacup but a monster skull filled with tea. The fire used to prepare the tea came from the burning monster corpses, making it truly dreadful tea. However, the fact that this tea was one of the greatest luxuries one could enjoy in this place was something no one would believe. Anyway, right after the treatment, he made a statement to restore Runcandle's status as a family of magic swordsmen. Then, he himself suppressed opposing elders and defeated the third flag-bearer in a direct confrontation. Siren's pupils dilated. Ozdok and the Black Knights couldn't help but be surprised by his reaction. Luncia, the third flag-bearer. If she had lost to Jean, it was undoubtedly because she had let her guard down. However, Luncia's defeat to Jean was still a surprise to Siren. Whether it was because she had let her guard down or because Jean had reached a new level, a defeat was still a defeat. The training ground where the incident occurred disappeared without a trace and nearly razed the entire central courtyard and main house. After wielding a fire-type magical sword, he unleashed insane lightning. It's hard to explain. You had to see it firsthand. I knew that lunatic brat would one day cause a major incident in the family, but I never expected it to be so catastrophic. And so soon. Below is a summary of the damage in the Garden of Swords while we were struggling to handle the 12th flagbearer. Acting Patriarch seriously wounded. 2nd flagbearer, 4th flagbearer, 5th flagbearer, 6th flagbearer, 7th flagbearer, 8th flagbearer, 9th flagbearer, 10th flagbearer, 11th flagbearer, minor injuries. 3rd flagbearer seriously wounded. 12th flagbearer in critical condition. Head of the Black Sword Association, head of the Law Guard, head of the Civil Guard, minor injuries. Elder Council, over 50% with minor injuries. Guardian Knights, over 40% with major and minor injuries. Execution Knights, 12 seriously injured, 54 with minor injuries. Numerous others injured. No combat casualties. No casualties outside of combat. At the request of the main family, the decree for the second phase of the state of emergency in Hugister has been activated, complete blockade of the Alliance of Hugister's transfer gates, and ongoing media control. The Garden of Swords has recalled all dispatched knights and is maintaining wartime conditions. The precise list of injuries is detailed in the final section. The acting patriarch suffered deep internal injuries because she did not evade the boy's final blow containing everything with her body. The medical staff says she needs extreme rest for a while. Can you believe it? It wasn't a sudden assault by Zippel's main force, nor an invasion by Vermont, nor a rebellion. All of this happened because of the power of the 12th flagbearer. Because of that reckless brat who hasn't even turned 20. Elder brother. If possible, it would be good for you to return. For a while. It would be a great source of strength for the family members. And it would be a pleasure to see how he has grown with your own eyes. Ha ha ha! Siren suddenly burst into laughter. Ozdok tried to laugh discreetly, but when he met Siren's eyes, he had to close his mouth. Siren suppressed his laughter at that moment. By now, the knights were also eager to know the contents of the letter. So subtly they signaled to Khan. After all, he had been responsible for the letters concerning the 12th flagbearer for some time, so they wanted to try their luck. My lord, isn't the situation in the main family as bad as I've heard? What have you heard? I've heard from the execution knight that all of Hugister has been blocked, and it's in a state of war. That's also written in the letter, but it's not something that can be covered up by hiding it, and it seems everyone was in turmoil. To be honest, I'm worried about the 12th flagbearer. What should concern us is the land beyond. Khan and the knights nodded heavily. Siren's gaze extended beyond the depths, towards the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. The 5 kings of the Black Sea, only a few days more, and they would arrive in that territory. A day's journey away, Luna, Vanessa, and Tubin were conducting reconnaissance. In that land, even Siren would have to exert all his strength in the many battles to come. With a whisper, Siren turned the letter back to the front. He wanted to reread the part that had bothered him from the beginning. 12th flagbearer, in critical condition. There was a clear distinction between critical condition and minor injuries. Since the declaration to make the family a family of magic swordsmen, Jean had not yet regained consciousness and remained in a hospital bed. Towards the end of the letter, there was a plea from Zed to Siren, asking him to return for a while. It meant he didn't want the flames of the 12th flagbearer to be extinguished like this and wished for Siren to take direct action. It also carried the meaning of seeking support, if possible. It was the first time in his entire life that Siren had seen Zed make such a request. Considering the impending battle with the Black Sea Kings, it would be impolite to worry about family matters. Although he didn't deny Zed's request, Siren had no intention of going back and seeing things for himself. But before the opportunity is lost, I should give him a suitable reward. The reward Siren was talking about had nothing to do with the incident Jean had caused this time. I will inform the Lord that the 12th flagbearer is the first to discover this demonic creature. If the Lord considers the demonic creature valuable, there will be a commensurate reward. What Tubin had told Jean as he took Ozdak away. Since joining Siren's expedition team, Ozdak had been proving his worth. Although his memories were blurry, he had made significant contributions to the task of finding the territory of the Black Sea Kings. Even after entering the territory of the Kings, he remained a valuable asset. Khan. Yes, Patriarch Nim. Quickly contact the main family and make arrangements for Jean to use it. Chapter 392. Even if you cover it up, you can't hide it too. As Siren said, it was not something that could be hidden. They sealed off all of Huffister, controlled all media, and strictly restricted access for those waiting in the family during Jin's declaration. Amidst the Garden of Swords, after the eruption of Hellfire, dozens of final movements simultaneously unfolded. The battle that took place in the center of the city of Kalen was something the residents couldn't remain oblivious to. It wasn't a scale of conflict that could be hidden. Through informants from each faction already present among the residents, the chaos caused by Jean spread beyond the Garden of Swords and quickly and forcefully disseminated throughout the world. The speed at which rumors were spreading was as fast and intense as a storm. My goodness, I asked him if he was going to commit treason, but I never thought he'd actually do it. If this isn't treason, then what is? Holy Kingdom of Vankila, Office of the Holy Queen. Upon hearing the news from the Saints of the Dawn Chariot Society, which could be considered the intelligence division of the Holy Kingdom, Lonnie furrowed her brow. With a worried expression. What on earth had happened that, after secretly treating someone in the dead of night, such a major incident occurred? I should have known from the moment he said he needed to give his arms a chance to shine. Phew, what do you think, gentlemen? Do you believe Lord Jean is currently unharmed? The Saints shook their heads. The security was too tight, so we couldn't investigate directly, but based on information leaked by city residents and various faction informants, he doesn't appear to be doing well at all. Some even say that he's not just in critical condition but already dead. What did you say, dead? No faction has been able to confirm Jean Runcandle's condition since the incident. Phew. One saint stepped forward, resolutely, and spoke. Your Majesty, as a saint and recipient of Ayula's grace, if you'll permit me the audacity, I believe you should make a decision for the sake of the nation's benefactor. Following the incident in the Holy Kingdom, the name Jean Runcandle had become a symbol within the kingdom, rivaling even the Holy Queen herself. Furthermore, those in the know were aware that Jean continued to provide astronomical support to the kingdom. Hence, such a direct proposal was put forward. Lonnie reflected for a moment with a serious expression before responding. Very well. I've heard that Huffister has declared a second phase of emergency alert, but if I formally request a visit, they'll have no choice but to agree. I will go personally to assess Lord Jin's condition and take measures for his treatment. However, Lonnie looked at the Saints with determination and continued. As far as I know, he always has a plan. He hasn't done this recklessly. If I were to intervene thoughtlessly, I might inadvertently provide an excuse to his enemies. Moreover, neither Lord Jean nor his dragon guardian have directly requested my help yet. For now, I will wait for further news. Lonnie's decision was met with nods from the saints. If there were indeed significant issues regarding Jin's life or death, the Holy Kingdom was ready to use all available means to assist Jean. Grandfather. At the same time, discussions about Jean were taking place in the Emperor Sword Castle of Vermont. In the moment, Dante urgently looked for Ron with a worried expression. Ron was also hearing the same news from the Knights of Hyran, and just like Lonnie, Ron furrowed his brow. It wasn't Jin's situation that worried him. Ron wasn't distressed by that. It was because he didn't know how to comfort his grandson, who was shouting that he would run straight to the Garden of Swords. Has my grandson arrived? Grandfather, if I may speak. Today might be the last day my grandfather sees me. The words last day struck Ron Heron's head like a hammer from the beginning. Why is my grandson suddenly like this? Did he eat something bad? Haha. I intend to head to the Garden of Swords immediately. Well, Dante, even if you try to stop me, I will definitely go, regardless of how annoyed you and the clan might be. However, shamelessly, I would like to make a request before I go. Well, haha. Go ahead. First talk. Please help me save my friend. Furthermore, if my friend has already passed away by the time I arrive, please respect any decision I make at that time. If Jean had died, it meant that Dante was willing to fight to the death with the Garden of Swords. Of course, at the end of the road he would face death or a crippled life, or the misfortune of all of Hyran, who would fight desperately to save Dante. Since the moment Ron first saw the scoundrel who deceived his pure-hearted grandson, or rather, since his grandson went to the Cosmos Arena and met that friend and got excited, Ron had felt an inexplicable foreboding. If I'm not careful and pass the clan to my grandson, in the end, the Emperor's Sword Castle could fall into the hands of that demon. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad outcome if Jean was already dead. After all, he had worked so hard to prepare his grandson to be the clan's heir. Dante Hyran, my dear grandson. Yes, grandfather. First of all, stay calm. This old man hasn't taught you to be like this. I understand. However, I'm ashamed to admit that I can't prioritize the clan over my friend. I'm nothing more than an insufficient human to be the young patriarch. If it were up to Dante, he would willingly resign from his position as the next clan patriarch and forfeit all his rights just to be able to go to the Garden of Swords alone. That's the kind of person his grandson was. Naturally, Ron couldn't just stand by. What I mean is not that. Don't you trust your friend? With those words, Dante's eyes widened as if he had been struck in the back of the neck. He had taken the bait just as Ron had thought. What I know is that that little demon— No, your friend Jean Runcandle is not one to do things so brashly. He's always a cunning strategist, always with a hidden plan. I'm sure he'll appear without any problems. Ron didn't genuinely believe it. Given the magnitude of the incident, it wouldn't be surprising if Jean were dead. However, for now, he needed to comfort his grandson, so it was necessary to tell a little lie. It was astonishing how easily it seemed to work. Dante's face showed deep gratitude for those words. Grandfather. Now that I think about it, it seems possible. No, you're right. In that case, there has to be a chance. I thought too hastily. Haha, good. Then, train quietly while you wait. There's nothing better than training in seclusion to clear your mind. You must trust your friend. If it is known that you have to make a decision, I will intervene personally. Dante nodded with bright eyes. Yes, thank you, grandfather. I'm heading to the training grounds right now. Good. Refresh your mind while wielding your sword. With a joyful heart, Dante had no choice but to withdraw. He hadn't expected his grandfather to intervene personally, but the gesture of cooperation relieved his anxiety. As soon as Dante entered the training grounds, Ron called the knights and issued the following order. As soon as it is confirmed that Jean Runcandle has been crippled or has died, take measures to continue the young patriarch's closed-door training for another 10 years. Seal it hermetically so that he cannot leave under any circumstances. so that sorrow, despair, and anger can be sublimated into his sword. As you command. This was the best course of action Ron could take for the sake of his beloved grandson if things went wrong with Jean. Not seeing his grandson for 10 years would be more agonizing than any torture. But he couldn't let his grandson die because of Jean, nor could he go to war with Runcandle. My son-in-law, what should I do? Hidden Palace. Tal-Eris lay on an ice bed she had made herself, stretched on her side. The small beastmen of the Golden Pung tirelessly manicured her nails, and members of the Watertails tribe gently massaged her scalp with slow, deliberate motions. Daughter, your husband might be dead. Jean, dead? No. Oh, Darkflame, can you change your words a bit? It sounds very unfortunate. Pung gave Darkflame a sharp look. No, Jean, dead. Oh, enough already. I expected too much. If that's the case, why don't you go and kill him yourself? Quiet and keep doing what you're doing. My lovers will be here soon. If they don't like my nails, I'll kick all of you out. Even if some wild beasts eat you, I'll pretend not to know. Crunch. While the small beastmen were busy, Tal-Eris gazed at her daughter with a mischievous look. Well, if you're worried, why don't you go see him once? Based on Mother's reaction, I don't think it's necessary. If I go now, I'll only get mistreated. Oh, so you're saying you're worried? Cirrus stood up, lightly pounding the ice table with her fist. Mother, do you think I'm a fool? Oh, you startled me. Why are you so angry all of a sudden? An item from the underwater storage has disappeared. Do you think I wouldn't know that it was taken by Runcandle's first-class butler? Cirrus's reason for anger was simple. When did you search the underwater storage? Mother, you stopped managing the underwater storage a long time ago. It's been 10 years. During my time at the Hidden Palace, I've checked it without fail every day. A single item, a blood drop of Numerous, had been stored in the Hidden Palace's storage for a long time. She knew that the blood drop that Butler Hines took had been in possession of the Hidden Palace for a long time. But the fact that Runcandle was claiming it as his property and taking it abruptly didn't sit well with her. Really? Did I ever tell you it was ours? Whose is the underwater storage? It's the Hidden Palace's. What I'm saying is that Runcandle shouldn't use our things without permission. Well, I did promise that to Siren a long time ago, but were you upset because they were taken while you were managing the storage? Anyway, I'm upset because Runcandle treats us like a storage. In that case, should you receive something in return for Jean? Don't get into unnecessary conflicts with your mother. That's already my plan. As Cirrus turned and left the hall, Tal-Eris shook her head. My dear daughter, but she can be a bit irritating at times. In any case, that item originally belonged to Runcandle, and they're using it to save my son-in-law. What's there to be angry about? Well, that. Suddenly, when Darkflame spoke, all eyes turned to him. Maybe she, doesn't know how to express her friendship. Indeed, so she wanted to give it with her own hands? That makes sense. At that moment, Pung had no choice but to widen her eyes and exclaim, That, now you can talk in the right order. Why didn't you do it earlier? I did, I tried. Arg, how annoying. Now even these bugs are arguing in front of me. Do you really want me to kick you out? Once you're done with the hand and foot nail manicure, prepare a special perfume. While the small beastmen of the Golden Snow Tribe were busy preparing the perfume, Tal-Eris contemplated what decision Keliark Zippel would make. Regarding Jin's declaration, Siren will soon enter the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. I hope Keliark doesn't find out. If he knew, it was entirely possible that Keliark Zippel would declare total war on Runcandle. Chapter 393. Even if you cover it up, you can't hide it. 3. When Jean opened his eyes, the first things he saw were 2 people. Gilly, crying with red eyes, and Murakan, who was holding her by the shoulders. Jean was sure that these 2 would always be by his side. He felt a warmth enveloping his entire body. Brat! Young master! Gilly and Murakan lowered their bodies to check Jin's condition. Gilly, Murakan. Young master, are you really okay now? Do you feel any pain in your body? I'm perfectly fine. Did any knights die by my hands? Jin was concerned about this from the moment he collapsed. He didn't want to kill innocent knights in his family's struggle. Of course, most of them were knights from the enemy. But they were clearly weaker than him and had been loyal to the family. In the future, if he had to deal with such knights, he wanted to do it through an honorable battle or a reasonable purge, not this kind of attack. Just like when he dealt with Joshua's knights who followed him in Samuel. They're all fine, young master. That's a relief. And I will give in. Order to family members below the flag-bearers. Do your best to protect the guardian knights so not a single knight dies by my sword. It was also significant that the words he said when he unleashed the sword of the reign of the King of Legends were upheld. Indeed, the members below the rank of flag-bearer didn't immediately act on Jin's orders. But that's how it seemed in the end. Is it right to worry about the knights the moment you open your eyes, brat? While you were unconscious, Tarda de Frisa and I know. I'm sorry for worrying you. As Jin gently embraced the two, Gilly let out a relieved sigh. Murakan, on the other hand, quickly excused herself, finding it distasteful. No, it was me who caused great concern to the young master the moment he returned. What kind of concern did you cause, Gilly? It's the family that treated you harshly. Jin naturally shifted his gaze to Murakan. Murakan, did Teletnim really treat Gilly humanely? Well, that guy seems to know a couple of things. It seemed like he had made it easier for her there compared to when you were tiptoeing around. Of course, that's what Teletnim would do. However, I couldn't help but think that after the incident, people like Jordan or other elderly council members might have meddled with Gilly for no reason. If that had happened, would I have just stood by and done nothing? Of course not. Furthermore, is there anyone foolish enough to step forward and meddle with your people in the current situation? Ha ha ha, it's a complete mess. Your mother and the third flag-bearer are still in intensive care, and the elder council members are all busy trying to lay low. The Garden of Swords was still in shock. Jin's display of battle prowess had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Of course, those who had seen him wield the sword of the reign of the King of Legends knew that Jin had risked his life for such a dangerous sword. But he was only 19. At that age, even if he risked his life, could there be another person capable of overthrowing all of Runkandle? All who experienced it could confidently assert that Jin was the only one, and it's unclear if even Luna, at the age of 19, could have done something like Jin. Furthermore, in the end he had injured Rosa. Rosa and Luncia were still receiving intensive medical treatment. Even those who disliked Jin for this incident had to admit the fact that he had greater potential than Luna. It was quite impressive. You damn brat. How many days have you been lying there just for a bit of a show? Just a bit? I was quite impressive. You know? Impressive. Jin felt that he could say that without embarrassment in front of the Garden of Swords, which had been lukewarm at best. Thanks to that, he had lost both arms and had gone through a near-death experience. Yes, you were impressive. But if you try to be impressive once more, there might be no turning back. How long was I unconscious? 10 days. You almost died, huh? It seems like I'm getting too much in debt to Lonnie lately. You were in a state where not even the divine power of the religious fanatic could guarantee your recovery. Brat. So who treated me? It would have been difficult with just the family's medical team. Suddenly, Jin stopped speaking and looked around his own body. Now that he thought about it, his physical condition was remarkably good. For just waking up. It was numerous blood. Murakan and Gilly nodded. Just 3 minutes ago, his pulse had been weak, his breathing irregular, and his body unconscious. Even the light heart had gone out like a snuffed-out lantern. His body, in that state, absorbed a drop of blood left by the god who had vanished, and it instantly regained its vitality. As if the extraordinary battle had been all a dream. Who exactly? Your father. You're joking, right? That response slipped out without him realizing it. In his entire life, not once. Jin had never imagined that his father, Siren Runcandle, would help him in this way. Even though he knew his father held a favorable opinion of him, this was completely different. His father had directly lent him his strength in the succession battle. So far, none of his siblings had received such support from their father. Young master, just a moment ago, the chief steward brought it personally. He said it's the only one in the family. This dumbfounded expression doesn't suit you. I'm just genuinely a bit surprised. Dumbfounded. Jean couldn't immediately think of what to say. Even now, aside from Murakanim and me, no one in the family knows that Numerus's blood drop was used for the young master. No one knows. Yes. Family members thought that Heinz had come to Jin's room just to check on his condition. No one expected that the clan patriarch would personally bestow a drop of Numerus's blood. PFT. Jean burst into laughter. Young master. Why are you laughing, brat? There's a reason why my father gave me Numerus's blood in secret from everyone. It seems I've misunderstood my father all this time. Is there a reason? There's no need to reveal it if my father wants to keep it hidden. Let's spend 1 or 2 days in private. If we leave immediately, the chief steward will suspect. Oh, understanding the implications, Gilly clapped her hands. You don't plan to reveal that you received the Numerus's blood drop from the patriarch? That's right. Among outsiders, I'm sure more than half of them would wish for my death. I'm curious to see what kind of expressions they'll make in a few days. Is it okay to do that? Anyway, since you woke up suddenly, it won't be long before they find out that you used the Numerus's blood drop. Just say it was something I acquired during my days as a provisional flag bearer. Believe it or not, they have no means to prove that it was something my father granted. But it's a sacred object personally granted by the patriarch. I'm concerned it might provoke the patriarch's anger. If my father wanted to boast about it, he wouldn't have given it to me in secret. Since he gave it to me, it means I'm free to use it as I please. And more importantly, tell me more about the family's atmosphere. How many are trying to align with me? I can't say for certain. However, according to Petro's evaluation, approximately 1/10 of the Guardian Knights and a small fraction of the Execution Knights seem to have shown favor toward you, young master. For the moment, it's hard to be sure who the allies are. If we assume that approximately 2/10 are neutral or belong to other flag bearers, the rest are probably from the Elder Council and Joshua's faction. That's correct. Even if they manage to consolidate all the neutral factions, which wouldn't be easy, it would still be an overwhelmingly advantageous battle for the Elder Council and Joshua. Was an undeniable fact that Jean had caused tremendous commotion. However, the concept of entrenched power wasn't always easy to dismantle. This applied not only to Runcandle but to all factions in the world. Moreover, most of the other knight families of Huffister were absorbed by Joshua a long time ago, so those aligned with Joshua are unlikely to change sides in the short term. I don't understand humans. Even after witnessing you single-handedly overthrow the Garden of Swords, they won't change. It's because no one died. While it was certainly fortunate that none of the knights under protection had died, on the other hand, it also showed the limitations of Jin's individual power. The fact that not a single person died amidst the hellfire and lightning assault was due to this being Runcandle. In the early days as a provisional flag bearer, even Luna, my sister, had trouble when she came to meet with my father and me. It's true that personal strength is crucial, but alone you'll never be able to take on Runcandle. Everyone knows this well, so they keep supporting Joshua. It's because he provides stability. So, if you said those who seem to favor you were around 10%, we should start by holding on to them tightly. Should I meet with them? I'm still a symbolic entity in this damn Runcandle, right? If I start seriously recruiting knights, it'll be quite effective. Both Jean and Gilly burst into laughter simultaneously. Why the laughter? You just lose face, Murakan. If they were the type to switch sides upon seeing you, they would have done so a long time ago. Anyway, I need to regain my strength quickly, and I won't be meeting with those who seem to favor me. Why? Why not? It's like, you seem to like me, so please stay by my side. It's not very appealing. I should make them follow me and pledge loyalty on their own. I'll put on a little show only when necessary. I plan to expand my influence in Run-Candle like that. Jean looked at the two and continued. For now, what we need to know are the other forces that aren't under our influence. As always, Jean was thinking about strengthening himself from the outside. The Vermont families and the Luteromagical Federation, the knight clans of Huffister that still have potential high-level mercenaries, and other major neutral factions. We should start expanding our influence from there. Jean planned to show that his ability went beyond mere individual power, using these contacts to gain influence. Chapter 394. Even if you cover it up, you can't hide it. 4. In the midst of the solemn atmosphere, Run-Candle was stirred by Jin's declaration of becoming a magic swordmaster. Both the flag-bearers and the elders, along with the knights following them, talked about Jean whenever there was an opportunity. Would Jean really awaken? And if he did, what kind of punishment would he face? How many master swordsmen would align with him? Among these questions, there was only one thing that Run-Candle and the others could predict. The fact that around 10% of the knights would support Jean. Therefore, Run-Candle thought it would be difficult to completely turn the tide, even if the situation changed. It's this kind of atmosphere. So, Uni, it might be a good time for you to start moving more actively than before. Myo and Anne had come to look for Luncia and had made such statements. They had explained in great detail, for more than 30 minutes, how the youngest had shown his fangs and how the proper power had to be given to Joshua. It wasn't something Joshua had ordered. However, they wanted to reaffirm their loyalty to the future patriarch. During this opportunity, if elder brother Joshua becomes the next patriarch, the governing rights of the 5 eastern regions will be ours. Even if we don't bother looking for that human named Hister, since they had decided to become Joshua's people a long time ago, they had never dreamed of becoming patriarchs even once. They only wished to control the 5 eastern regions and other territories through Joshua and survive. They hoped that if Joshua became the patriarch, he would most likely purge most of the other siblings. Luncia, sister? Luncia only stared at the pure white ceiling. Due to the stiff nature of her body, it would take some more time to fully recover, but the major treatment had already been completed a few days ago. Are you listening to us? Throughout the entire conversation, Luncia hadn't answered even once. Is it my fault? For the past 12 days, she hadn't spoken to anyone who came to see her. She just remained silent, like someone with aphasia, lost in her thoughts. Uni, it's understandable that you're shaken by the severe injuries you received, but staying like this will only make you a laughingstock. Myo and avoided using the word defeat, instead referring to her as a laughingstock. In reality, they didn't believe Luncia had been defeated by Jean. Luncia's defeat was nothing more than an accident, and they were confident that if she faced him in an official duel again, the result would be different. It wasn't just Myo and Anne. Everyone in Run-Candle had similar thoughts. But Luncia herself didn't think the same way. For 12 days, she had done nothing but reflect on her battle with Jean, every minute without rest. Even if she were to fight again, even if she stayed vigilant and gave it her all from the start, she still wasn't sure if she could change the outcome. It's true there were things she hadn't shown, and it's likely Jean had many hidden cards as well. In Luncia's empty eyes, a strange fervor grew. Something Myo and still couldn't understand. The depth of her determination. Myo and exchanged glances and nodded. Well, think about what we've said. Besides, you already believed that elder brother Joshua would become the patriarch. At a time like this, if the sister helps, it will be a great force. We'll be waiting, so contact us when you feel better. After Myo and left, an older woman entered the room. Luncia's maid, Leesham, Mississippi. Luncia turned her head slightly to look at Leesham. It seems the younger master has just awakened. Suddenly, Luncia sprang to her feet, and Leesham smiled. It was the first time she had seen Luncia react this way in almost 20 years. How is he? Can he wield his sword again? Luncia still didn't know that Jean had consumed Numerus's blood. That's why she asked this question first. I heard he's surprisingly well. Enough to recreate that battle right away. My sword and my flag coat. I thought you would be looking for them. Lisham handed Luncia her beloved sword, Charles, and the flag coat she had prepared in advance. As she watched Luncia hastily put on the clothing, Lisham reminisced about Luncia's childhood. Young Luncia used to say she wanted to become the strongest in the family. When I look back, after the first flag-bearer gave up everything, Miss lived like someone who had lost the meaning of life. Lisham's eyes filled with tears. She too had dreamed once, like all the other maids, of seeing her young mistress at the top of the family ruling the world. But Luncia had lost her purpose too early. Climbing to the top and challenging the giant star Luna, showing that she could shine even brighter than her, was the only thing that had driven Luncia. After the disappearance of that giant star, a sense of boredom had settled in her. Her life was full of silence and meaningless inner peace. And Lisham had a premonition. When the 12th flag-bearer's sword pierced Luncia's chest, when her mistress fell in front of that pale blade, she felt that a new star had been born in her mistress's heart. Where is the younger brother? Is he going to see mother? No, I heard he's heading to the mausoleum. Lisham spoke as Luncia was about to leave the room. Mississippi. Yes. I wish you good luck. As I always have, and forever. As Luncia turned around, she watched Lisham for a moment. And then she started to walk with renewed vigor like a general on campaign. There was no longer a sense of heavy boredom in her eyes. The desire that Myo and hadn't discovered was gradually shining more brightly. The flag-bearers, the elders, and the knights following them had already headed to the mausoleum to confirm Jin's awakening. So many people going to the mausoleum at once was a novelty for the past several years. But among the crowd at the mausoleum, Luncia saw nothing but Jin. Seeing her younger brother standing amidst the people around him, she couldn't help but smile. You look like you weren't in a coma until yesterday. So lively. How in the world did you wake up? You should have visited the acting patriarch first. Why did you come to the mausoleum first, 12th flag-bearer? Jin remained silent amidst the voices of the elders. Instead, his gaze wandered around until it settled on Joshua. Second flag-bearer, I heard you struggled with the aftermath and that you had already summoned the knights, which is very commendable. After Jin's declaration, Joshua had quickly stabilized the Garden of Swords using the knights he had pre-summoned when Jin's arms were cut off. He presented himself as the next patriarch. If Joshua had let the situation unfold without forethought and had kept the knights as they were, there would have been several more days of confusion. At worst, there could have been an invasion by external forces taking advantage of the situation. With most of the fighters, including Rosa and Luncia, having suffered varying degrees of injury, it was the most opportune time for outsiders to attack Runcandle. No one dared to reprimand Jin, even though the 12th flag-bearer spoke as if he were evaluating the second flag-bearer. Even Joshua, the person in question, showed no signs of discomfort. Flag-bearers exist not to disrupt the family but to organize and lead it. I simply did what was expected of me. He spoke in an easily understandable language, sounding humble but carrying a message that anyone could grasp. Even though I did what was expected of me, you put the family in danger. In a way, I merely cleared a path through stagnant waters. Isn't that why the acting patriarch didn't punish me? Because she knows it. The reason Mother doesn't punish you is that she believes you have value. It's also related to why you went to the mausoleum as soon as you woke up. Timar's legacy and ancient Runcandle. Everyone had closely observed that power. Jin's power as just the 12th flag-bearer, overthrowing the Garden of Swords in an instant. Eyes filled with greed were fixed on Jin. They hoped that if Jin could consecrate the Knights of Ancient Runcandle in the mausoleum, that power wouldn't be limited to just the 12th flag-bearer. So what the elders wanted to hear from Jin now was just one thing. Is there any way for you to make us magic swordsmen immediately? Jin was sure. If he said, I will immediately share that secret with those who follow me. At that moment, a considerable number of elders would be favorably disposed toward Jin. You must have a plan on how to bring the first patriarch and the ancestors to this mausoleum. It seems there are only idiots everywhere. Suddenly, Jin frowned as if feeling uncomfortable. If you want to know, step outside. Challenge me, fight, and take advantage of it. I tell you to follow what I taught you that day. Otherwise, you will disappear from history without leaving a single trace until the day of your death. Don't think only you can use that power, 12th flag-bearer. Don't think the second flag-bearer is at the same level as me, committing all sorts of wickedness with the help of the prophet. The prophet. Jean mentioned her directly, and Joshua didn't seem surprised. Some elders already knew of the prophet's existence. From their reactions, Jean could expect that Joshua would also soon reveal the prophet to the family. I need to let them know that the legacy of ancient Runcandle has the power to counter Zippel. Kinslow and Vermont will soon start seriously arming golems. Joshua probably knows this. Even in the previous life, when Zippel began possessing mass-produced magicians, the balance of world power changed significantly. The living golems of the Legends tribe and the demon men that Kinslow and Vermont were producing could exert far greater power than the mass-produced magicians. It wasn't easy to face them in a normal manner. Blink after lighting the flames in the center of the mausoleum using mana. Jean took a step forward, passing by Joshua, and just as he was about to leave the mausoleum, Luncia blocked his way. Jean and Luncia stared at each other in silence for a few seconds. I will also become the patriarch. When Luncia spoke those words, everyone gathered in the mausoleum could only doubt their ears. Even Joshua seemed to have trouble hiding his emotions this time, and his eyes widened in surprise. Smiling, Jean replied, I thought there were only idiots, but it seems there's a real one. Let's do our best, big sister. Chapter 395. Even if you cover it up, you can't hide it. 5. It was impossible to keep the Garden of Swords in a state of war and block all of Huffaster's territory. This was because the war had not truly erupted. As much authority as the Runcandle clan had as the ruling clan of Huffaster, they couldn't continue suppressing the convenience of all the residents without special justification. Furthermore, the cause of the incident had already spread among the residents and Kalen spies. The rumor was that Jean Runcandle had caused the accident, and the rumors spread like a buoy resurfacing on the surface. No matter how much it was pushed down, words about Jean circulated among the residents of Huffaster, starting with the news that the 12th flag-bearer had fallen critically ill, and rumors that a rebellion had occurred in the Garden of Swords, which could be interpreted differently depending on one's perspective. Dangerous rumors even suggested that the 12th flag-bearer had defeated all the flag-bearers and even suppressed the acting matriarch. Amidst the overwhelming flood of rumors, Runcandle had to make a decision. In the end, before Jean could awaken and before a week had passed, Runcandle lifted all the blockades and restored Huffaster to its original state. Unless they were going to eliminate Jean, it was better for the reduced truth to be spread, not the rumors. Jean Runcandle, the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, the continent's greatest swordmaster, had destroyed the Garden of Swords. The Swordsman family originally belonged to the magical swordsman. The thrilling and tumultuous declaration to restore Runcandle's status as a magical swordsman family resonated throughout Huffaster. The true identity of the Lightning Jean Runcandle had used in his early days as a provisional flag-bearer was the power of the ancient Beastmen tribe that had disappeared thousands of years ago. Would Runcandle consider Jean Runcandle a traitor or a flag-bearer of evolution? I will become the patriarch. A single phrase that echoed in the Garden of Swords. It was also reported that the third flag-bearer, Luncia Runcandle, had made the same declaration. The possibility of a three-way battle in the Runcandle succession was high. The declarations spread like wildfire. The fourth flag-bearer, Dyphus Runcandle, and the seventh flag-bearer, Mary Runcandle, reaffirmed their determination not to give up the throne. Would it become a five-way battle? What about the position of the second flag-bearer, Joshua Runcandle? Where is Jean Runcandle, whom the people of Huffaster wanted to see? From the moment the blockade was lifted, articles spread like wildfire. As always, led by Dino Zaglin, the journalist sympathetic to Jean had no rest for a while. The appearance of a hero is always exhilarating. The public had been enthusiastic about Jean Runcandle since the Holy Kingdom incident, and his name had long been synonymous with a hero. Initially, Runcandle wouldn't have let such media articles go unnoticed. However, at this point, suppressing the media was quite burdensome. There was no benefit in killing those who were friends of Jean. On the contrary, it could be detrimental. Moreover, similar articles were already appearing outside of Huffister, making Jin's presence impossible to conceal. Of course, alongside the endless words of praise, journalists on the opposing side to Jean also lived turbulent days. Was Runcandle truly a magical swordsman family? Baseless rumors, Runcandle was a family that had become a conqueror of the continent with just a sword. Could the 12th flagbearer dare to tarnish that glorious history? Denying the legitimacy of the family was equivalent to rebellion, and it was a moment when Runcandle's strict judgment was needed. The limitations of a magical swordsman had already been extensively tested in human history, so there was no need to be fooled by the extravagant stories of the 12th flagbearer. Considering this simply as a form of rebellion was an excessively radical move. Those who referred to it as merely radical should have their heads chopped off with an axe and displayed at the entrance of the Garden of Swords. While the lower-ranking flagbearer made patriarchal declarations, the second flagbearer stood firm. The second flagbearer encouraged the lower-ranking flagbearers, saying, "Healthy competition is always necessary," and displayed a dignity worthy of the next patriarch. Where is that madman now? Strip Jean Runcandle of his flagbearer status. Amidst the praising and malicious articles stirring the world, there was one thing that interested both sides equally. Where is Jean Runcandle right now? After visiting the Garden of Swords, the only news was that Jean had left the Garden of Swords, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Ha ha ha. Zippel, the first magic tower, the Tower of Stories. As usual, Kellyark Zippel sat in front of the crystal orb on the top floor, passing the time. Next to him, several newspapers from different countries were piled haphazardly. Contrary to what was known to the public, there was a childlike expression on his face. He underlined the newspapers as he read them, unmistakably a noble with silver hair. What's so funny again? Cadden, the fire dragon, was roasting nearly 5-meter skewers with his fiery breath, standing at a good distance. Despite his true form, his face was filled with irritation. "I've felt it before. The youngest of Runcandle has always been quite interesting." Interesting? Are you out of your mind? Why not? At his age, he single-handedly turned Runcandle into a complete mess. Even I couldn't do what he's doing. It's amazing, isn't it? Crack. Cadden angrily bit into a cooked skewer. How much damage have we suffered because of that damn brat? Your brother died, and the demon god orb was destroyed, not to mention our alliance with Kinslow. The Holy Kingdom incident, I dare not even mention it. And recently we lost a Black Knight spy, Kellyark, including the fact that we lost some of the specters. Yes, that too. Is that all? A magical swordsman. That brat is breaking the oath. Cadden's anger stemmed from that. 1,000 years ago he and the Zippel of that time had painstakingly wrested Runcandle's magic away. Cadden could understand that Jean, as an individual, was overturning the world as a magical swordsman. The problem was that Jean had declared his intention to turn all of Runcandle back into a magical swordsman family. It was unbearable. Remembering how powerful Runcandle had been in those days made his teeth grind and sent shivers down his spine. Calm down, Cadden. You haven't lived it 1,000 years ago, so you wouldn't know. If it weren't for those bastards, the world would have been entirely ours since then. It's because of those dreadful magical swordsmen that I had to wait for 1,000 more years. 1,000 years isn't that long for a dragon, right? 1,000 years is a lot for a dragon too. Damn it. Can't you see that I'm reacting so sensitively to this? I understand. It's about how important this matter is. We have to meet with the acting patriarch of Runcandle again and press them to remember the oath. In response to that, Kellyark smirked. No, it's not necessary. Give a more convincing explanation. Of course. Think about it, Cadden. Based on what we've observed so far, the 12th flagbearer of Runcandle is not one to recklessly cause trouble. The fact that he openly mentioned restoring Runcandle's status as a magical swordsman family is because he has a reliable safety net. Are you talking about Siren Runcandle? Yes, Siren Runcandle. What the 12th flagbearer believes in is his father. I don't know how much of the Black Sea's secret Siren has shared with his younger son, but one thing is certain. Siren Runcandle had not yet entered the territory of the Black Sea's 5 kings. As Kellyark continued, Cadden's pupils dilated. It can't be. Runcandle's strongest knights, along with the demigod, have been searching for decades. By this point, they should have undoubtedly found the territory of the 5 kings. I was hoping for that from Siren and his knights as well. However, judging by the 12th flagbearer's actions, it's more likely that he's still wandering, unable to find the territory of the 5 kings. If Siren had already found the territory of the Black Sea kings and couldn't leave for some time, Jean wouldn't have made such a declaration. That was Kellyark's judgment. The Black Sea is truly an unknown land. Even if Siren hasn't found the territory of the 5 kings yet, it wouldn't be surprising. That's true. Perhaps he gave up on finding the territory of the 5 kings. So, as long as he's alive, he might be looking for an opportunity to break the oath with the 12th flagbearer. Anyway, it's annoying. Cadden, Siren is just a human after all. And I assure you, he won't get what he wants. Cadden nodded silently. A human and one with limited time. Once Siren disappeared, Runcandle would no longer be a problem. Furthermore, the oath is just a symbol. What is truly engraved in Runcandle's blood is a curse. So don't rush, let's watch him. It's quite interesting, you know? Agreed. But still, it's a good idea to confirm Jean Runcandle's whereabouts for now. It's unsettling. That's a valid point. Let me see. I'll check the crystal ball. You can't see anything in there. While Cadden exclaimed in frustration, something caught Kellyark's attention beneath the crystal ball. There was a sealed letter. It had flown to his beloved son, Baradin Zippel. We may not need to search. I'm quite sure he's coming here. Kellyark waved the letter in his hand. What's that? While everyone was curious about Jin's whereabouts, he was simply passing the time with his comrades in the Tycoon-free city mansion. He was flipping through newspapers while enjoying some Latree cookies. However, Jet rushed over and handed him a letter. Sir, a letter has arrived in Tycoon with your pseudonym. It seems to be some kind of invitation. Give it to me. Jean was already expecting an invitation, so his reaction was quite calm. When he opened the seal, the first thing he saw was an image of a lion holding a sword. The Emperor's Sword Seal. Only the Lord of the Emperor's Sword Castle could use it. Paul Grey Mick, you are invited to the Emperor's Sword Banquet. Join us to enjoy the splendors of the Emperor's Sword Castle and make your name shine. Ron Hyran, Lord of the Emperor's Sword Castle. P.S. Thanks to my grandson, I have no choice but to send you this invitation as well. If possible, don't come. Don't come. After reading the content, Jean let out a chuckle. He could almost imagine how desperately Dante must have pleaded with Ron Hyran to invite him to the banquet. Jet, who glanced at the content, sighed. My lord, why did that guy bother sending the invitation if he didn't want you to come? Ron Hyran is quite petty. Jet. Yes, my lord. Do you have appropriate attire for the banquet? Yes, I do, but why do you ask? Then prepare it. Also, let the others know. We will all go together to meet this little lord. Chapter 396. Emperor's Sword Banquet 1. October 25, 1799. Influential families and clans from Huffaster, Vermont, and the Lutero Magical Federation gathered at the main residence of Hyran. The banquet at the Emperor's Sword Castle had begun. Their procession was truly grand. The various colors of the banners from each clan and family around the imposing Emperor's Sword Castle looked like a colorful garden of flowers from a distance. The individuals gathered under those banners were the central figures and pillars of each clan. Compared to Runcandle's rare banquets, held once every 10 years, Hyran was known for hosting banquets frequently. However, it wasn't common for key figures from every clan and family to attend each time. It depended on who the host was. Depending on the host, Individuals worthy of that status attended the banquet. In that regard, this Emperor Sword Castle banquet was worthy of being compared to the Runcandle banquet held when Jean was 15. The fact that Ron himself was the host made the difference. Ron had personally organized a banquet for the first time in an astounding 22 years. The last time he had gathered people was for his newborn grandson. However, his grandson had become a stubborn fool. "Wow, sir. It's my first time attending such an event. Everyone look over there. That's the esteemed Sir John Cena of the Dragon King's Knights. And right beside him is Captain of the Imperial Magic Division, Sari, and that person is... Hehe. Enyanim, why are you so amazed? They're not that impressive compared to our Lord these days." "Well, I think so too. However, since so many famous individuals have gathered, it seems appropriate to react a bit more energetically. It's a fun thought, hehe." Enya and Jet still got along well. Beres and Kazan nodded at their interaction. Yulian didn't attend as she was taking care of Kaltor. Gilly let out a small laugh, and Murakin clicked her tongue. Elisa and Kashmir, on the other hand, had somewhat serious expressions. "Kashmir, Elisa, are you worried about meeting the Emperor?" Quicantle asked. She was still unofficially sought after by Vermont, along with Enya, but she no longer needed to hide. Jean had become a flag-bearer, and his faction was growing into a force that couldn't be ignored. "It's not necessarily that, but it feels strange," Elisa shrugged. "Even if we don't meet the Emperor in person, I'm sure we'll meet some members of the Imperial family. Anyway, if we intend to elevate Titan status to a country, we can't keep avoiding them forever." The entire group had used products from the Golden Snow tribe to disguise themselves, just like they did during the Compass robbery operation. However, even with their extravagant disguises, people didn't pay them much attention. With so many prominent figures around, Jean and his group were perceived as nobles dressed fashionably, easily blendable anywhere. "It's almost our turn." The group had been queuing for 5 hours since dawn. "Show your invitations." The eyebrows of the gatekeepers twitched as they examined Jin's invitation. "Paul Gray Mick? That's a name I've never seen before. Besides, the Patriarch left a note telling you not to come if possible, and yet you've brought companions. If it's absolutely necessary for you to enter, your companions can step aside." "Well, you've allowed the companions of the nobles in front to enter as well." When Enya asked, the gatekeepers exchanged uncomfortable glances. "It's customary. Anyway, it's not allowed. Since the Patriarch doesn't seem to welcome your presence, there's nothing we can do. It's better for only you to enter." "Wait a moment." Jean whispered something in his ear, and the eyes of the Guardians widened. "Are you really Jean Runcandle? Ronnim sent the invitation using my alias, so I've come using that name. Please lower your voice a bit, out of courtesy. If you're the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, show me the proof." When the gatekeeper suddenly shouted, the eyes of the other nobles in the adjacent line widened. "Is it really Jean Runcandle? What did you say? Jean Runcandle is here? Where? That person." Suddenly, all eyes turned to Jean and his group. Some nobles even exclaimed they had seen that handsome blonde, even in the feudal state of the Empire. Bellard, confirming that it was indeed Jean Runcandle. Following the recent Sword Garden incident, commonly known as the Youngest's Declaration, Jin's whereabouts had become a major concern for the public. It was only natural for gossip-prone nobles to stir up a commotion about it. And as the commotion began, someone took the opportunity to intervene. "Oh, welcome, Jean." It was Dante Hyran, standing on the castle wall, looking at the guests. Beside him, Ron Hyran stood with an uncomfortable expression. And one more person. As soon as they heard the name Jean Runcandle, a figure from the VIP entrance area turned to look. "Jean? Jean is here? Where?" This good-natured white-haired idiot was none other than the next patriarch of Zippel, Baradin Zippel. As he craned his neck to get a glimpse of Jean, his attendants were touching their foreheads, trying to restrain him. "Young master, please, maintain your composure. He's the flag-bearer of the enemy. If you act as if you're glad to see him, Despite the objections of the attendants, Baradin kept looking for Jean, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Baradin is here too. Dante gestured toward Baradin. At that moment, Baradin met Jin's gaze and shook his hand. Jean, in turn, naturally avoided his gaze and continued walking into the Emperor's sword castle. He was concerned that Baradin might get into trouble. As a result, those who came to the banquet responded to Dante's gestures, thinking they were being welcomed, and shook hands in turn. Nobles near Baradin also reached out their hands. Some things remained the same. Jean couldn't help but think. Similar situations had occurred in the past during the cosmic arena. He didn't expect him to attend. Is he in his right mind today? On the other hand, he had a bitter taste in his mouth. The last time they had met, Jean and Baradin had confronted each other. On that occasion, Baradin not only didn't greet Jean as he did now, but acted like someone determined to kill him. He couldn't draw hasty conclusions. Not until he had a conversation with him. No, even if we talk in person, can I be sure that his mind hasn't been manipulated? It would probably be difficult. There was no clear information on the extent of Zippel's mental manipulation. Still, it wasn't so bad to see his friend looking healthy after a long time. When they entered the castle, the reception area was already crowded. If Jin's identity as Runcandle hadn't been revealed, they would have had to wait quietly in the reception area until evening. The entrance of regular guests wouldn't begin until all VIPs had taken their seats. Thanks to the commotion, Jean and his group were able to enter the banquet hall immediately. I went to the trouble of disguising myself, but now it seems pointless. I wanted to see Ron Nim's smug expression when he realized I wasn't coming. True fans of the banquet hall had already heard the news. They were openly scrutinizing Jean and his group with curiosity. Even the banquet's guests had noticed Jin's presence. They were openly examining the group, and their curiosity was evident. Jin's arrival at the banquet hall was a surprise to everyone. But except for a few, the people Jean had brought with him were unknown to them. Officially, Hiran hadn't sent an invitation to Runcandle. Ron made that decision out of consideration for Rosa, who was still recovering. Ron also had his own reasons for not being particularly thrilled with Runcandle. As they were led to their table, a person with an interesting gait approached them. "Pleased to meet you, Jean Runcandle Nim." She was an incredibly fair-skinned woman, of almost supernatural beauty and a slender figure. It was the first time Jean and his group had seen her, and she carried an incongruously large weapon on her back, an axe sword. An axe sword? Was there anyone else, besides the older sister Luna, who used such a sword as a weapon? Although part of it was hidden, it was clear that it was an axe sword. "Who are you?" While Jean inspected the axe sword, Murakan asked with a somewhat mocking tone. "I am Zephyrin from the Black King's mercenaries. I've always admired Jean Nim, so I've come to greet him." "Admire who? Him? Why the heck? Are you like this girl?" When Murakan pointed at Enya, someone urgently pronounced Zephyrn's name. "Hey, Zephyrin!" Someone with an anxious voice called out to Zephyrin. A man rushed towards her from behind. Someone Jean knew. "Oh, Captain!" Bang! Before Zephyrin could respond, Murka, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Black King's mercenaries, gave her a light tap on the back of her neck, causing her to slightly bow her head. He had a natural look, as if dealing with a troublesome student. It seemed somewhat routine. "Are you following me shamelessly?" "HM. I'm sorry, Jean Runcandle Nim. I didn't supervise my subordinates properly. She's a newcomer who recently joined, and she's quite rowdy. If the rookie came here thanks to the leader, she should behave quietly." "No need to worry, Murkanim. It's been a while." Murka had been in charge of Jin's escort when he left the Storm Castle. The nickname Young Emperor that the Black King's mercenaries who protected him had given him had gained attention again lately due to recent events. "It seems you've been promoted to captain. It happened shortly after escorting you, sir. Though it's quite belated, I must congratulate you." While Jean chatted with Murka, he couldn't help but feel subtly annoyed by Zephyrin. "Is it because of the axe sword? I have a strange feeling for some reason Morka, apparently aware of this fact, pointed at Zephyrin. Her real weapon is a regular longsword. She carries this axe sword on her back and claims to admire Lady Luna, always saying she does it out of respect. Please don't think badly of her. While talking to Jean, Morka occasionally scolded Zephyrin but showed affection for his subordinate. Of course. Thank you for understanding. Hey, why don't you say thank you right now? Thank you. Once again, when Zephyrin quickly bowed her head, she did it with so much energy that the handle of the axe sword hit her in the neck. Murakin shook his head as if he weren't surprised. I'm tired. That's enough. Go on. Yes, until next time. Enjoy the banquet. After Morka and Zephyrin left, the group exchanged glances. Our Lord doesn't need to do anything. Beautiful. Women like her come to him on their own. As expected. That woman Zephyrin seems a bit suspicious, doesn't she? Surely it seems that way to you because she's going to be your competition. What's suspicious about her? She just seems a bit inexperienced. While Jet, Enya, and Murakin made their comments, Jean and Quicantle continued to gaze at Zephyrn's back with furrowed brows. Jean. Yes, Quicantle Nim. That's Zephyrin. She doesn't look like she's of the human race. Chapter 397. Emperor Sword Banquet 2. The group's gaze once again turned to the backs of Morka and Zephyrin at Quicantle's words. Morka had been scolding Zephyrin all the way back to the Black King's mercenaries' table. Quicantle Nim, what are you talking about? Quicantle, are you saying you see them as so insignificant that you don't even consider them human? This girl didn't seem that way to me. While Jet and Murakin expressed their doubts, Quicantle sighed. Murakin, are you so naive that you didn't notice the lack of scent from that girl? Oh, right, you're naturally insensitive, aren't you? I don't need to hear that from you. You didn't notice any smell coming from that girl? I don't get it. I only smelled a strange perfume. These newcomers to banquets always seem to spray their perfume so heavily. Maybe they don't usually bathe. Upon Murakin's words, Enya and Jet wrinkled their noses and sniffed their own clothes at the same time. They were newcomers to the banquet too, so they had used a lot of perfume. Well, that kind of people doesn't necessarily not bathe regularly, you know? Well, you're right. Haha, I accidentally spilled a bit of perfume on myself while handling it this morning. Of course, the scent Quicantle referred to wasn't the smell of perfume. It was the smell of our people, Murakin. Everyone looked at Quicantle in surprise. What? It was covered by the perfume, but I'm sure of it. The scent I sensed from that human was the blood of our people, and not just one type of blood, but several mixed together. Hiding the scent of blood from seasoned mercenaries who had been on countless battlefields was impossible. The pungent scent of blood was as strong and intense as meat sizzling on a grill. But dragon blood was entirely different from that of humans. Dragons had a unique and mysterious scent that was difficult to discern with human sensory organs, and it varied from species to species. The terror of the Ant Mountains. The scent was even stronger than what I sensed from that human. That's something. So, Quicantle, are you saying Zephyrin might be a dragon slayer? A dragon slayer? There's nothing like that in the world, you bastard. Vanessa Olsen was probably the closest thing. Well, if it's the scent of our relatives, then was the perfume used deliberately to mask that scent? There's a possibility. If what you say is true, then that person is probably a demon or a demon dragon. But as far as I know, there's no demon who can transform perfectly into a human. So there's a high possibility she's a demon dragon. Demon dragon. It referred to dragons that served gods or demon kings, either by choice or coercion. They were called the same whether they were created by demon gods from the beginning or were dragons who served other gods and moved to the demon world. The last time a demon dragon appeared in the human world was during the Holy Kingdom's Protection War. Before that, it was about 1,200 years ago when Hilurum summoned the demon god. Before the demon god appeared, they were occasionally seen, but nothing more. So should I go and ask? Are you a demon dragon? And what will you do if she says yes? We'll have to confront her. Maybe it's better for you to stay silent, Murakin. When Jean tried to stop him, Murakin shrugged. Why? If she denies it, There's no way to prove it. It might not be true. Besides, if you suddenly make a scene claiming you've discovered her true identity, there's no solution. This is Ron Nim's banquet hall after all. If Murakan's actions disturbed the banquet, the responsibility would fall directly on Jean. Jean is right, Murakan. Why are you so stubborn? Plus, there's a slight possibility that the smell of our people is coming from the sword. It's unlikely, but if that's the case, then she could be an ordinary human, and the weapon might have belonged to a demon dragon or someone like Vanessa. As if she had heard something, Zephyrin turned her head as she scratched her neck. While doing so, she made eye contact with Jean and waved with a goofy smile. Hey, if you're as strong as I am, you don't need to use your head so much. What do you guys know? Oh, by the way, that Zephyrin or whatever, from here she looks like a complete idiot. But, Quicantal Nim, if she's really a demon dragon, there must be a reason she came to me. In my opinion, it's probably the grimoire of Rontelgius. The grimoire of Rontelgius. The object that had come to their minds was the one they had obtained a few months ago when they attacked Joshua's secret villa. If a demon dragon had something to discuss with him, that would be the only reason. I agree with that, Jean. Once the banquet is over, we should investigate Zephyrin. I think we need to find out more about her. Anyway, we also have business with the Black King's mercenaries. After the banquet, we should go to the headquarters of the Black King's mercenaries. It might be a good opportunity to meet the leader of the Black King's mercenaries in the banquet hall. The Black King's mercenaries, the most renowned mercenary group in the world, were the most crucial of the neutral factions that Jean needed to recruit. It was a mercenary group that not even Runcandle could afford to ignore. Moreover, if Zephyrin's connection to Rontelgius is revealed, we can also investigate Joshua's relationship with them, added Jean. But, Jean Nim, Enya chimed in. How did Zephyrin know that we had the grimoire? Probably because she sensed the unique mana of demons or demon dragons. We've been carrying that sinister thing with us for the past few months, so she probably could feel it in our presence. Quicantle responded on behalf of Jean. Oh, so demon dragons have extraordinary senses, Enya commented. Since they found the grimoire, Tychon had been gathering information about Rontelgius. However, they had made no progress so far, and the appearance of Zephyrin might provide a potential lead. Moreover, it was not likely that the presence of a demon dragon would have a positive impact on the human world. It was important to quickly discover Zephyrin's true identity and purpose. Of course, if she turned out to be an ordinary human, the situation would change. While the group discussed Zephyrin, another figure approached their table. Unlike Zephyrin, this newcomer had an unmistakable air of hostility and malice around him. He didn't even bother to hide his murderous intent, causing other diners to fix their gaze on him. What is this now? It's been a while since I've seen such unfriendly eyes, Murakan said, visibly irritated by the newcomer's attitude. However, his companions did not react. Jean Runcandle. Jean lifted his head to meet the eyes of the newcomer. Immediately, Jean could tell who he was. Lotta Proc. He was Faye Proc's brother, whom Jean had captured as a prisoner not long ago. He was also the young leader of the Ghost Legion. Kid, pass on a message from this fearless little punk to him. Tell him that if he doesn't start showing some respect with those pretty eyes of his, he won't be able to see anything ever again, Murakan said. As you heard, Lot Nim, what business does the Proc demon have with me? Jean replied casually, unfazed by Lotta's attitude. Murakan's comment and Jin's calm attitude did nothing to change Lotta's expression. However, it seemed that he hadn't regained his composure but had arrived already boiling with anger from head to toe. Did you kill her? He was referring to Faye. I spared her. I won't ask you twice. Tell me what you want. The atmosphere was tense. This was because the nature of this place was clearly different from Runcandle's banquet and the one-legged group's event. It wasn't an event where they could freely fight just because they held grudges against each other. However, despite that, everyone was curious. The 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, who had single-handedly turned the Garden of Swords upside down, and the leader of the Ghost Legion, acclaimed as the Reincarnation of Smarion, were quite a spectacle. Furthermore, such a spectacle was rarely seen elsewhere. Will Runcandle's 12th flagbearer cause another sensation in the world? Lotta Proc is a monster among monsters. If the 12th flagbearer defeats him, Runcandle's flagbearers will surely feel threatened once again. Those who watched were full of expectations, but Jean didn't want to fight Lotta. The Ghost Legion, like the Black King's mercenaries, was an important neutral force that needed to be recruited as an ally. The Ghost Legion's headquarters was located in Vermont, and if convinced, they could provide significant aid in curbing the Empire's power. Of course, despite the efforts of major clans like Runcandle, Zipple, and Vermont to recruit them as allies, there was a good reason why neutral forces like the Black King's mercenaries and the Ghost Legion had remained neutral for so long. Naturally, if they made the wrong decision, their very existence as a group would be in danger. That's why important neutral forces sometimes offered their loyalty to Runcandle, sometimes to Zipple, sometimes to Vermont, and sometimes refused to deal with any of them, maintaining their existence. But now all neutral forces had to unite. Beyond ascending the throne of Runcandle, I must overthrow Zipple. It's an absolute necessity. Once Zipple completed the Demon God Orb and started achieving what he desired, at that moment not only Runcandle but also those in the gray zone would come to an end. In a manipulated world, even existing as oneself would be impossible. I must let everyone know that only I have the means to prevent that. While Jean briefly lost himself in these thoughts, Lotta was becoming increasingly hostile. In some way, it seems it will be difficult to turn this guy into an ally. Maybe if I had told him that I killed Faye, he wouldn't have hesitated and would have plunged his sword without a second thought. Before him was undoubtedly the infamous leader of the Ghost Legion. However, to Jean, he seemed more like a rebellious brat who needed to be disciplined and guided onto the right path. Someone who needed to be properly educated and appeased. I haven't come up with anything yet. Then think of something right now. And what if I don't want to? I said I wouldn't ask you twice. There will be no negotiation, and you'll be my enemy forever. It sounds like you're treating all of Runcandle as your enemy. I heard you're not the type to blindly follow your family. Well, if you want to interpret it that way, be my guest. By the way, Baradin Zipple is here too. I'm willing to have a conversation with him as well. Despite openly showing his hostility, Lotta was undoubtedly the leader of the Ghost Legion, capable of understanding what would effectively press Jean. Even when he was boiling with anger from head to toe. While Jean contemplated his response, Baradin, who was behind Lotta, cleared his throat. He smiled at Jean and said, "Well, Lot Nim, I'm not exactly prepared to talk to you, but you two seem to get along quite well. When did the Ghost Legion and Runcandle form an alliance?" Chapter 398. Emperor Sword Banquet 3. Lotta abruptly turned his head, meeting Baradin's gaze. His eyes, which had been filled with anger, seemed to tremble momentarily, as if surprised by the sudden conversation. It wasn't just Lotta. Others in the banquet hall also appeared taken aback. This was because Baradin had mentioned a topic as delicate as the alliance between Runcandle and the Ghost Legion quite casually. What a funny guy, Jean thought. Baradin's impulsive behavior was unexpected and amusing. Suddenly, he recalled the first day they had met at the Mytel transfer gate when he was heading to the Garden of Swords. "Well, aren't you quite an interesting fellow, Jean Runcandle? I'm Baradin Zipple. I was just provoking you to test you, but I apologize formally." At that time, I thought he was just a weird guy. In reality, Baradin was someone with a fervent sense of justice, willing to risk his life to rectify his family's wrongdoings. Those who used this well-intentioned fool for their own benefit were his greatest enemies. He seemed carefree before, and even now it seemed he was helping me, but I can't be sure if Baradin is in his right mind. Mind manipulation. Jean didn't know much about that sinister magic. During the Black Knight assassination mission, he had limited it to manipulating his mind to the point of turning him into a killing machine, but since then, mental manipulation magic might have advanced, allowing for more subtle control outside of combat. Even if his friend appeared to show signs of goodwill, he couldn't trust him. That fact was unsettling and made Jin's stomach turn. An alliance? What are you talking about? Baradin Zipple. You seemed like good friends, so I assumed you formed an alliance. Isn't that the case? Are you here to mock me? Eh? Why do you interpret it that way? Weren't we getting along? At least one person found it amusing to watch them. However, as all three of them were such notable figures, it wasn't prudent to interfere in their conversation, as it could lead to unexpected consequences. Especially with Lotta, who seemed to be on edge. Mocking him at that moment would only invite trouble. Baradin, smiling, met Lotta's gaze, who seemed ready to explode at any moment. Although I consider the actions you've shown today to represent Zippel, it wouldn't be too far off, right? Haha, I'm not that impressive. The sharp gazes that had been directed at Jean were now focused on Baradin. Lotta Proc, this guy is something else too. Baring your fangs against Zippel, even that just because you're in a bad mood. It was a testament to the strength of the Ghost Legion. But in Jin's eyes, Lotta seemed like an ignorant frog in a well. After Smarian Proc eliminated the Sigalga clan, which led the Ghost Legion, Lotta inherited power smoothly. That's why his political ability is on the level of a firefly. However, despite his low status as the leader of a mercenary group, there was a reason he held the position of leader. I wonder if it's his individual power, or if it's Lotta's leadership ability, which I'm unaware of. Perhaps it's the latter, but if it's the former, then Jean didn't know what kind of power Lotta might possess. While Jean was lost in his thoughts, Lotta turned his head again and glared at him. An alliance, you say? The Ghost Legion doesn't ally with any faction. We only have contracts and clients. Jean Runcandle, I challenge you to a duel. Cough faced with Lotta's sudden challenge, Jean could only cough in disbelief. A duel? What kind of lunatic are you? The onlookers wore bewildered expressions as no one had expected such a turn of events at Ron Heron's banquet, held after 22 years. The appearance of an individual willing to commit such madness exceeded anyone's expectations. Leader of the Ghost Legion, Lotta Proc. Hail to the Proc Demon! Amidst the astonished crowd, voices in support of Lotta emerged from one side of the spectators. They were the members of the Ghost Legion who had followed Lotta. Why are you so surprised, Jean Runcandle? I'm sure the only ones not surprised by Lotanim's actions are the Ghost Legion. You're not going to back down, are you? I refuse. Lack of confidence? This is a banquet organized by Ron Nim. Fighting here would be an insult to Ron Nim. Then we can settle it after the banquet is over. In this situation, there was no choice but to accept the challenge. I would have preferred to avoid a fight and have him join as an ally, but I suppose there's no choice. Well, this kind of person doesn't know when to give up. Jean shrugged. It seems fair to me. However, I'm not interested in defeating weaker opponents. Somehow, it seemed that a thread of reason in Lotta's mind had snapped. Say it again. Not long ago, I fought against all of Runcandle, and you could say the result was some sort of victory. Do you think it would be thrilling for me to fight Lotanim? Lotta's pupils dilated, and the conversation buzz around him instantly fell silent. The silence wasn't due to Jin's effective provocation, but because the spectators were surprised by the claim that he had fought against all of Runcandle. I've heard you have guts and a sharp tongue, and it turns out to be true. I suppose you can handle a sword. I was being careful with you, but when you cross the line to this extent, there must be consequences. Let's have the duel. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to fight willy-nilly. As you know, I'm a businessman. Are you suggesting a bet? Isn't there something you need from me? Before I kill you, I'll have you sign a blood oath then. Blood oath or whatever, if you win, I'll grant you whatever you desire. If you take my life or perform any act that can humiliate me while I still breathe, it's all fair game. But if I win, Jean smiled satisfactorily as he finished the sentence. The Ghost Legion will fulfill one of my requests. We only have contracts and clients. That statement caught Jin's attention. After defeating Lotta, he planned to use him as a leash around his neck. Very well. There are many onlookers. I hope you don't disappoint them later by changing your mind. You can withdraw now. When the conversation ended, Lotta didn't seem as angry as he did at first. Instead, his eyes gleamed with delight, and a smile adorned his face. He was excited about the prospect of crushing Jean. And that was what people thought as they watched him. In reality, Baradin had complicated Jin's situation by pretending to help him. With just a few words, he had pushed Jin into a duel with Lada, and whether Jin won or lost, Zippel wouldn't suffer any loss. So the interpretation wasn't entirely incorrect. You're quite temperamental, leader of the Ghost Legion. I just came to greet him, and he got jealous? How have you been, Jin? Baradin said cheerfully, extending his hand for a handshake. Upon seeing his behavior, a mix of emotions crossed Jin's mind for a moment. The onlookers couldn't help but be captivated once again by intense curiosity. They couldn't decipher the connection between the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle and the next patriarch of Zippel, or whether Baradin was simply provoking. It doesn't seem like we're on friendly terms, Baradin Zippel. Jin responded promptly to his curiosity. Why would you say that? That's quite harsh. Baradin exaggerated his expression. Jin chose not to respond and completely ignored him. Whether Baradin was behaving this way of his own free will or being manipulated for nefarious purposes, it wasn't a good idea to show a close relationship with him at this moment. Especially since Jin had declared his intention to break the shameful oath between Zippel and Runcandle just a few days ago. Whether Baradin was acting under manipulation or not, Jin couldn't be sure of Baradin's intentions. In the end, Baradin withdrew his extended hand and left, still wearing his characteristic wide smile. Naturally, the onlookers also dispersed. From that day on, their words would spread far and wide, carrying with them the story of Jin, Baradin, and Lada. And on the top floor of the banquet hall, hidden from view, there was someone who had been watching the recent commotion with displeasure. Dante. Ron Hiran, upon seeing a young man daring to create a scene at his own banquet without fear, was more than exasperated. Yes, grandfather. Do you have to associate with people like them? There are plenty of good young people in the world. Those two are fighting and rebelling against their respective families, unlike me. So, to me, they are cherished friends because they're better than me. Haha. It seems like you value those misfits more than this old man. That's not true. Ron ruffled Dante's hair with a smile. But speaking of misfits, it's true that the Runcandle scoundrel, but what about that idiot from Zippel who opposes his family? I've heard that, unlike Jin, Baradin was designated as the next patriarch and has long enjoyed all sorts of privileges. Dante hadn't told Ron about Baradin's mind manipulation yet. Bringing up that topic would mean that Hiran would have to make a decision. Whether to return to the world's #1 clan, capable of mind manipulation, against his enemy, or continue building a slow friendship as he has until now. It was a decision that Dante, as the young patriarch, had to carefully consider when discussing Baradin with the patriarch. Dante had decided a long time ago but hadn't found the right opportunity. Grandfather, if I told you that magic can manipulate the human mind and memories as one pleases, would you believe me? When Dante spoke with a serious tone, Ron's eyes deepened. For the past few years, Zippel has been using mind manipulation magic on Baradin, perhaps even longer. They have manipulated Baradin like a puppet. Despite that, Baradin has opposed the secret wrongdoings of his family. Go on. Dante began to explain the events that had been hidden behind the incidents in the Holy Kingdom. Baradin setting fire to the gold ingots, the Spectre Corps chasing Jin, the diary and Baradin's confessions, and more. I would never have shared my thoughts with you if it were just a decision I made out of pity as a friend. However, as the young patriarch of Hiran, I believe that Zippel, with its manipulation abilities, is an evil force that must be eliminated. So, your argument is that we should now form an alliance with Runcandle and counteract Zippel. Yes, grandfather. Without hesitation, Ron shook his head. Dante, my beloved grandson. Normally, in situations like this, what you should expect is for Runcandle and Zippel to fight each other until they kill each other. Or, for the two of them to engage in a war until one weakens, and we can conquer them both. Chapter 399. Emperor's Sword Banquet 4. As if anticipating the reaction, Dante calmly looked at his grandfather. His gaze troubled Ron's heart. The grandson he had in mind, Dante, was a resilient human being. No one in Hiran had imagined that his naturally fragile and diminutive grandson would become the next patriarch. Although Ron's overwhelming support played a significant role in Dante becoming the young patriarch, behind that support lay relentless training. Dante's struggles, shouting himself hoarse as he ascended the steep path of the sword, were an inspiration to Ron, unlike anything the world had ever seen. It was an achievement far beyond what people typically called extraordinary mental strength or determination. Even transcendental warriors who reached the 10 stars needed an incredibly powerful and uncommon will to undergo such training. It had been 17 years since it all began when he was only 5 years old. Anyone who could endure or withstand such brutal growth, or even those who could, would inevitably harbor a deep demon within. That's why Ron believed his grandson wouldn't be an entirely kind and just person. The world was not a fairy tale. Sometimes one had to be as ruthless as Runcandle without hesitation, and other times as two-faced as Zipple. Like all other powerful clans, there were times when they had to do all kinds of dirty deeds. Performing such feats without any guilt was the basic principle for becoming a leader of a group. However, contrary to what he believed, Dante, whom he had observed all the time, had not deviated even once from his innate goodness. Yes, Dante, my grandson, you usually are that kind of kid. Suddenly, such a thought crossed Ron's mind. Whether Dante became the patriarch or wallowed in the mud, his desire was to wield power and rule the world. What you've endured all these painful days was to keep yourself. Or maybe you just liked wielding your sword. If he looked at it from a slightly different perspective. Thanks to his extraordinary will, Dante might have retained his singular straight nature all these years. Anyone can be tempted at least once. The temptation to become stronger more easily, the temptation to gain power more easily, the temptation to eliminate competitors more easily. His grandson had never shown any interest in such temptations. He had simply silently wielded his sword. That's a value that only you possess, my grandson. Grandfather. When Dante voiced his confusion at Ron's disjointed words, he weakly smiled. Dante, we can't form an alliance with Runcandle. No one in our family desires that, Ron said solemnly. Dante nodded heavily in response, saying, I understand. However, when Zipple uses mind manipulation magic in the future, we'll need a means to counteract it. Ron continued, placing his hand on Dante's shoulder. I believe Gene Runcandle is seeking the means, or maybe he already possesses it. Slowly, Dante's eyes widened. So, instead of becoming a person of Runcandle, make Gene Runcandle your subordinate. Then, when you become the patriarch, no one will oppose your decisions. Grandfather. Of course, that's only possible if your friend is equally useful at that time, Ron added casually. It was an unexpected story for Dante. He knew very well that his grandfather was sometimes more rational than anyone. However, despite that, Ron's subtle approval of Dante's opinion implied the seriousness of the matter called mind manipulation. No matter how strong a warrior was, if their mind was manipulated, they might act involuntarily for Zipple. If Zipple's mind manipulation is as advanced as Dante described, and if it continues to progress, anyone could end up like that. The swordsman of Hiran who will aid Dante himself, and even me, Ron worried. That was precisely what concerned Ron. Mind manipulation had never appeared in the power structure of the world until now. It was likely that factions aware of Zipple's mind manipulation were extremely limited. Even Ron had just learned about it through Dante. Within Runcandle itself, apart from that demon, there might not be many who knew. Siren Runcandle. Ron wondered if his lifelong adversary was aware of this fact. Even if he knows, there must be a reason that monster doesn't leave the Black Sea, Ron thought. Ron shifted his gaze to Jean. Not only he but everyone was looking at Jean. Initially, Ron had planned to use this gathering to publicly announce once more that Dante would be the next patriarch. He also wanted to make it clear to Dante's brothers, who recently seemed to have other ideas. He wanted to tell them that supporting Dante was the only way to secure their position in the Sword Emperor's castle. However, the untimely guest was stealing the spotlight at his own banquet after 22 years. which didn't sit well with Ron. Now that we've come to this, I might as well use that guy for Dante's sake, Ron thought, stroking his beard. Do you understand? He asked Dante. Yes, grandfather. I'll keep that in mind, Dante replied. Haha, good. Now that it seems all the guests have gathered, it's time to announce the start of the banquet. When Ron clapped his hands lightly, the chaotic banquet hall instantly fell silent. Although it was just a clap, there was a deep and imposing aura contained within it, and those who had reached a certain level could feel Ron's accomplished martial prowess. Naturally, everyone turned their gaze to Ron and Dante. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the Sword Emperor's castle. I, Ron Hyran, Patriarch of Hyran, welcome you. Ron waved to the guests who applauded for a while, thanking them. Normally, the next step would have been an expression of gratitude to the royalty who had organized this gathering. However, as if indicating that he didn't care about the royalty, Ron continued with his next words. I've organized this banquet today to celebrate my grandson here, Dante Hyran. As you all know, I'm famous for having high expectations for my grandson. I believe this young man will soon inherit my sword. I've spent many sleepless nights thinking about it. The members of the imperial royalty showed no signs of displeasure at being blatantly ignored. On the contrary, they responded with light laughter to Ron's words. This revealed how much power Ron wielded in the Vermont Empire. Even if there were an emperor present instead of the royalty, Ron Hyran would not have thanked him separately, thought Jean, looking at the imperial family's table. The imperial mystics. In Huffister, people referred to the Vermont imperial family as mystics. It was because they rarely took a leading role except for the emperor. The Vermont imperial family often attended meetings like this, where powerful figures gathered or important imperial events took place. However, the reason the imperial family had such influence comparable to figures like Ron Hyran and other dignitaries was due to their role in recruiting the Imperial Guard and the Special Forces. The authority to appoint the Imperial Guard and the Special Forces in the Imperial Palace was an exclusive right of the imperial family. The living golems I saw in the Wantaramo forest were probably the work of the imperial family. I will soon prove that they are not mystical beings but disgusting bastards, Jean thought as he exchanged a glance with one of the Vermonts, and they shared a subtle nod. Meanwhile, some of the pure-blooded Herons, excluding Dante, were visibly uncomfortable. They didn't openly show signs of displeasure, but the very act of sitting in their seats seemed like torment. However, it seems there are those who want to cause unnecessary trouble on this joyful day, Ron commented, suddenly wiping his smile away. At that moment, the pure-blooded Herons adjusted their postures, seemingly taken by surprise. But Ron wasn't looking at them. The 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle and the leader of the Ghost Legion. Your actions were a significant discourtesy, to the point where I can reprimand you as I see fit. The people's attention shifted back to Jean and Lotta. My apologies, Ron Nim. My apologies. When the two replied, Ron smiled again. I understand it's a time of youthful exuberance, but you must pay the price. I thought I should prepare some suitable entertainment for the esteemed guests who have joined us today. It seems that just this old man's face won't be enough. Upon hearing this, Lotta's eyes sparkled. As the ghost mercenaries originated from Vermont, the two groups generally maintained a friendly relationship. Therefore, Lotta understood that Ron's offer was a form of assistance. Soon he would put Jean in his place. I, the leader of the Ghost Legion, Lotta Proc, gladly accept Ron Nim's consideration and proposal. At that moment, cheers erupted from various parts of the room. Naturally, people assumed that Jean and Lotta's duel would be resolved discreetly away from the crowd, increasing anticipation for the results. It seems that Ron Nim is indirectly raising Dante's status by punishing both Lotta and me, Jean thought. The Hyran clan was undeniably one of the world's leading clans, but compared to Runcandle, their stature was somewhat lower. However, when Jean and Lotta dueled to celebrate Dante, it was only natural that Dante's status would increase. I, the 12th flag-bearer of the Runcandle family, accept, Jean said. Ron appeared satisfied with Jin's response and smiled contentedly. Good. Then let's all enjoy the banquet I've prepared and eagerly await the exhibition of these two warriors at midnight. As the atmosphere in the meeting hall quickly heated up, a group of people seated behind Jean engaged in a hushed conversation. Thanks to Lotta Proc's impromptu actions, the duel should be more exciting. After midnight, Zippel and Hyran will become enemies. While no one paid particular attention to Jin's group, there was an exception. Zephyrin watched them with a cheerful smile. Chapter 400 Emperor's Sword Banquet 5 When Ron's greetings concluded, the banquet began in earnest. The Imperial Orchestra, personally sent by the Emperor, took its place and started playing music, filling the hall with delightful melodies. Fireworks burst in all directions, and colorful and bright flower petals rained down. Various performances prepared by the Vermont Magic Theater Company also caught everyone's attention. Inside, magic had shaped fire, ice, and lightning, decorating the venue like giant sheets of colored paper. Among Vermont's acts, the Hyran banquet was the most popular. While Runcandle gatherings were practically battlefields for settling grievances and Zippel banquets were stiff and dull, the Hyran banquet lived up to its name. It was lively and a beautiful social gathering. The nobles waiting in the reception hall gradually made their way into the banquet hall. Dressed in their finest attire, they cast admiring glances at the warriors gathered here. For those born into noble families, the warriors present were like stars in the sky. The most radiant figure among them was Dante Hyran, the banquet's protagonist. At 22 years old, he was the young patriarch of Hyran, known for his youthful appearance and outstanding character, a Vermont supernova. Regardless of gender, many aspired to form an alliance with Dante, and every time he shook hands, cheers erupted among the nobles. Among the nobility, there was a rumor that this banquet had been organized by Ron Hyran to find a partner for his grandson. However, in reality, Dante, along with the nearby Baradin, only showed interest in Jean. Lotta also stared fiercely at Jean with murderous intent. "Hey kid, crush that guy at midnight. Make sure to show him what happens when you mess with the wrong person," Murakan said, and Gilly lowered her head, worried for Jean. Although he tends to be underestimated due to his youth, the leader of the Ghost Legion is considered one of the strongest in the mercenary world. He's even known as one of the three great mercenaries, alongside Amela, the great mercenary of the Gaifa Islands, and the leader of the Black King's mercenaries. "Are you okay, young master?" Hearing Gilly's words, Jin's companions all nodded in unison. Didn't he just recently destroy the Garden of Swords and turn the third flag-bearer of Runcandle into minced meat? Who is this guy to speak that way? Although the leader of the Ghost Legion is known as one of the three great mercenaries, he's undoubtedly not on the same level as Amela or the leader of the Black King's mercenaries. In my opinion, Jean Nim has a good chance of winning. Moreover, this duel is held in the presence of Ron Nim, so even if the Lord loses, he won't lose his life. In fact, his reputation will only grow even if he loses. Of course, in my opinion, our Lord is likely to win, but we shall see. Kashmir and Elisa also expressed similar views. As Elisa mentioned, at the moment, the leader of the Ghost Legion, Lotta, had a greater reputation than Jean. Jin's recent victory over the third flag-bearer had garnered attention, but it had not yet become widely known. After all, less than a month had passed since the incident. The gazes of Dante, Baradin, and the other warriors fixed on Jean, sparking the interest of the nobles. "Is that person Jean Runcandle? His face matches the... He doesn't even need cosmetics. You should try those cosmetics too. You'll never want to use anything else. Wow, look over there. Isn't that Cirrus Indorma from the Hidden Palace? It looks like she's heading toward Jean." Next, Cirrus approached Jean. When the two faced each other, with their glamorous golden and shining silver hair, the nobles eagerly anticipated what would happen next. "Jean, Cirrus Nim, it's been a while. You came to the banquet too. You look good. I'm glad. Did you worry about me?" Cirrus nodded when Jean asked in surprise. Jean felt somewhat perplexed. It was strange for Cirrus to treat him as someone close. "The blood drop you used was one that our hidden palace had been keeping. Jean and his companions had no idea about this fact. They only knew that Butler Hines had brought it. I didn't know. I should express my gratitude. Did Talaris Nim give it to me? Not exactly. Sira Nim gave it to my mother a long time ago. Since my mother never told me, I've always known it belonged to the Hidden Palace. Ah! And from what I've heard from my mother, Sira Nim hasn't paid it back yet. If there's anything you wish for, please tell me. I will take responsibility on behalf of my father. In that case, dance with me. What? It seems it's time to inform Zippel that the Hidden Palace has a friendly relationship with you, especially because the next patriarch of Zippel is watching. There couldn't be a better opportunity to send a message, Cirrus said, extending her hand. It was a moment that left not only the nobles but also the warriors open-mouthed. As far as the warriors knew, Cirrus Endorma wasn't one to show interest in others in a public event like this. Very well. It's an honor to dance with you, Cirrus Nim. When Jean took her hand and stood up, some of the warriors seemed to accept it with a nod, as if they had expected it. That's what those who had attended Runcandle's banquet 4 years ago had thought and had misinterpreted the relationship between Jean and Cirrus. There was an unusual atmosphere between the two even at Runcandle's one-trunk bridge party. At that time, the fourth flag-bearer of Runcandle was amazed at their bold intimacy. Perhaps Runcandle wants to send the 12th flag-bearer as a son-in-law to the Hidden Palace. It's not the right time to topple the firmly established second flag-bearer. It would be advantageous in many ways to secure the Hidden Palace as a reliable ally. Anyway, they make a good pair, don't they? Of course, in reality, the two had secretly battled without anyone knowing, and that remained a secret known only to their comrades. Most middle-aged warriors showed smiles of satisfaction, while the younger generation had to suppress their inexplicable anger and jealousy. And 2 years ago, the nobles who had visited Bellard's gambling den felt a strange sensation. At that time, Jean Runcandle was acting under the alias Bammel. Come to think of it, the woman named Julia in the gambling den looks like Cirrus Nim, doesn't she? It can't be. Could it be that Jean Runcandle and Cirrus Endorma worked together even during their days as provisional flag-bearers? Could Julia from the dive be Cirrus Endorma? While each of their thoughts passed, Jean and Cirrus took the stage and began dancing gracefully. Their dance was destined to be sung across the continent through the verses of bards from today. Warriors had already praised the two until they ran out of voice, putting Jean and Cirrus on a pedestal. Oh, how I envy my lord! Phew, I can't even remember the last time I danced with a lady. Let's dance together. The spirited voice belonged to Zephyrin. Unnoticed by anyone, she had approached Jin's table again, avoiding Murakan's gaze. I'm so grateful for this. Oh gods, this is... Just as Jet was responding with joy, Quicantle pinched Murakan's side. It meant, go and find out about Zephyrin. Did you say your name is Zephyrin? I'll dance with you. Oh, you remembered my name. Shall we? No, Murakanim? Are you doing this? Murakanim? Ha! Murakan had already gone to dance with Zephyrin. Having seen Zephyrin belatedly, Merkin could only sigh deeply, almost as if he wanted to bury himself, and clenched his fists in frustration. Azabash, with hawk-like eyes, stared at Murakan and Zephyrin's backs. In the end, Gilly, who was watching, reached her hand out to Jet. Well, Jet, if you're okay with it. I'm just overwhelmed. Strawberry pie? Gilly. This time, Murakan looked at Jet as if he were about to kill him. In fact, if he could kill with his eyes, he would have turned Jet into minced meat on the spot. Jet was simply thankful that even someone like him could dance at such a banquet. Kashmir went to dance with Elisa. Kazan and Beriz did the same. At the table, only Quicantle and Enya remained, enjoying some refreshments. As if waiting for this moment, several warriors and nobles approached them, asking for dances. But in the end, Enya was paired with Baradin, while Quicantle danced with Dante. This peculiar arrangement added another level of amusement for the banquet's guests, especially because Dante knew that Enya and Quicantle were unofficially sought after by the Empire. So, he intentionally wanted to reveal his friendship with the two to have the arrest orders revoked. Oh, I want to dance too. Meanwhile, someone watched the procession of dancers with sorrow. Margiela Ivlianos. She also attended the banquet as Ivlianos. Bishkal and Bouvard disguised themselves to be by her side. Bishkal had a somber expression. Ah, it's not like I've been in a wheelchair for a day or two. There's no need to feel so sorry for me, brother. Indeed, Bishkal-nim. By the way, the croquettes here are to die for. Bishkal-nim, do you have any contact with Hiran? If possible, could you bring croquettes from here at least once a week? As always, Bouvard was scratching Bishkal's already somber heart, annoying him. Shut up, Bouvard. Bishkal was too immersed in sorrow to even respond like that. Brother, Margiela, I pains me to think that I have to use you in situations like this. Hearing this, Margiela smiled. That is precisely my role, brother. But don't be disheartened. And Bouvard-nim, please stop eating croquettes. You promised to lose weight. Remember? Haha. Really? Margiela-nim. Night was approaching. The banquet was scheduled to continue into the next day, so it was natural for people to start leaving around dinner time. However, not a single person left the banquet hall until midnight. Of course, it was to witness the battle between Jean and Lotta. No one had requested it, but when midnight arrived, all the guests took their seats and waited for the duel to begin. Thank you all for waiting. The knights will now guide you all. So let's proceed to the training ground.